heard by now that Diddy's lawyer, who's been paid millions of dollars for this, worked his whole career for a high-profile case like this, has quit. It's a huge red flag. His lawyer says the charges are too serious and he cannot continue on with this case. The day after Kash Patel got sworn in, he quit. Also, this lawyer represented Osama bin Laden. Forbes named him as one of the most influential people in history because of the crimes he committed. So the fact that he's dropping Diddy and that the severity of these charges are so extreme that the lawyer feels guilty by association. Even if he's getting paid, he doesn't want it. He's so shaken by this case that not even God would defend this person. It sounds like Diddy has done something that like surpasses war crimes. It's so bad. I've seen creators speculate that the other shoe is about to drop and that it could potentially involve this. I also keep seeing people say necromancy. I think it's a similar but different word. Because y'all, wizardry is not illegal. But some people actually do believe it is this and not the other word. And that Diddy has been practicing witchcraft. And then they keep being like, Holly weird, Holly weird. We've heard a lot of weird stories about Hollywood, so have I. A lot of people think it's like biblical, spiritual stuff too. And the fact that his lawyer dropped it in like the middle of the chaos, he would have made millions. He would have made so much more money. So he had to have dropped it for a good reason. And charges just keep coming and coming and coming. But I saw a girl say that the reason why lawyers walk away is because the client can't pay, he could pay, or the lawyer knows the client is guilty, which he does, or because he can't handle the weight of the evidence. And at this point, we knew he was guilty day one. It was never looking good for him. So this lawyer who represented bin Laden must have been so deeply disturbed. I mean, Hollywood is a sinister place. And if this case isn't proof, I don't know what to tell you. But I don't work in legal. These are just speculations by the people, things that news sources are saying. I'm just reporting on it. I'm over here for more freaky stuff. People think that Diddy might get the death penalty. So you've probably heard by now that Diddy's lawyer, who's been paid millions of dollars for this, worked his whole career for a high-profile case like this, has quit.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome, everybody. I'm back. Y'all. Man, I have a lot to talk about with this case. A whole lot to talk about with this case. What I don't understand is, where is the women's rights activists? Where are these people that screamed women's rights, women's victims, when it comes to P. Diddy? Because some of these stories that I have heard, not only did he victimize women, but he also victimized young men, and even speculation is even saying children. So, hello, everybody. I want to say hello to everybody coming in. I want to say hello to Tatum, Joanne, Shauna, Walk the Line, Angel Loader, True Crime and Time, Lori P, Luna Moon, Rita R. Hello, Rita R. Tina Bobina. Dee. Hello, Dee. Lucky Charms. Hello, Lucky Charms. Hillbilly 29. Miss Debbie Nelson. How are you? I missed you guys, all of you. Let's see who else we got in here. Sarah. Hello, sweet Sarah. See what else we got. Coupon Mama. Hello. Coupon Mama. True Crime and Time. Fonda Cheese Man. Come on in, Tams. Yanni. Lori P. Hello, everybody. Come on in. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, hello, Blank Screen. Hello. I caught a live. Hi, Miss Daisy. Hi, chat. Hi, mods. Has anyone told you they love you today? Well, I do. I love you all. I love you too, Blank Screen. Come on in, everybody. Hello, Shy Girlish. Hello, Rocker Girl. Come on in, everybody. Mama 5. Hello, Mama 5. Come on. How's little baby doing? Hope everything's well with the little farm baby. I'm so glad to see you guys. Listen, y'all. I'm sorry I can only go live stream one day a week right now. Actually, I had a class today, so I'm coming live after a class. So, y'all, I just got to do the best I can. I'm going to try to come in once a week at least to say hello and try to talk about the newest stuff. Y'all, let me tell you something. This man, P. Diddy, is a monster. A monster. Like, this guy deserves the death penalty. I missed you too, blank screen. She's doing great. Almost 10 pounds. Oh, she's a little chunker. Oh, babies grow up. I miss you too, Rita R. I miss you too. But you all, the stories that I have heard, if he don't get the death penalty, I don't know what is. And I don't understand. Hey, Tammy Hill, how are you? I do not understand why there is not outrage. Why are these people that holler rights, rights, rights? Why ain't they outraged at what this guy has done to not only females, but young males as well? When I say, let me put a trigger warning up before I say it. Trigger warning. This man not only violently SA'd women, but him and his team participated in doing young men this way. And one of his lawsuits is horrific. A young, inspiring singer is horrific. And oh yeah, yes, Diddy is a whole trigger warning. He is. This man uh, is suing Diddy, and I don't know if there's charges against him or not, but on this case, but I do know there is a lawsuit where this man was brought to Diddy's house for an interview, and just like Epstein, someone will pay the fake his death and he will never have to suffer for what he's done. Oh, believe me, everyone that was at that party and witnessed the things that that man did, especially to children, allegedly, him and whoever participated in hurting children and hurting others. Oh, they might not get justice on earth, but let's make no mistake, they will get justice before their maker. Make no mistake. Now, the case with the young guy that was, I think he was an inspiring rapper. He was supposed to meet Diddy at, I think it was at a hotel room, and Diddy got him some water, and he started to feel a little bit like woozy. And the next thing he knows is that he woke up and uh, in a lot of pain, and he looked behind him. He was strapped down on his stomach, and Diddy was sodomizing him, brutally sodomizing him. I'm not going to say that word. Um, and then he said he knocked back out, and when he woke up, there was a metal like thing in his mouth, and Diddy's security guard was brutally assaying him in the mouth with some kind of metal thing. It knocked his teeth out. It tore his bunghole. And I guess he was brutally beaten as well. And so he had to have stitches. I think it took like months for him to recover in that area. Plus, his teeth was knocked out and everything. So, how so many people were brutally essayed by this man and he didn't get arrested for it, I do not know. I do not know. This guy is a brutal serial assayer, you all. And he got away with it for over 20 some years. So if he is willing to do this to a grown man, what did he do to Usher? What did he do to Justin Bieber? I mean, he had full access to Justin Bieber for what, a few days? He had he had like custody of Usher. In my opinion, Usher is just as bad as Diddy. I think he's took on the Diddy role. Baby Marley is 2 months. Oh, did you send me pictures? I hate to show pictures right now of her uh while I'm talking about this monster. Oh my god, she's beautiful. She is a doll baby. Let me get through talking about this monster and then I'll show you pictures. Okay? I'll show the pictures of that baby. I hate to show beautiful pictures of that baby while I'm talking about a monster, you all. Sorry these things continue to hurt and you have to relive your pain, Miss. Yes, everything that Allie Carter has went through is some of the same stuff that Yanni has told us she went through in trafficking. And you know what, y'all? Um, it's still going on to this day. It's still going on. And let's not even talk about the young girl that he got mad at and his assistant had IUDs that she was using on some of the women that he SA'd so they wouldn't get pregnant. You all, she assisted in this. Well, Kim had it all on the USB. She said what he did to three underage artists was gross. She could barely watch. I wonder if they're going to publicize the lawsuits. If I was those victims, I would not settle. I would not settle. I would not settle. I would not settle. I would take it. And you know what? I don't know if there's charges in that as well. We don't know what all the charges is. We just know that his lawyer who represented Osama bin Laden quit. And we do know that in Kim Porter's book that she wrote before she died, I think he's worse than Epstein. I think he's worse. See, I told you all of the same stuff happened to me. I told people can believe it or not. It's it's up not up to me. Exactly, Yanni. Everything that you said happened. Well, did you hear the part where Allie Carter had this baby and it was sick and basically she fought them for the baby and then they ended up killing the little baby after that. I mean, she told a similar story that happened to you. Remember the little baby that they did that to you, Yanni? I was lucky to get pregnant, thankfully. Well, allegedly, some of these people that's victims of Diddy's, you know, have really had some bad things happen to them. But could you imagine being a young, innocent boy like Justin Bieber, allegedly, and being or at a party with all these freaking monsters and being drugged and not being able to defend yourself? Can you imagine what that young boy went through? Everything I said happened at Diddy's also. They do terrible stuff to babies. Yes, Allie Carter said they did. And there is a a clip that I wanted to show you all that he did that somebody was talking about that. Allie Carter said that they did really bad stuff to hang on. Let's see if I can find that. To babies. Um hang on. A lot about Tom Hanks is coming out too. Um, hang on just a second. There's a lot of Diddy's. A lot of what Allie Carter has said has happened as well. Let's see. What is this? Stolen power. So, okay, so let me see what I can find on the diddler. But I don't know why most people are not outraged at him for what he has done. Not only has he done this to here's the one where they think he might be involved in baby porn. Hang on, let me pull this one up. They think he might be involved in baby porn. I'm not sure. This is alleged, but according to Allie Carter, they hurt littles too.
In charge with baby, I can't even say it. PORN, baby. I can't even wrap my head around that. What? If this man does not get death by firing squad, that there's no justice. What in God's name? I can't even.
What I don't understand is why these people that holler rights, rights, rights. Well, what about the children's rights? What about these children that are being taken out of their homes or being born into this from mothers who are victims of trafficking? We need to speak up. It's horrible, the tapes of babies I seen made of them turn it off. Oh yeah, I heard one TikToker said that they heard that there was on the dark web. I seen a TikToker talking about it. Allegedly, there was two wealthy men who had took babies and made acted like they were swords with these like it's horrific what they do to babies. Like this is beyond evil. This is beyond evil. And children are off limits completely. But let's talk about the young singers and actors that has become victims of this guy because they wanted to be famous. They were drugged and manipulated and brutally essayed by this monster and his team, his whole team. All of them were involved. And why is Kanye getting away with why is Kanye getting away with the stuff that he gets away with? How can he get on there and say the stuff he says about the Jewish people and everything and get away with it? If it was a white person talking about anything other than like anything like that, they would have been completely. Look at Roseanne. They blacklisted her, but it's okay for Kanye to get on there and trash white people and Jews. How is that okay, you all? That is not okay. To me, that is racism just as much. But because Kanye done it, nobody says nothing about it. Young people, along with adults, were brutalized by Diddy for years. Yes. Yes. And many actors were involved. Many celebrities were involved. Many singers were involved. And it's just a whole syndicate full of child molesting sickos, in my opinion. I mean, why is his assistant not being prosecuted for assisting in these rapes? Because, in my opinion, if she is willing to jerk out a IUD and place it up in a woman, that is an assault all in itself. That is an assault on a woman just by doing that. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand why people are not outraged by this. I don't get it. They just sweep it under the rug like it never happened. Unless YouTubers like me bring it to the attention, you know? Hang on. Let's see what this one is. Hang on. Okay, here we go. And I hope he does get the death penalty. I do. I hope he gets the death penalty, you all. Especially if he hurt children. Especially if he hurt children.
With the death penalty charge. And it's not for the latest charge that dropped. The real reason that lawyer quit is because the other shoe is about to drop. What's one thing that is just completely indefensible? That's the other shoe that's going to drop. And that's why the lawyer quit and was like, I'm not touching this. Plus, he quit the day after Cash Patel gets sworn in. And we all know Cash has already said he's not playing games. So that's what I think is coming. Plus, Jaguar Wright just won an award for everything that she's been spilling. And she already said that she's working with Cash and Trump. March Madness is coming. I hope y'all got y'all brackets filled out.
Yep. And are they going to publicize it? Are they going to let us know exactly what this monster is doing, or are they going to cover it up? Are they going to continue to cover it up? I mean, why not put on the list? Put the damn list out of the people that were involved in this. Why are you protecting them? You would not protect any other criminal. Why are you protecting people on the Epstein list? That's what I want to know. Why are these people being protected? If it was us, a regular citizen, they would have put the name and everything about them out. But because they're rich, famous people, they're not putting nothing out about them. The Epstein elite on the list have walked away scot-free. Oh, yeah. Nothing is being done. I don't get how Diddy was not arrested years ago. I know these people had reported this to the police, but the police allegedly was under, I mean, I would not live in California, especially Hollywood, California, for nothing. I'm sorry, but you are asking for these people to hurt you because you are not protected in that area at all from these monsters. They literally run that place. That's why I don't even want to go there myself. I would not be there at all, especially a young person traveling there to want to be famous and then come across somebody like P. Diddy. And then, I mean, it's untelling how many people are unalived by this man. And I'm pretty sure he has unalived many, because a lot of people have came very, very close to being unalived by him. So evidently he had a lot of power over Hollywood. He had all the Jenners and the Kardashians, all them. They're all involved, y'all. There's some evil mugs. They got the devil in them. And they're not changing. But I hope that President Trump exposes these people for who they are, and Diddy gets the death penalty for the things that he has done, especially if these things are true about the children that he's messing with. No, ma'am, you could not pay me to live in California. Sorry, Sis Debbie. My late hubby is from there. Well, it's not really California. It's mostly Hollywood. In that area, the Nevada, Hollywood area. All the beastards that hurt me stay free. The handlers did jail. I know. It's horrible. Christine's doing okay. It's absolutely horrible what these people have done. And you think about little children that that go missing and stuff, and you think about it, and you think about these monsters and what they have done to these children. And you all know that there is a couple children that cases that I've covered that I think has been these children were trafficked. And I don't want to say in case their mommies are listening, but there is one in particular. I think the reason why he was taken by these monsters, these no good pieces of shit that lived near him, was, I think they were in a trafficking ring, and I think they trafficked that baby, and it did not go well. And I think that's why they brought him home and buried him in the backyard. They were all involved. And I hope that justice is served for that baby and his family. I have prayed and prayed and prayed that justice would be served for him. But y'all know I feel like that he was a traffic gone wrong. Hey, Mindy McGee. There's some good places in California, but not Holly weird. Right. And how people can follow these. Oh, and I got to show you the thing about Ariana Grande. What are they doing to some of these celebrities, you all? What are they doing? Hang on just a second here. I want to show y'all this. Tell me what y'all think about this. If you think The Rock's a good man, let's see this right here. He's a sick mofo too.
The Wayne The Rock Johnson get his way out of this one. We all seen that he said he eat children. You had a lot of people going to his defense like he didn't literally mean he eat children. Come on now. Who play like that? I want to know what y'all excuse is going to be this time. He was on Saturday Night Live where he said he built a robot that touched kids. Y'all know what I mean. Your man's even doubled down on it. He said louder, yes, it touches kids, if you know what I mean. Y'all, look at this.
Hi, guys. My name is Roy, and and for the most evil invention in the world contest, I invented a child molesting robot.
Y'all heard it, but wait, it get worse.
I'll speak up. It's a robot that is designed to molest children, and I call it Robo Chomo.
I don't even understand how that was funny. So what is y'all excuse now? People joke about that too? That shit is sick. Twisted.
See, the religion is that they have to tell us what they're doing. Hey, Rhonda Lynn, they have to tell us what they're doing. As long as they tell us and we know, then they're okay. That is not something to joke around about. Hello, Vanilla Bean. How are you? How in the hell is that something to joke around about? A child molesting robot? They're all in on it, y'all. They're all in on it. And let me show you what Ariana Grande said. You all will be very, very surprised about this. Hang on, I want to show you this first. Hang on, I'm going to show you all this first. Hang on just a second. I'm going to bring this up. Oh, thank you, True Crime. Thank you, True Crime in Time, for being a member. Woohoo! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for being a member, honey. Hello, Chandra Nicole. Hello. Thank you so much for being a member, honey. Thank you. All right, let me bring this up, y'all. I might have to put a trigger warning on this. Here we go, y'all.
In the world wear red shoes for a reason, and it has nothing to do with style. Leather shoes are made from skin. We all know this. But red shoes, these aren't just any leather. No, they're crafted from something far more exclusive. They say it makes the softest leather in the world. The price for these shoes, let's just say, it's not just measured in dollars. You've seen them. Bright, bold, almost out of place. Red shoes on billionaires, politicians, Hollywood elites. You think it's just fashion? No, it's a symbol, a mark, something only the initiated understand. Same with the red carpet they walk on. And if you think that sounds insane, remember, Nike already introduced this idea to the mainstream. Yeah, they literally made sneakers infused with real inner liquids, a major company mass marketing the concept. And who do you think wore these shoes the most? Who was the target demographic? But this goes deeper. There's actual artwork, paintings, tapestries, showing people wearing red shoes against their will. Ever wondered why? Because red shoes don't just symbolize status. They tell a story, but only to those who can read the symbolism. And the red carpet, think about it, the biggest celebrities, the most powerful figures in entertainment, all walking down a red carpet. And what do they always ask each other? Who are you wearing? That's not an accident. It's ritualistic, a knowing nod to something deeper. Because certain ultra-luxury brands tailor-make clothing infused with real organic materials, if you know what I mean. And they flaunt it in your face. Ever see that movie, Random Scene, guy strutting down the street in red shoes, eating pizza, no context, just thrown in there. Why? Because once you start recognizing the pattern, you realize it's everywhere. And here's the kicker. It's not just shoes. Certain ultra-luxury handbags, the kind with years-long waiting lists, the kind only they can get, are rumored to be made from the exact same material, same source, same meaning, different product. They've been hiding it in plain sight. That's what they do. They don't keep secrets. They tell you exactly what they're doing. And if you don't see it, that's on you. So next time you see a billionaire rocking a pair of red leather loafers, ask yourself, is it just a style choice, or are they telling you exactly who they are? I'm going to go ahead and say this is just a joke for entertainment purposes.
Because I have to say it. They have to say entertainment purposes for TikTok. Yanni said, hello, Nikita Marie. I told you that blood is the thing they love to drink. They believe it keeps them young, especially baby's blood. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Not just youth. Many other things, too. Oh, thank you, Hillbilly 29. Thank you for being a member for 23 months. Woohoo! Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you, Miss Daisy and Farm family. We love you, too. Thank you, thank you, thank you, honey. God bless you. Thank you. Wow, I didn't know that. I'd be watching and looking now. Oh, yeah. Yanni's a victim, y'all, she's went through this. She was sold into human trafficking at the age of 2 years old. She was, and oh, you know what? The CPS is being investigated too. They're going to crack down on these trafficking. They also cook the organs and eat them. Oh, it's on telling what all they do. I'll be honest with you. If we only knew all they did, it would turn our stomachs. Oh, thank you, Rita R. Thank you for being a member for 8 months. Love Miss Daisy and this farm. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, girls. God bless y'all. Thank you for being a member. Woohoo! Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you. See, candy is a holiday tradition here. They have the best chocolate. Oh, chocolate, and it's expensive. Oh, thank you, Hillbilly 29. Thank you. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hang on just a second. Let me like that. And can I like that? Well, let me like it. No. Thank you for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you for that, Hillbilly 29. Oh, thank you, Miss V. Thank you for gifting a membership. I love you, Miss V. Blank Screen got the free membership. Woohoo! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you guys. You all are awesome. Thank you so much. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Miss V. She gifted another membership. Who got this one? Mary Jane. Mary Jane got the new membership. Thank you, Miss V. Thank you, thank you. God bless you for that. Woohoo! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, True Crime and Time. We love you, Daisy. You're awesome. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Thank you for that. God bless you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that. Y'all are awesome tonight. Thank you so much, you guys, for supporting my channel. God bless you all. Thank you so much. You're awesome, each and every one of y'all. Thank you so much, y'all, for supporting my channel. And God bless you guys. Thank you so much. I was going to show you the Ariana Grande thing. I wanted to show you all that one first. And then I'm going to show you this Ariana Grande. Okay, here is the secret tunnels. A man talking about the secret tunnels in Diddy, y'all. Y'all, this gets spooky. Like, what kind of evil have we been living? And, I sit back and think about it and like, how lucky were we as children that we didn't become victims of this? So unfortunately, some of us did, like Yanni, but
started to have some effect on me.
Evil.
And I just thought, wow, these are really strong drinks. It wasn't until the second drink, and it was already too late, that I realized that there was something wrong with the drinks. Sadly, Sean Combs was waiting in the wings. He was watching from some sort of vantage point. And once I was in a helpless position and he was sure that he was in a position of power, then he took advantage of the situation.
You allege that you were forcibly pushed into an SUV by Sean Combs. That act alone, according to your lawsuit, left you in considerable pain. And then once inside the vehicle, your lawsuit says plaintiff was held down by Combs, who overpowered him while he struggled to escape due to the effects of the drugs in his system. And it goes on to say that he sodomized you.
I was screaming. I was telling him to stop. It was incredibly painful. And he was acting like it was nothing.
Bye, Miss
And he
B.
seemed to be
Love you.
disconnected from it. But it was abusive beyond belief. The first drink started to have some effect
That's
on me.
another victim.
And I just
Diddler.
thought, wow, these are really strong drinks.
Another victim.
It wasn't until the second drink, and it was.
So he drugged him. He gave him drinks and he drugged him and took advantage of this young man or this man. I want to show y'all true evil here. And I want to show you, I want to show you what evil is all about when it comes to somebody of God, and how they can't, no matter how hard they try to hurt a person of God, they can't do it. And I want you to watch this man behind this preacher and watch what he does, y'all. Trigger warning. Hang on. Watch
and
what
manifest at the name of Jesus.
Be whole now. I command all lingering pain to get out right now in Jesus' mighty name. Be completely healed in Jesus' name. Amen. Hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. It's what a blessing. Yeah. Amen.
You coming at me for? Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. What are you coming at me? Do it.
I wouldn't be surprised if that man was an angel. Psalms 91 says, "For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands so that you will not strike your foot against a stone."
So if you watch that, if you see that, you will see that that man, he either took out a machete, it looked like a machete, and he was going to try to, I guess, attack that man with that machete. And some random guy with a dog just came up behind him and stopped him. The guy didn't even realize what that guy was going to do. That is the power of the Lord, y'all. The Lord will step in, and angels, especially when it comes to his people. And yeah, it does, don't it? It's amazing. There's many stories of that, of people that has tried to unalive and hurt Christian people, and God stepped in and said, "Oh no, you don't. Oh no, you don't. You touch not my anointed." So yeah, I thought that was a thing to show you all. That can happen a lot of times. You know, people get out on the streets and they get people up in their faces and everything. I want to show you all this too. These secret tunnels 20 meters below Sydney are open. So there's secret tunnels down there in Sydney. Hola, diamonds. Hola. So I want to show you this. I got to put a trigger warning on. Hello, my diamonds, my beautiful diamonds. Hola, hola. I want to show you all this right here. This is where they found buckets of heads, arms, legs sewn together at body donation facility. Y'all, these people are sick mofos. They are sick. I want to show you this trigger warning, y'all. Trigger warning.
the Phoenix facility in hazmat suits as part of a multi-state investigation into the illegal trafficking and sale of human body parts. But for the first time, we're now able to see the testimony from one of the FBI agents who conducted the raid, and what he recounts is shocking. He said he found a cooler filled with male genitalia, a bucket of heads, arms, and legs, infected heads, and one of the most disturbing findings, called a morbid joke in the lawsuit, a small woman's head sewn onto a large male torso like Frankenstein and hung up on the wall with no identification tags on the bodies.
Tools that are not appropriate for dismembering scientific bodies.
Harp says his mother's ashes showed up by mail on his doorstep shortly after the raid, but he isn't even sure they're her ashes. He says his mom and grandma wanted to help medical research after their death, yet doesn't believe they ever made it out of the BRC. The FBI raided the Phoenix facility in hazmat suits as part of a multi-state investigation.
Okay, I'll take that back. Let me tell you, these mofos will do anything to, I mean, what the hell, y'all, when it starts getting famous to sell people and their body parts, and I mean, it's out of control. The devil knows his time is nigh. Hey, they are evil. There's Sailor Rose. Hey, Sailor. He knows his time is near, y'all. And let me tell y'all something. I have a feeling very soon they're going to start making plans for that third temple to be built. That third temple goes up, y'all know time is near. I sent you some stuff, Daisy. Look later. They found them under the Murdoch family. What, tunnels in Sydney? Wow. I used to believe in organ donations, not now, because they will practically unalive you for the money. Yes, and your organs. I have to help my daughter get off her license, and they say it's a lot to go through. That's why it's crazy. Human trafficking of all different kinds. Yes, yes. But Trump said he's going to try to crack down on it, so I hope he does. I've heard they have already secretly started building it, Miss Daisy. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Sailor Rose! Let me show you what Ariana Grande, I think they've messed this girl's head up so much that she just slipped it out what she wasn't supposed to slip out. Hang on just a minute, y'all. And then I'll come back down and show you all what else. But I have to show you this about Ariana Grande, y'all. She slipped it out, y'all. Where's that? They put her through where they erased her memory, y'all. Like, they're doing memory erasing, and she couldn't even remember when her next thing come out. Maybe this is it right here. Hang on. Okay, hang on just a second, y'all. I gotta show y'all this. I'm going down this rabbit hole. We're in a rabbit hole right now, y'all. You know me. All them witches up there in high places. Yes. Here we go, y'all. Project Child Rescue.
In the occult. Please watch this.
They did
the Brighter Days memory erasure treatment to me, so I'm having trouble remembering the details. They're foggy because at the Brighter Days clinic do the memory erasure. They erase my memory. It's a little foggy, but
Guys, she's not supposed to be talking about this, but she's not the brightest crayon in the box. And what she's talking about is they're erasing memories. Why? It's not because she works too much. It's because she's participated in rituals that she does not want to have to remember about. And so they're trying to get rid of these memories, and because it causes so much trauma to your spirit and to your soul to participate, but they want the power, they want the influence, and so they do these things. She and the rest of Hollywood are all guilty of this. Do not watch Hollywood movies, guys. Don't listen to their music. Anyway, we are Project Child Rescue. We save children from stuff like this, from being trafficked, from being... Anyway, check out our website. We're selling shirts now. I'll put the link for the shirts. All profit goes to Project Child Rescue. Guys, we need your help. Thank you and God bless you.
Yeah, Ariana Grande said that they put her through a memory thing. She looks like death. Honey, I don't know what's wrong with her, but she looks like death. Death made over. Like she went from being a beautiful girl to looking like she does. And I'm not trying to make fun of her or nothing, but something is seriously wrong with her. Here's some more about
Do you
trial.
know 500,000 children trafficked over a 4-year period in the United States? This administration is going to investigate every instance of child trafficking, labor trafficking, sex trafficking, child smuggling, and all the attendant crimes involved in that. And our message to everyone in the country is to cooperate fully with Immigration and Customs Enforcement so that we can end the scourge of child trafficking and child abuse that has been endemic these last 4 years. We've seen, as you know, 500,000 children trafficked over a 4-year period in the United States. This administration is going to investigate every instance of.
They're going to crack down on this child trafficking in the United States. See, Trump, he run with these people. He knew that they were into this shit. I think that's why he is so adamant about busting this trafficking ring, because he knows that these celebrities are involved, and they know he knows. They used Hollywood and spit you out, then they're done with you. Exactly. Tim Ballard is the best at catching child traffickers. It's heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking to even think there's still babies out there waiting for rescue. Oh, yeah. And a lot of our children that come across the border become victims of trafficking. That's what the sad part of it is. These little innocent, precious babies that came across the border with people and are victims. I just can't see how a person could look at a beautiful child like that and just hurt it. Hey, Janice, I would never do what they have done for money and fame, never, or put my child in acting. Hell no. Yes, you know what? I was going, hey, Brown Bear Jamboree, when my daughter was a little, she was beautiful. Both of my daughters are beautiful. I thought about putting her in pageants, and then JonBenet Ramsey happened. And I was like, oh hell no. I'm not gonna put my daughter um in pageants after that. I was like, nope, not gonna do it. Pure evil makes them have no conscience. Absolutely, Yanni. Gene Hackman, that was found with his wife in their home, and he tweeted that he was exposing Olive Epstein and the Clintons, so we know what happened to him. The Clintons' body count worsens than the mob. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, let's see. Here's more. Oh, yeah. Did y'all hear about Obama getting like so many billions of dollars off us too while he was in office, off Obamacare? I'll show you that too.
Major news coming from the New York Post. Apparently, Sean Diddy Puffy Combs' lawyer has quit in the middle of this case. There are court documents that are showing that the lawyer has quit. That is a huge, huge problem for Diddy. So I don't know any more than that right now, but this is coming from the New York Post. It was posted an hour ago. We will be looking into it, and we will let you know when we have more comments to share our thoughts on what's going on.
Hey, Memphis Mama.
Have you guys heard anything that you would like to weigh in the comments?
The diddler. I think that they should expose everyone who's involved with the diddler case. Everyone. I think their names should be exposed, and everything. Hang on just a second. Let me show you another. Okay, so this is about the Pope. Have y'all heard about the Pope? What's been going on with the Pope? Well, allegedly, the Pope has been screaming that get at demons and in his hospital. I don't know. I don't know. My main phone shut off on me and doesn't want me to turn it on again. I'll be listening on TV, Miss D. Okay, Diamonds, that's fine, honey. I love you, honey. Love you, Miss Diamonds. All right, here we go, y'all. Here we go.
But now,
Just now, Pope Francis has spent all night screaming at demons who are trying to drag him to hell. The Vatican has confirmed. 88-year-old Francis remains in hospital battling kidney failure brought on by double pneumonia.
Listen.
But this battle pales in comparison, posed by the beclawed, soul-eating demons from hell. A spokes cardinal confirmed that the pontiff had to be sedated last night after screaming, "Get these evil bastards off of me," as a portal to hell opened up at the end of his hospital bed, sparking fears the end is near for the leader of the Catholic Church.
which takes me back to, didn't they just open portals? You know what I mean? And now he says, please tell me that this is just satire and that he wasn't actually screaming, "Get these evil bastards off me," all while a portal is opening at the foot of his bed. And they were trying to drag him. What? No.
Well, he did open a portal. When you play with the devil, that's what happens. Hypnosis on children that have been abused to help them recover. Hey, Fireball, what's up? We're just going down this rabbit hole. You want to come with us? We've been going down it for a minute now. Okay, this is where I want to show y'all where Obama's been getting all this money. He's been getting all this money off us, y'all. They have robbed Americans blind. Blind. We have been robbed, y'all. We've been robbed. These mofos. And you know what? These Democrat people still want these people back in the office. It makes
What?
sense.
You're trying to tell me since 2010, Barack Hussein Obama has received $2.6 million a year for kickbacks for Obamacare. So this motherfucking Nancy Pelosi says, you need to see what's in the bill. We need to pass it. So Barack Obama could get $2.6 million a year of our taxpayer fucking money for kickbacks for Obamacare. Yeah, that's right. Doge just uncovered this shit on the 26th of February, from what I'm hearing, that Barack Hussein Obama is taking our fucking tax money and sticking it in his fucking pocket while he's pushing his fucking shitty-ass fucking Obamacare that we had to pay for out of our taxes. Remember when that first happened? If we didn't pay for it, we had to pay for it out of our taxes. And this motherfucker's been getting $2.6 million a year of our taxpayer money as kickbacks for Obamacare. That is the reason everybody's complaining about healthcare right now. It's because it's Obamacare that everybody's complaining about. Holy fucking shit.
Not one word from the media on that. Not one word from the media about that kind of money. Not one word from the media about the $3 trillion of unidentified money that went missing from our IRS. Nothing has been said about it. It's like, oh well, they just, where did it go? If that was our butts, oh my God, can you imagine? Let's see. Yes, they have been robbing us blind. They go in making 200,000, but come out with 100 million in their bank accounts. Do the math. Don't math. Come up, Sailor, if you want to talk about it. This is me and her subject. Y'all, I'm telling y'all, the United States is, listen, if them mofos get back in office, we've all had the lick. Trump's only going to be in office for 4 years. What's going to happen after the 4 years? You know what I'm saying? Trump has God. That's all the security he needs. Yes, right now, this is God's country still. And I feel like God is trying to clean it up. But we also have to do our part too, y'all. And calling out these mofos like P. Diddy and stopping your children from watching these people on TV, and stop watching Netflix, you all. And stop letting your kids idolize these people. I mean, we could do our part too. Get your kids outside, get them off the internet, get them off social media. Don't watch these movies that these sickos like Tom Hanks and them put out. Don't go to the movie theaters and support their movies. Hopefully Vance will step up. I hope so. But as long as we continue to accept it and to support these people, I still won't watch Netflix. I still won't. And I know there's a lot a lot of good stuff sometimes. But here's something on Tom Hanks, y'all. Tom Hanks. Oh, Miss Sayla's coming up. Okay, let me let Miss Sayla up right quick, y'all. Hello, Miss Sayla.
Hey,
How are you doing?
doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I had to speak out on this. I mean, like freaking P. Diddy is a freaking monster, like more than a monster. Where is the outrage from the people? Like he literally brutally SA'd not only women but young men and young
Kids.
boys.
Mm-hmm. And
Yes.
kids. Yep.
Yes. And why wasn't he arrested when it happened? Why
Well,
is he
because there was corruption there, and honestly, I do believe that now that Trump's in there, the corruption's gonna hold up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because he's getting rid of some people.
He really is. But the thing is, I think Cappy warned us of Hanks long ago. He did, and now Hanks is starting to show his colors.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But there's still people out here that idolize him. Like, where is their outrage for these young people that has been victims of this monster? Hey, White Widow baby. Okay,
Exactly.
love you. Huh?
Exactly. I mean, it's like they're blind when it comes to that kind of stuff. But
Yeah.
it's like, I mean, they want to hang Trump up on a daggum cross and hang him and act like he thinks he's some kind of martyr
Yeah.
or something.
And what
But I
about
mean,
the BS that Kanye has been doing? Like his naked wife, who is completely gross.
yeah, I saw that.
I mean, and then his anti-Semitism, what is that said? Semitism, where he talks.
Anti-Semitism,
Yeah. I
where
mean,
he's like an anti-Semite against Jewish people.
exactly. How is he allowed to get away with that? And everybody just says, oh, well, he's crazy. But they completely gross, ain't it?
I don't even know if that's really Kanye. I mean, and I'm not the only person that said that. And my daughter, like, my young, she don't believe in no conspiracy theories.
Uh-huh.
But she even says, she's like, I don't think that is Kanye. I don't.
You don't think? You think? What did you see that where Ariana Grande said that they erased her memory?
No, I didn't see that, but I
Oh,
believe it.
let me show you. I'll play it again. Where they
They
said,
put that shock stuff on your brain and they erase your memory. And that's why a lot of
yeah,
them come out with their hair like bleached platinum blonde after that.
yeah, like
Because it turns it white.
she wasn't supposed to say it, and she said it.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I'll show you. And you could tell that she's not with it. I mean, there's
And
some.
Beyonce at one time was like that too, where she was just staring off into space and rocking back and forth. You could
Uh-huh.
tell that she had been through something
I
lately.
think she's got a demon. To be
Well,
honest.
she does have a demon. All these people have a demon. Ariana Grande, she's a witch.
Bitch, yeah, she admitted to that.
Yeah.
I was trying to find where that was.
And that Wicked musical was just, I mean, I didn't see it, but I saw a lot of
Yeah.
like side
Well,
takes and a lot of stuff. It was evil. It's just evil.
did you see where that woman that played the witch is going to try to play the part of
Jesus
Jesus?
Christ superstar, yeah.
That is awful. Hey,
Blasphemous. A woman
it-
playing Jesus.
I know. It's horrible. Here's where Ariana Grande said that she was.
The occult. Please watch this.
They did the Brighter Days memory erasure treatment to me, so I'm having trouble remembering the details. They're foggy because at the Brighter Days clinic they do the memory erasure, The memory erasure. They erase my memory. It's a little foggy, but
Hey guys.
Guys, she's not supposed to be talking about this. Brightest crayon in the box. And
Yeah, I just played it, but this guy, memory
She's not
erased.
supposed to be
Hey,
saying
Mac,
that
who's
at
that
all.
Huh?
She's not supposed to be telling that at all. But I
No,
mean, they
she
scrambled her
is.
memory up so she don't remember to not
I
say it.
know. Hey, Mr. T. Hey, Tattoo Rebel. Yeah. she's told it on it. I mean, she's probably lost her mind. I mean, she doesn't act. I
all
mean,
together there. Like,
but
she
why
seems
are
a
they
little off.
doing it? Why are they
Well, I think a lot of
erasing
times
the
whenever
blood?
people start kind of kicking back or kicking up a little bit or not wanting to go along with the
The crowd?
agendas, I
Yeah.
think they start doing that to him. Like, that is what happened with Kanye, because he had that, like, where he was like going, standing
Yeah.
up saying for Donald Trump before Donald Trump the last time, when
Uh-huh.
people were talking against him, and he was like standing up for him, and he was like, blaming Jay-Z for his mama dying and saying that
Oh yeah.
Jay-Z killed,
Oh, Jay-Z's
unalived her.
cute.
And
Mhm.
he's evil. I mean, we all know that.
Oh, yeah. He's so
Um,
evil.
and I do think that he's the handler of his wife. He's a good bit
Yeah.
older than her, and I think her father had something to do with putting that
Well,
together.
their child. Hey, Jamie, everybody's coming in.
Hey,
Um,
y'all.
hey you all. Well, the thing is that their daughter is so scared she won't even talk.
Of
Beyonce had
course,
to talk for her.
of course
What,
not.
what
Think
is
about
this
the things she's
about her
probably
people?
seen.
I know. Well, the was it her assistant? Beyonce's assistant said that
Oh,
like
how
house
she's getting witchcraft
dark,
curses put on her, and
witchcraft, and
yeah,
could you imagine growing up in a house like that?
no, no.
Yeah.
And you know that, I'm sorry, but, like,
Uh-huh.
they're all up into the Masons. I mean, way up in there, they don't like, they put that, pyramid sign up for the Rockefeller thing, but it is all Masonic, honestly,
Oh
whenever
yeah.
you get down to it. And it is like, not everybody is in the Illuminati, I'll say that. But
Thank
here's
you,
the thing.
long cool woman. Thank you for being a member for 14. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Oh,
interrupt.
no, you're good.
Thank you for being a member for 14 months. Hey, Daisy and Sayla. Thank you.
Hey.
Long, long cool woman. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
I
Go
hope y'all
ahead,
are
sir.
doing good. No, I was
Oh,
just saying, like, with the Masons and stuff, it's just so integral and wrapped up. And they even put their kids through that. And I'm just
yeah.
saying, there's rituals and stuff those kids go through. Trust me when I tell you that. Because
Yeah.
when you get up that high, those kids are like programmed. Like,
Oh, yeah.
the parents kind of carry on their trauma to their children. They pass it on.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Matt Sales. Made you look. This is free. LOL. Thank you for the membership for 1 month. Thank you so much, Matt. Thank
That's
you,
nice.
Cat of New Hampshire. Hey, Daisy. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you, guys. God
That's
bless you.
sweet.
Thank you for supporting my channel, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. You have to do that. You have to address the people. Yeah, we have to address the people.
Oh, true comes and cars and guitars. A member for 3 months. Thank you
Oh,
so
yay.
much. Woohoo! Thank you guys. Thank you for supporting my channel. God
Yeah,
bless you guys. Thank you so much.
because YouTube
Y'all are
sure don't do
awesome.
nothing. They
Yeah,
don't.
I only come on like once a week, so I don't really get to get on here a whole much because I'm at work
You're
and
working
stuff.
on the weekend and stuff now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and then I had a class today that I had to go to, so I'm just busy,
Yeah, I've been
busy.
looking for you, but I ain't seen you. Like, because I never get notified. No, I don't care how many times I push the button or stuff like
Uh-huh.
that. I have to go on live to see if anybody's on live that I know or whatever.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
And I very rarely catch anybody.
I would come on every day if I could. I really would.
Yeah, I know. I would love it if you could, but
Oh,
I
we
know you're busy.
definitely keep because I was gonna come on yesterday, but I just like, oh, I'm so tired. So I made it for tonight. It's really disappointing all the corrupt people preying on children in television, movies, and music. Most often the prey is the fans, sadly.
Yeah.
Yes. And now it's getting more and more exposed. The Lord is bringing it out, y'all.
Yeah.
He is bringing it out.
Well, the Bible says that everything that is done in the darkness will be brought to the light. Everything done in
Yes,
secret will be
ma'am.
made manifest and known.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening because I believe we are so
Mhm.
close to the end
Oh,
of,
we
you
are
know what I'm saying? Like the time of the church age and all
Mhm.
that. Because, I mean, it does say in the Bible, and I know some people believe in pre trib, some people believe in mid trib, some people believe in post trib. But personally, like I do believe, like in Second Thessalonians, where it says, first, I mean, before the church is taken, it says that this man of perdition, the son of perdition, will be revealed. And then those who are, asleep or dead in Christ will rise. And then those of us that are left will be caught up in the air with them.
Yes.
So, really, now the Antichrist will be made known before we're taken. But now we don't know when that's going to be in the
Yeah.
tribulation part, but
Yeah.
I feel like we're just either so close or
We're
already in it.
so close because that
Yeah.
third temple is going to be. I just have
They've
a
already got
feeling.
those red heifers. They've been working on that.
Uh-huh.
They've already they had them for
And
a
then
couple of years now.
something about the law of Moses, or the rules of Moses now.
Yeah, those what are they called? Noahide laws or Levitical laws?
Yeah,
Or, yeah.
something. And I'm not sure. And make no mistake, definitely respect what God wrote with Moses and stuff. But Jesus changed a lot of that as well. And to me, that's just I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
But
everything before Jesus came and was crucified, it was different. Everything was different before Jesus. That's why it changed the time, split time in half. I mean,
right.
and not only that, but if you think about it, think
Mhm.
about this, because of what Adam and Eve did in the garden. Remember,
Yep.
they made fig trees for themselves. They used the leaves and stuff, and they were hiding from God. And he asked
Yeah.
that rhetorical question, where are you? He knew where they were, of
Yeah.
course. And then, they answered, and then they were hiding. But when he put them out, what's the first thing he did? He took animal skin and covered them. Well, what happened after that? Then that caused a blood sacrifice to have to happen. That animal had to die to cover them. So
Yeah.
just like Jesus Christ would come in the future, that was even a pre-foreshadowing of what Jesus was going to have to do. That
Yeah.
meant that something blood had to be spilled to make
Shed. Yeah.
atonement for for
Yeah.
sins. So up and from then until Jesus came, they had to have a blood sacrifice,
Animal.
with the
Animal.
uh the priests and that kind of thing, and
Oh
they
yeah.
had to, go through a
Well,
whole
even
ceremony.
Abraham did it before Moses.
Right,
You know,
exactly.
Abraham,
And they
was
had to tie that rope
wow.
around his waist, around their waist, and they would go in the tent, and
Yeah.
they had to, be absolved of their sins before they could go in
Mhm.
there, or they'd drop dead right in there in the Holy of Holies. And they'd
Mhm.
have to pull them out. That's why they put that rope around them, because if they dropped dead in there, they had to pull them out because nobody could go in there.
Yeah. If
So,
they
but
laid eyes on the Ark of the Covenant,
right,
they
right,
would die if they weren't a Levite. I
exactly.
posted a
So,
post the other day that said if Adam and Eve were Cajun, we wouldn't be in this trouble because they would have ate the snake.
yeah, they'd have killed that snake and barbecued him.
Yeah,
Put him on the barbie.
absolutely. But the sick monsters, and it's been going on since the beginning. People have been sacrificing their children, and
Yep.
it's just really getting
I mean,
really
in the
out of
Bible, it
control.
talks about Baal and Moloch.
Yeah,
Those are both gods, or little g. When I say that, the people
yeah,
call them gods, but they sacrifice their kids to. And God said, "Do not pass your children through the fire," which because
no,
back then they would burn them, through the
oh
fire like
yeah,
that. But these days, that's what abortion is. People don't understand that, and I hate to get on this subject because
yeah,
people get mad and touchy about it. But I'm
yeah.
sorry, I'm just got
That's
like I
okay.
got to face God when I go to heaven,
Yeah.
and if you murder a baby, and
Hmm.
that's exactly what God detested. He called it detestable, and he
Yeah.
hated it, and
Hmm.
he punished them severely.
Yeah.
And believe
Yeah.
me, these states, I think that's why that Roe versus Wade, whenever they did that, and it was
Uh-huh.
reversed to the states, I think it's because I'm serious. When the punishment comes, there's certain states that's going to get it worse than others.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Wrath is coming.
yeah,
Wrath
it
is
sure
coming.
is. And I hope
And
people start repenting, because I do believe, God will cover his children. I'm not saying there's
mhm,
not things we're going to have to go through,
yeah.
but, the real, things that are coming, the wrath of God, like
Yeah.
that's going to be poured out on the ungodly and the ones that are doing all this evil stuff.
I seen on Facebook the other day where a young girl was depressed, and so they let her choose to take a medication and unalive herself because of her depression. And what I forget what state it was, but yeah, she
I
was
knew
only
that was coming.
28
I
years
knew that was
old.
coming.
28.
Like euthanasia is what it's called, and I
Yeah,
knew that was coming.
euthanasia.
Because
Do they
whenever
not know that their life is not theirs to take? It's
well, think
God's
about
life.
for 50 years now, they have taken away the sanctity of human life by killing children, babies, by
Yes,
unaliving babies.
yes.
And so, if you think about it, the whole generations from then until now have just
Mm,
gotten worse and worse and worse. And they've gone further and further and further apart away from,
uh-huh.
understanding that you don't unalive babies, you know what I'm saying, and kill
Yeah,
them. You know,
you're unalive
there's so many
anybody.
people that want to adopt children. There's just no
Mhm.
sense in it, except for the fact that the people up at the top that cause all these and put these laws in effect, they know what they're doing.
But the false religion of I can take my own life and I'm still going to go to heaven is I don't
Mhm.
know. I don't
Yeah,
it's
I don't
not
know
your
either.
life to
It's not
take.
my decision or my
Yeah,
I can't judge where somebody's
and
necessarily going
I
unless I know what
understand
they are.
that
But at the
people
same time, the Bible does say, I mean, because it is still considered the M word. You know what I'm
uh-huh.
saying? Even if you do it to yourself. I mean, you're
Right,
taking a life that God gave. Now, listen, I
right.
don't know, if somebody is in a position where they've been on life support and, they've had machines keeping them alive and things like that. After a certain time, I do understand why they,
Well, see,
take.
that's a different story because
Right,
they're basically playing tug of war with the Lord.
right.
And the only thing that's keeping them alive
It's a
is the life
machine.
support.
Right. And if
It's
they
not
take them
like
off the life support and they still live, then they'll still have to,
and some do.
hopefully keep feeding them. And they have cut feeding
Well,
tubes off and stuff
some
like that.
lives some lives for days and hours, but they cannot sustain without mechanic.
Right.
That's a different story. That's
Right.
that's a different. But when you have a young, healthy 28
Person.
year old
I
woman
mean, they're
who
having
is
all kind of
preparing,
emotions that they might not be
yeah,
dealing with. They might need to,
yeah,
go and I mean, honestly, first of all, they need the Lord.
yeah,
Because I do believe that the joy of the Lord is our strength.
yes,
And honestly, without the joy of the Lord, you're gonna be depressed. Listen,
right.
I've been depressed going through what I've been going through,
I
but I
think
still got the joy of the Lord.
oh yeah, and
Like,
you're a very strong person, very
I mean,
strong.
you could be depressed, you can cry, but still have faith in the Lord and understand that
Yeah,
He's still got a plan and it's way better than your plan.
yeah.
And you might not know it on this side, but on the other side, we'll know it.
Yes, and a difference between a person that is a DNR, which is a do not resuscitate,
Resuscitate, yeah.
and a person that is euthanasia is that person cannot survive without medical interventions. Like they
Right,
are basically playing tug of war with the Lord, basically.
right,
So they can choose to not be put on this, not go through that, and let the Lord take them peacefully
right.
versus taking a pill and just unaliving yourself.
Correct.
So there you go.
Because I mean, I do believe that that is kind of not putting your faith in the Lord. Because I mean, I hurt.
Yeah,
I know that I know plenty of other people that hurt. Look at what Christine's been through with all of her
right.
cancer and all that kind of stuff. She could just say, "I just want to take something and unalive." But then
Mhm.
look, I mean, she did get better and she has a longer life. And like,
Yeah,
what if she'd have just said, "I don't want to go through that and I want to take this and I don't have to go." You know what
right.
I'm saying? I mean,
Uh-huh.
I think that I do believe it does have to do with people having a relationship and having faith, you
With the
know.
Lord, yes.
But I think that it should not be an option, for people to just kill theirself with
No,
help,
in my
especially.
opinion, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if there's like if you are terminal and you choose not to have any more treatment done,
Yeah, right.
I can understand that. That's
Right.
that's totally different.
Because honestly, most of the time when they have home health care anyway, when it gets so
Yeah.
bad at the end, they come in there and they give them morphine and to the
Oh
point
yeah.
that they can't
They
breathe
help.
anyway. They
Yeah.
help them. So it's kind of
Yeah.
similar, but they're not going to live anyway. So they're just taking them out
No.
of their misery and they're not
Or
going to, you know what I'm
well,
saying?
they just keep them comfortable somewhere they won't
Comfortable. Yeah,
hurt.
right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because they did that with my
Mhm,
mama and I
mhm.
was in there with her. And, you know, I was thankful for that because I
Yeah.
wouldn't want to see her suffer.
I know.
And I mean, if I knew she wasn't going to make it, why not? I mean, I don't want her hanging on and hanging on and hanging on, suffering and suffering and suffering. You don't want to see anybody you love suffer like that
No,
for
no.
long
There's
periods of
there's a difference.
Right.
Um,
There's
you
somebody
know,
walking around having depression because, at that age especially, you can have depression and even have, depression that's like seasonal. Like, I
right.
have that even where I get more depressed a little
Oh,
bit in
I
the
get
wintertime.
seasonal too.
Yeah. And that's the normal thing. But,
Mm,
her hormones and everything, maybe they're a little off. The doctors might need to look at that because that can make you depressed.
right.
They needed to, I think, probably do a little more stuff than just say that you can go ahead and just do yourself
Well,
in.
take a pill. I mean, Miss Daisy, when a person has a DNR, can the person that has medical power of attorney change it? Yes. At any time, family can step in and say,
hmm
you can do everything. And it has happened. It has
Especially
happened.
like a spouse or a child.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, and believe it or not, I have seen people that were younger with no medical problems, family try to make them a DNR, and doctors step in and said, absolutely not.
Right. Because they know that they could probably pull them back out,
Yeah,
maybe. Yeah.
yeah, definitely. And um, hang
I mean,
on.
because you don't know. I mean, I've heard and watched that thing about that, life after death, where people die and have near death experiences and stuff. Some of those people are dead for minutes and minutes and minutes, like a long time,
Oh
and then
yeah,
they still come back. So sometimes, even
yeah.
if they do, you know,
I've seen people hang on, just barely taking breaths until their family gets there.
yep.
And as soon as their family's there, they make their way back home to the Lord.
Yeah, my
Like,
nanny was like that. She waited till all of her kids and
yes.
grandkids were in there, and we were all just around her, and it was just what it was. And I mean, it was sad, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause she
Yeah.
was young. She was only 62, so she was
Yeah.
really young. But our grandfather, her husband, had just died before that. They got,
Okay,
married
thanks.
like at World War II,
Uh-huh.
and since she was 15. A lot of whenever a spouse passes away, if they've been together a long time, then you'll
Uh-huh.
see the other spouse will go down quickly a lot of
Oh, I
times.
see that a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen that quite a bit. What do you think about the weather? The weather is crazy right
It
now.
is. Y'all heard about all them fires in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, hadn't you?
No, I haven't heard about them, but I
Oh,
know that Tennessee has
yeah, we've had
for
like,
sure.
178 fires in
Well,
South
this wind
Carolina.
ain't helping, is it?
No, but I prayed so hard yesterday for rain, and I woke up this morning, it was raining like crazy.
Well, good. The Lord
I
answered.
know.
You know
I
what
was
Bob told me? What
what?
happened to him? Because he's a Christian boy.
Uh,
He told me that the other day he was praying in school, and he said, God, if there's demons in here, let one of them look at me. And he said this girl turned to him and gave him the most evilest look right at that moment when
ooh,
he said that. I said, well, the Lord
oh,
showing me that
yeah.
that
Tell him he needs to start praying for her, and also praying for protection against her.
exactly.
Pray
He
for her
said
and pray for against her for
he said
him.
it scared him a little bit because of the look she gave him, but he said she looked him dead in the eyes and gave him an evil look. And he said it in his head, so
Right. But
that's
that,
kind of
listen,
scary.
demons know that kind of thing. I'm
I
just
bet you
saying.
didn't, T. Huh?
Demons, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, people don't understand. They don't think kids can be demonized, but they can.
Oh,
Because,
yeah.
but in the
Eyes
Bible,
closed, one
there's
bit most of it.
several instances where Jesus,
Oh, yeah.
delivered a child that was throwing himself in the fire, or that had a mute, dumb,
Right.
deaf spirit, or what, mute, dumb spirit. Yeah. And then
Uh-huh.
there was another one where the mother went and begged him, and then the disciples couldn't even deliver her.
Jason.
And Jesus said, that those only came out by prayer and fasting.
Yeah,
So,
only
yeah.
Jesus could get them out.
Right.
Yes.
So, I'm just saying, like, people are crazy if they think that children can't be demonized. And I'm not going to say
Oh,
necessarily that.
especially high school children,
Oh yeah,
especially the school he
middle,
goes
mid.
to.
I say middle and high school for
Some of these
sure.
kids, you wonder if they ever even had a day of church in their life because they're so confused
They
and so
haven't.
mixed up, especially
They
here.
haven't.
You know, in Harlan, it was a smaller town and it was more a church town. The school celebrated the Lord during Christmas and everything. He was used to being in the small community school that basically everyone's Christians, to coming
Right.
down here to where these kids are so confused and they're lost. And so hopefully he can be a light to some of them because he's told me some stories. And you know what he told me he wants to do now?
What?
See, his brother died of leukemia, so when he
No.
was 8, so he wants to be an oncologist. And you
Oh
know where he
wow.
said he wanted to go to school at?
Where?
John Hopkins University.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's already looking into scholarships because he's extremely smart
Yeah.
and he gets high scores and he gets high grades.
Mhm.
And so he's looking into
Hopefully
going.
he'll get a bunch of grants and
I
stuff.
told him,
And
I was like, I'm going with you. I'm going to go up there and explore that hospital and that university because I've heard highly of John Hopkins University.
oh yeah, that's where the top
Top,
top go. Yeah.
yeah. And he had a teacher that tried to discourage him the other day of it. And I said,
Don't you
don't you let
discourage
her
children.
listen. Like
Uh-uh.
he said, that made me so mad. It makes me want to do it even more. He said,
Good. I'm
Daisy,
glad.
Miss Daisy, I came in late. Did you play the Ariana Grande says she's a witch? I have not played that, but I have played that in the past where she says that she's a witch and she practices witchcraft.
Oh, she don't hide it at all, does she? She just
Mm-mm.
comes on out with it.
So many young kids today say nothing about God. It's strange to me. Their parents are more worried about their popularity and their sports than they are teaching them
Mhm.
about the Lord, the
Yep.
most important thing there is. And that is something I have probably with Bub even more than my girls, um, I've
Well, I
taught.
do think as we get older, we realize as we, what I'm saying, get a little bit older, we realize how much important how important it is and how spiritual warfare is so real, you know. Because
It's
even though
very
you
real.
know the Lord when you're young or whatever, I mean, you grow in the Lord as you get older. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
And you read
Well,
more of the Bible, and or you
yeah.
just see things yourself.
And I just wonder what opportunities that the Lord has in store for him to be a young Christian boy so strong in his faith. I think that's the reason why the Lord saved him out of that situation that he was in
Yeah.
from the very beginning. He told me that that was going to be my baby, and my goodness, he was my baby, and he's been
Yep.
my baby, and he'll be 18 next month. And
Mm.
he's a good kid. And when he told me that the other day, I was like, woo. He said it scared him though when that girl looked at him. Well, look what the cat drug in.
There she is.
Good night, Auntie Sherry. We
We
love
love
you.
you.
Honey.
Well, you need to tell him, say, don't be scared, and in his head, just rebuke her. In the name of
Yes,
Jesus, just rebuke her and also
exactly.
pray for her at the same time, though, that she
Yes,
finds the Lord because
yes,
you don't know what kind of environment she comes from at home.
right.
Just
And
don't get close to her.
I think that we all should band together too and pray for these celebrities that's under these witchcraft and devil
Oh,
worship.
absolutely.
And
In fact, I've been praying for Brian Warner. Well, I mean, everybody calls him Marilyn Manson, but God told me to pray for him, but to pray for
oh,
Brian Warner, not Marilyn Manson.
oh,
Hmm.
like
Which was his name before. And he ended up we went to
oh,
Myrtle Beach for vacation, and he came the night before, and me and some of our friends from church group that we got together,
oh
we were
my goodness.
praying. Well, Beyonce and her husband was coming to the Coliseum too. I meant to the
Mm-hmm.
football stadium, and it was going to be outside, so all that stuff was going into air in our
Mm-hmm.
city. So we went and were praying about against that, and we were also praying, for Brian Warner, for Marilyn Manson, but in his real name. not his,
Yes, because
pseudo name.
he looks evil. Like
He
he
is.
he
No,
gives
he's a
off that
priest.
evil.
He's a satanic priest, like
Oh yeah.
ordained satanic priest.
See, why? Why? I don't get it.
They think, but what does it it says in the Bible, what does it gain a man to have the whole world but lose his soul? And that's so true.
Mhm. Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. Oh, thank you, Rita R. Thank you for gifting a $10 super chat. Thank you,
Aw,
thank you. God bless you, honey, for
that's
that.
so sweet.
And put thank you. Some of these things will let you put thank you on here, and then some of them won't. Thank you, Rita R. Are you monetized on yours? Uh, did you get monetized on yours?
No, I
Keep your
never
neck.
did because I was afraid they'd take my stuff down. I got way too much stuff on there that they would
Oh yeah.
not go for.
I'm surprised sometimes they keep mine up because I talk about this stuff. But you know what? I don't get why more people are not outraged at freaking P. Diddy and what he has done.
Me
Why?
either. And
I
it's
do
not
not
just him.
get
There's
it.
so many of them too. It's like,
It
I mean,
pisses me off that they're
but the
just.
fact that they know it, I mean, and
Mhm.
those kids, I mean, some of them were even offed. You know what I mean? Um,
Mm.
you know,
Which one?
Sacra, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah.
Ritually
You,
done.
you know, the girl that told that P. Diddy overheard her on the phone with her friend saying that thought that she thought that he had unalived Tupac, the one that he brutally raped, and like that his assistant put that IUD in and everything.
Hmm.
He was going to carve her face like the Joker or
Oh my
something.
gosh, like a Glasgow smile.
Yeah, and
Oh gosh.
his assistant talked him out of doing that, but he brutally essayed her so bad. Him and
Tore her up.
yeah, and she assisted in it, and then gave her IV fluids after. How did he get away with all this stuff for years? I mean, I do
Well,
not.
for one thing, he made everybody turn their phones in and wouldn't let nobody take phones in.
Right.
I guess he had security that, patted them down at the
But
door
you
and
know,
stuff.
the police were corrupted. I haven't got
He
my
had to pay
passes
them
yet,
off.
Rita, or I haven't got them yet, baby. I have to probably go to Harlan to get them. So whenever my husband goes, I'll send him there to the post office to get them. Thank you so much, though. I'll definitely use them. Thank you, Rita. Yeah, I haven't got my anything yet from my mailbox yet. It's
Oh,
hard.
you got to go to the post office?
Yeah, get them from the post office.
Yeah.
So, but thank you, Rita. I'll let you know as soon as I do get them. But yeah, I don't know. He's just a monster along with all the rest of them. Like I don't even want to watch TV anymore because of
Oh,
them.
I don't. Unless I'm watching something to see like what's going on, like or an agenda.
Hey,
Like,
Gail.
and I'm not watching it for enjoyment most of the time. I'm watching it to see what their agenda is because that's where they show it.
Oh
It's
yeah.
through the television and movies and things like that. So I'm sitting there with a notepad taking notes.
Well, it's. I'll tell you what. It's just they're
And
just
I'll pray
monsters.
beforehand. Like if I'm going to watch some stuff that I know that they're going to put agenda and like what they're going to do in it because they know that Christians are not going to watch a lot of this stuff. And
Yeah.
so the Lord told me just to pray. If He tells, and I don't do it unless He tells me to do something or to watch something, but I will pray ahead of time, and then I'll take notes and I'll watch it, and then and it usually does show things like what they're planning. The enemy has to show what his plans are. God, has a rule, and He has to, and
Yeah.
so He uses Hollywood. That's His instrument.
I think I had a spiritual spouse last night.
Oh no!
I really know I did.
What
Uh,
happened?
in my dreams.
Oh, you got to rebuke it.
I know. I know. Uh definitely. Definitely.
Listen, that happened to me one time
It was not good.
in
That's
my
for
dreams.
sure.
I'm telling you, and I don't even think like this. And Ashton Kutcher, honestly,
Mm-hmm.
is a kid to me. I mean, I don't know how old he is, but he just
There's
reminds
my
me of a kid.
address, y'all. Uh-huh.
But in my dream I was kissing my husband, and then like I looked up and it was Ashton Kutcher, and in my dream I jumped up and was like,
Well, I wasn't married in the dream.
right.
Did you
I
say
know.
spiritual spouse? Yes. A spiritual spouse is a demon that comes to you in a dream.
Yeah, a lot of times it's an incubus or a succubus
Yeah.
spirit.
And and to me, I was young again.
Hmm.
And there was a person that I used to hang out with
Hmm.
when I was younger. And yeah, it wasn't a good dream.
Yeah, just pray before you go to bed and rebuke that stuff.
Yeah.
Because listen, I used to have like sleep paralysis.
Basically, they seduce you in your dreams.
Yeah, they do. They come to you, and especially with men. Y'all
Yes.
been talking about the the WET dreams and stuff.
Yes.
That's because of those spiritual.
Hey,
I'm telling
y'all.
you, it really is.
Yeah. Like this person, like a long time ago, we used to hang out as young guns.
Hmm.
And like in my dream last night, like it's seducing. It was
Yeah.
seduced. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's a real thing. I
It was
mean, it's happened to
seducing.
I think it's happened to everybody, honestly. But
Yeah.
the enemy is just crafty like that, and
Oh, thank you,
he,
Sam.
and you can't help what you dream. And all you got to do is before you go to sleep,
Amen.
because you got the deal now. You know what's up. So you just
Yeah.
pray and rebuke that before you go to bed,
Yeah.
and it won't bother you no more. And
Yeah.
oh, the other night I had a dream about something, and I was saying, "I rebuke you in the name of Yeshua," and I was trying to say it so hard, and I couldn't say it in my sleep till I
Uh-huh.
honestly, gosh, I yelled it out loud and woke myself up.
Did you?
Yes,
Wow.
I
See,
was
I
rebuking
talk in my
something in my.
sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I talk in my sleep a lot too. And but I don't know what brought this dream on last night. I do not know.
Could be
Um,
just the devil messing with you, you know.
yeah, he's trying
He sends
because
his little minions.
yeah, and I don't understand why. I don't know. I'm
Not
gonna
only
say
that, think about this. I will say
a
this.
long
I know
time
it's happened
ago.
before. We've talked about it before. When you're on YouTube,
Silence,
you
huh?
never know when you're on YouTube, you never know who's watching you. You could
Right.
have witches that are doing stuff.
Oh
We've talked
yeah.
about you and I have talked about that before. I
Oh
know
yeah.
I've been under
Yeah.
attack before, and I know you have too.
Yeah.
And if you're on here and you talk about the Lord, you got to be careful because
Yeah.
they watch you and they will,
Come to your
they will
dreams, maybe.
do things. Yeah, they do. I've had some
Yeah.
dreams that I know are witches messed with me and sent them.
Yeah.
I know it.
Normally in dreams, I don't go all the way, but this time I went
Right.
all the
Now, we got to remember your poor husband had surgery too now because you're
I
vulnerable.
know, but
The
I'm
enemy's
just
jumping on you while you're vulnerable.
but in the dream I wasn't married. I was still a younger girl.
Mhm.
You know what I
Yep.
mean? I forgot that I was married.
Right. Well,
So
that's the way they work.
technically that's not a bad thing, but
No,
you know, it
no,
was
but that's
definitely
just
not
how
a
they
good
work to
thing.
get you. You know what I'm saying? To get you to, because
Yeah.
if you don't realize you're married in your dream and you feel like you're, 17 again, you
Yeah,
know
I
what I'm saying?
sworn
That's a whole nother
to
situation. Mm,
and I didn't even think twice about it.
I know it. Well, that's because you wasn't married and you was a teenager.
I was fornicating Huzzy in my dream last night.
I bet you weren't the only one.
I know, but I don't know what I mean. It was just weird. And you know what I did? I looked up
What?
that person after I woke up. Is that bad?
You looked up that what?
The person.
Oh gosh. You're like, I'm trying to see if that was really him coming in my dream or if that was some kind of demon.
I don't know what made me do it. It's crazy.
That's funny. I mean, I think you're not the only person who's ever done that. Because I mean, we've all had that one or two ones, in high school or whatever when we were
Yeah, well,
younger.
the thing is, me and him really wasn't a thing.
Well, even if
That
you
is
weren't,
bad.
it
It
don't
is
matter.
me.
I mean,
It's
because
bad.
even
Huh?
if you didn't do anything with them, if that was in
Oh.
your head back then as a younger person,
No, actually, that person actually tried to grope me when I
oh
was like a
no.
teenager. and I got embarrassed and left.
Well, that was the devil then coming at you,
Yeah.
demons, because they picked the
Yeah.
person that embarrassed you to do it.
Last night I wasn't embarrassed though. The Daisy Huzzy come out. And I
Daisy After
mean
Dark.
Daisy After Dark. But I'm just saying it's weird how they will come to you and manipulate you, and
Yeah, they do.
I don't know, it's crazy.
Listen, and we all fall short. I mean,
We
there's not
do.
one of us that don't deal with human things all the time.
Yes, 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 yes.
I
And
mean,
I've been trying to get closer to the Lord. I found a Hillsong worship CD, so I'll play it like going to work and stuff. And I don't know. I've been getting closer to the Lord.
well, that's good. Be careful. I don't know how old that Hillsong CD is. Just be careful listening to some of that music.
Oh, Hillsong?
Yeah.
I listen to stuff that I know that was written by the heart, and some of that music
It
definitely.
is, because even though the church kind of had a little problem, like Darlene Check that used to sing for Hillsong, man,
Uh-huh.
she's got a very, like, you can just tell that music comes from her heart and her spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like the Lord works through her.
Yeah. And Taya too. You can tell she's a Christian. Taya, the one that sings Oceans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
Jaden
was the
sang that one year.
scandal with them, with Hillsong?
What? Well,
Was it the
Brian
owner?
Houston, in Australia, because that's where Hillsong started.
Mhm.
Like back in the 80s or whatever.
Mhm.
But his dad got in trouble for doing some stuff with some children, and they kind of covered it up. And then Brian Houston had an affair with somebody's wife that worked for him, and
Uh-huh.
just you know how it is.
But
I
that
mean,
doesn't define
the
the
devil
whole
tries to
case.
the devil tries to get
Yes,
into
he
church.
does.
The best and you look how many churches go through scandals and stuff
Yes.
like that because the enemy wants to smear, you know,
Right. Right.
God and his house. And so
Oh
that's
yeah.
what I tell people, like, be careful. Don't just trust your children running around church just because you're at church. Because I'm going to tell you right now, that is where people like that go because they know that people are trusting, like it's your family, you know what I'm saying? But you
Yeah.
don't think about the people that are outsiders that come in there or people that are inside using that as I'm sorry, but like that David Dotson, I'm telling you something about him still to this day makes me uncomfortable.
Right. Soldier Soul said, yes, Diamond, Seth Rogers did in a church, and it didn't affect nobody. He is the angel of death. What did he do?
I didn't hear about that. What happened?
Ain't hurt. See, I don't follow that case because of all the cray cray.
I don't even really know who that is.
I don't. Seth Rogers is Sebastian Rogers' daddy,
Oh, okay.
which I think he's really kind of sketchy myself because he has got a lot of money under his son's name. Lots of
You think
money.
he's trying to hide something?
I don't know. I don't know. He's really going hard after the mom and stepdad,
Mm.
and I I don't I don't know if he has anything to do with it, but I feel like he is enjoying the money and the popularity that
Kind
he.
of like Andrew Hiltz did.
Mhm.
Mm.
He summoned Samuel. What?
What?
He summoned Samuel.
Oh, the
You better
angel?
watch. Summon Samuel. That right there is what King Saul did, and he died the next day.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing anything like that.
No.
I
No,
try to tell these people all the time, y'all are not conjuring up these people. First of all, especially if it's a child, you are getting demons.
yeah.
That's who you're talking to. Demons and familiar spirits.
Yeah, you're not talking to ghosts.
No.
And people leave their demons when they die.
Yep.
Yes, the angel of death. He did that in a church?
Wow.
That's crazy. That whole case is just went
Bizarre.
bonkers. It is went way out of control. It's got too ridiculous. And there's so many other children out here that can be covered. And these same creators just have run that case into the ground until it's just appalling
It's
to
sad
watch
because
it.
you know
Just like
that means that
Summer's
child.
case.
Yeah, I was gonna say just like Summer, and just
Uh-huh.
and it's just like that's what takes away from the children getting found. These people that you know what I'm saying just make a whole thing off of that one kid, and they go on and on and on and on and on about it, and beat a dead horse over and over and over, just so that they can
And
have
make
something to
up
talk
shit.
about.
And make
Yep,
up
and
stuff.
make it up. That's what the worst part is to me when they make that stuff
They
up.
make it
I
up.
can't take that now.
Mm-hmm.
And
And it
I'm not going to talk about what names and this,
came
that,
out
and the
one
other,
of
but
the
there's just some that seem to have made it their whole life's like whatever employment status to make up lies about certain cases. I'll just say that.
exactly. And
And-
and this he's enjoying his publicity and money that he's getting from his son.
Mm.
And that, you know,
That's sick right there. Even
yes,
if
it
it didn't
is.
have nothing to
In
do with
my
it, it's still
opinion,
sick.
that's just my opinion of how I feel about it. When I observe him, that he's enjoying it.
Mm. That's
What
sick.
they're talking about, he did when he was at church during the visual. He better watch out. Maybe he's into witchcraft. Maybe they need to look into him.
I
He
think he
might
might
be
be.
into some kind of
When did he go missing? When that kid go missing?
he over a year ago in February.
I was wondering what month it was, like around what
Yeah,
time.
it was last February.
It wasn't around the 14th or anything, was it?
I'm not sure. The 20 something, I think. But that case, it is just there. I seen the interview of the mom and I felt so bad for her. I don't believe for a minute she did anything. And the video they got now, I do believe that that is Sebastian running around in hiding. And this is what I think he did. He got out, he was running around that neighborhood. He's jumped in somebody's truck and they've took off down the road with him and he's jumped out when they've stopped somewhere. That's what I think happened. Because there is a video that has came forward and you can see somebody running around the neighborhood hiding and ducking down.
Really?
Yeah. And I believe that it is Sebastian. I think
Well, I
he
wonder if
was
some weirdo, you know what I'm saying,
the
like even called him out possibly. That's what I kept thinking because whenever the mom or the stepmom, whatever she was, she said
Mhm.
she heard that like thud or something like that and she told him to go to
Uh-huh.
bed, whatever. Like I think that was somebody either coming in his window or him trying to get out of it.
Yeah, I do too. I think he crawled out that window. I really
Uh-huh.
do.
But
I
I
don't
think
think
you
it was
met
the first
like
time
some
that he did it.
possibly like older person online, like playing Fortnite and games. You know, how they get on
Maybe.
those games and play with each other. And adults will go in those games and pretend like they're younger. You know,
Yeah. Yeah,
and if
catfish.
he wanted a friend or something, he could have, that they could have said, "Well, I'm 14 or 15," and act like,
Yeah. Well, young guys are being preyed on more than young girls now.
yeah.
You
There's a
know,
whole
getting young
organization,
blood.
and I don't see how it's legal, but it's called NAMBLA, and I don't know if y'all have ever heard of it, but it's called NAMBLA, and it means North American Boy Lover Association.
That's horrible, ain't
It's
it?
yeah, it's disgusting, and it's mostly out of
Mhm.
California, but you can look it up even online. It's like got a whole website and everything.
Wow. How these people not get arrested and thrown under the jail?
That's what
I
I
don't
said.
get it.
Like those are the people that should be getting the longest time of all.
Exactly. When you hurt a child, that is like should be automatic death penalty.
That's what I said.
in my
Oh, they're
opinion.
fixing, in South Carolina, they brought back the firing squad. We got somebody they fixing to execute in 3 days by the firing squad. And he actually went into it was like in 1969. They waited a long time. I don't know why they kept him so long before they did anything with him. But we used to have something called Old Sparky. That was the electric chair. I think the last person
Oh
here
yeah.
died by that. But I
Ain't
mean,
it
these are
good?
horrible people, though. I'm not, these are like animals, really.
Uh-huh.
Um, but he took and like bashed in the head of his girlfriend's parents.
Mm.
And he's been in there since then on death row, and I guess they're finally going to do it. And there were people at the state house picketing, and I don't really know how I feel about it. It depends. I mean, I really do think it
They're
depends on
gonna
what you did.
shoot him like first
Yeah.
spot.
Yeah.
What did he kill somebody or just
Yeah,
multiple
he killed
people?
2 people. He killed his girlfriend's parents and just took like a bat and went off on them.
I think that if a person hurts a child like that,
That is
they
automatic to me,
need
the
to-
death penalty. If they gonna have a death penalty, it needs to be for hurting children.
and
And I know
burn what it is.
yes. And
Castration, public.
I know y'all heard about that Susan Smith case in South Carolina from
Oh
all those years
yeah,
ago,
that
and
woman's
she
pure
watched
evil.
her 2 babies go into
Wow.
that water and then lied about it, blamed it on a black man, and said that I knew right then. I was like, she is a lying hoe. Because let me tell you
Yes.
something. I had kids about the same age at that time. My 2 boys were that age. I said, let me tell
Mhm.
you something. That mofo would have to kill me to get my kids in a car. I said, you might take my kids, but you gonna take me with you.
Exactly.
I'd be
I
like, you
would
could
not
see.
turn over my
I
car.
knew that was a lie. I knew it was a lie. I said, they need to go check that water right there where she is saying that she was at, because those kids are not alive. She's done something with them kids. I
Mhm.
knew it.
I think so too. I know she did too after a while because
Yeah.
that fake crying. And you know who she reminds me of? Um, Evelyn Boswell's mommy.
Yes. Oh my
That
gosh.
girl has a demon in her.
I
For her to
agree.
smile like that and just
It was
basically
wicked and
lie,
evil. I mean, just to watch her.
evil. She's got really deep, dark.
Mhm.
Anybody that could hurt their child has got some deep, dark demons.
And the way that that baby was done like that. And
Mhm.
in her playhouse, like in like Evelyn's playhouse as a child, that was her childhood playhouse where she put her and
Mhm.
stuffed her. And
In the
I'm just
trash,
this
basically.
I don't know. I don't know if she got on drugs, and that made her like that.
I
Uh
think she's got schizophrenia because I knew a girl that was schizophrenic like that, and she would smile and she'd look beside of you, and you're like, "What are you smiling at?" And she'd talk about this man wanting to
I
try
think
to
that's
kill you.
demonic. I think that's spiritual. Like
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I'm
think
not saying that some people don't have mental illness. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying a lot of mental illness are misdiagnosed and it's demonic.
Oh yeah, I do too. I
Mhm.
think that there is a lot of mental illness that is demonic
Mhm.
because we would talk to this girl about God and stuff, and she'd be like, I forget what she called this man that she seen, and she would snigger and laugh while she's looking at beside of you, and she'd be like, he wants to push you down the steps right now. He just
That's
wants you to
demonic.
live.
I'm sorry, but that's demonic.
Yes, and
It is.
Evelyn Boswell's mom had that same snigger on her face when she was lying and pretending like she didn't know where her daughter was.
Like Casey Anthony.
Casey Anthony. Yep.
She's another one.
Yep.
There was just something you look in her eyes and it's like it is Jezebel for one. If it's not even Leviathan and some other things looking back at you. Because I'm just telling you, like there is some evil. Like I'm sorry, but I think there's just too much of a mother instinct in most people to do their children like that. I think it has to be some kind of demon to do your child like that.
I do too. I
Even
do
if you're on
too.
drugs, it's still got to be demon led.
Yeah. Even a drug addict won't do that to their
Right.
child.
That's what I'm saying. I've known
Yeah.
drug addicts before and
Yeah.
they might do stupid stuff because they're messed up, but they
Yeah.
don't like do things intentionally,
Intentionally.
Yeah, right.
And for her to wrap that child's little head up in tinfoil like she
Mm.
did, and
Right. And that
do the
reminds
things
me of
that she
Casey
did.
Anthony, what she did to Kaylee. When she
Mhm.
taped over her mouth and over her eyes and like wrapped that duct tape around her like that. And
I think she may have sold that baby into trafficking. Or
it's possible because right where she is, right in the middle of Dagum Disney area in Orlando, and she kept saying just like Jennifer Soto, she works for Disney. She works for Disney. All these weirdos and their kids when
Disney.
they, it seems like they
Disney.
got some Disney connections over there.
And now I think with that guy, I think they're finding out more and more stuff. I haven't really been watching a lot, but I think I think there was a trafficking ring for sure.
Oh, I do too. I
back in
definitely believe it. I
Porto.
think that mama knew it. I'm sorry.
Oh
And,
yeah, she
you
knew.
know, I believe there is no possible she kept that room open for a reason. And there was a tripod. They came out with 700 more pictures, I think, like today or yesterday on Plunder. And I watched some of that. And she didn't want to show any of her delicates or anything like that, because she's
Uh-huh.
more respectful than that usually. So, I watched it and it showed where there was a tripod in the mother's room as well.
Oh. See,
And
she knew she was a part of it. She
I
was
believe
selling her
so.
daughter.
I do too. And I
I
think
believe she
that's
was selling
why
her daughter.
there's something wrong with her. I
There's
mean, she is
definitely something wrong
not
with her.
mentally right.
No, she's not. She's like, I think there's some major problems there.
And because Madeline is a minor, I do think that some things are protected, with HIPAA and things like that, and with other things because of her age. I still
Yeah.
think she possibly might have been pregnant, or at least thought she was. And
I think that there is some, because it's been mentioned a
the police
lot.
were really going after it with the kids and her friends and asking them about that. And,
Yeah.
they just, to me, put too much attention on that if it wasn't nothing to it.
Yeah, and if she was, they probably done a DNA on that baby.
Well, they would
It's-
know that it was
Yeah.
probably his. And I mean, to
Oh
be
yeah.
honest with you, like,
That little girl was sad.
it really is sad. And, I think that man's got a demon, because I think he's into some kind of stuff, because like evil things, because
Oh
I
yeah.
found
I
a
do
picture
too.
with a ring that he's got, and I looked up the ring and it's like got these horns on it and
Oh yeah.
something else, and I was like, well, he's into some kind of dark stuff.
Well, did you see that the reason why Ben Affleck left J-Lo is because she was putting freaking witchcraft on
Oh
him?
yeah, that
Like,
don't
she's in the
surprise me at all.
Santeria
I've
shit
heard a
now.
lot about J-Lo and the Santeria. I have.
Uh-huh.
Like, some people that have worked for her as assistants have
Uh-huh.
come out and said some things about her, doing
Oh
some things
yeah.
like that. And like Santeria is kind of a mixture of like a type of a hoodoo or voodoo and Catholicism,
Oh yeah.
and it's like really bad. It
Yeah.
really is.
Well, I reckon she was putting like voodoo and shit on him, and uh like he wasn't about that, because he had a good wife before her. That
Yeah.
one woman that he was married and he's got children, I think he's back with her. I
And
think
it's
he
like
went
she's
in
got,
with
well,
that
anybody
girl.
that's got the spirit of witchcraft has got the spirit of Jezebel. They just go together hand in hand. I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
so I
Nobody
think
even likes her.
yeah, I think what she does when she works with people on certain projects, I do. I think
Mhm.
she puts some kind of spell on them,
Oh
like
yeah.
what happened with Nicole Kessinger and Chris Watts. I think that same thing happened, like Jezebel and Ahab. I mean, seriously, I really
Yeah.
believe that.
She
Because
did.
I
She
think he was a
does.
different person until he met her, and I think if he had never met her,
Now
that
he
woman and those
realizes.
kids would be alive.
And I do. I think that it has a lot. I think that spiritual world is very, very real. And when you mess with that stuff and you are not protected
Hmm.
and you're not a Christian, hey, 357.
Hey, and
Um,
he opened himself up to that,
when
and
he left his wife for that hoe.
that's right, and that's what happened. Them daggum things jumped on him,
They
you
said
know.
she won't even look at you and speak to you. People that has actually like worked for her said that she won't even look at you. Like she thinks she's too good to look at you.
Wow.
Yeah. Like she's on a high horse. I don't even know.
Um,
So I don't give a damn how pretty somebody is or how sexy somebody is.
that don't
Because I think
matter
his
if your
first wife was
soul is
way
dark.
prettier, but yeah. So, well, did you see P Diddy's lawyer? He represented Osama bin Laden, and damn, he quit Diddy. So there must be something real, real
Mhm.
bad that Diddy's done that he just says, "Nuh-uh, I'm not touching this sheet."
Must be like, a lot of those people like Osama bin Laden and like families like that. Like they funnel money into certain things and they don't care how they make it, if it's trafficking children or trafficking drugs or whatever,
Oh
you know.
yeah.
And he could be pouring money into Diddy's little enterprise there. You know, people like that, I'm saying, like you could
Well,
get
I think
investors.
that there's way more people behind Diddy than just Diddy.
Oh, believe
I
me,
think Clive
Clive
Davis.
Davis. That's what I was going to say. He's number one. He's
Yeah, the
why
rabbit
Whitney
hole
Houston.
goes deep.
That's how what happened to Whitney Houston. Clive Davis.
And Michael Jackson too, and
Yep.
Prince. What they're
Hmm.
saying.
Yep. And
Um,
Jay-Z had something to do with Prince too, because Jay-Z had just signed a deal with him with, like, was it Sony Music or something, like to get a portion of his royalties off of some of his songs, and he like joined up with Jay-Z, and it wasn't like a cut, but I need to go back and look. I don't want to misquote, but I'm
I
just
think
saying it was really shortly after that.
I think that Jay-Z's way more eviler than Diddy. I think he's more
Oh, I do too. I do
into
too.
the
I
deep
think
darkness than
because
Diddy
he's
was.
like actually like a high priestess, like a witch priestess or
Yeah,
satanic
he's got
priestess.
some dark demons.
Hmm. And
Like,
he's very close, or he was with that Marina Abramovic, which is
oh yeah,
a very high level, you know,
witch.
Satanist witch.
Hmm.
And she does all kind of stuff. And that other woman, Lammy,
Michelle
Michelle
Lama.
Lammy, hmm,
Yeah,
she is another one.
evil. You can see the demons in those.
Yeah, and look at their hands and everything. I mean, I'm just saying, you could just see they're eat up with demons.
Yeah, yeah. And for that little girl of Jay-Z and Beyonce's to be so scared that she can't even talk, like, what
Mm-mm.
has that kid witnessed? That child is a nervous wreck.
If you only knew,
And
like
then,
seriously, I
yeah,
mean, Yanni could tell you. I'm just telling you. I mean, these poor kids, they get put in coffins with snakes, and they get locked in there alone in the dark
they're
until they're so scared they get taken and put in water to the point of drowning, and then brought back up and resuscitated. They get. I mean, it's horrible. I mean,
well,
I
they
could.
put them in little holes in the ground too. They put them in like
Yep. In these
dungeons
little
and caves.
dungeons, and they put them down in there,
Mhm.
and they'll leave them, there
I
alone.
believe God's with them. I pray that God's with them the whole time.
Yeah.
I
Well, I believe
do.
that. I believe that he is, because
Yeah.
I think that's why children disassociate like they do
Mhm.
when bad things happen to them, because I believe that's God's way of protecting
Yeah.
children from that kind of situation.
Oh yeah. Especially if you're locked in a dark room by yourself and
Or
you
you're
can't see
being,
anything.
the word.
Essayed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because remember I told you about that at the Masonic Lodge with me, and um,
Uh-huh.
like, honestly, it's like I left my body and I was just floating up at the top looking down. Like I was looking at bald heads with the candlelight flickering off of them. And I mean, I can tell you
Wow.
that whole place how it's laid out and everything. And I was a little kid. There's no way I could know
What
that.
were they doing to you? What
I
were
was
they
on
doing?
that middle thing that's the altar there at the Masonic Lodge. All of them have one. It looks almost like a coffin type thing, but they put all
Uh-huh.
the different books like the Quran, the Bible, just different books. Satan is the satanic book, the Antonov satanic book is Satan. All
Uh-huh.
those different things, they put them all up there together because they just make you have a higher power. They don't care who your higher power is. They don't you don't have to be a Christian or whatever, but they do have the Bible up there too. But you
What
know,
did they do?
I was like, about 5 or so, and I just remember sitting out there at the front, like in the before you go into the temple, and there was a one woman there, and she was sitting out there with me, and I was trying to get up to the water fountain because I was not. It was one of them taller ones that you had to go up high. You know what I'm saying? And I was on my tippy toes trying to get water. And she was like, "Honey, are you thirsty?" And I was like, "Yes." And she came in there with like a high C drink, and looking back, I think it was like laced with something because it was like I got so drowsy after I drank that drink, and I was like laying over on. It looked like a booth to a table, like when you go out to eat, but it didn't have a table. It was just up against the wall, and it was blue.
Uh-huh.
Um, And I remember the black and white checker floors because, like, forever I wondered why I was so drawn to black and white checkered floors. Like, I had no idea when I was growing up why. But, like, I would, like, when I owned my own hair salon, I had a black and white checker floor. I put it in there, like, without knowing what was going on. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying? Like,
Candace.
hey,
It's Candace.
how
And
you
so what
doing?
happened?
Doing good. So anyway, I just remember I fell asleep and then I woke up and I was like laying on this like velvet thing on this big thing, and there was lights were off kind of, but they had all these like candelabras lit, and these got
Uh-huh.
men had on like robes. I'm sure they were naked up under them.
Oh my goodness.
And they were all around me on that thing, and like it's the weirdest thing because I felt I had obviously no underwear because I could feel that velvet on my butt. And
Oh,
it was just like I fell back asleep again for a minute, and then I woke back up, and I was like floating above and looking down at my body.
what were they doing to you? Were they
They,
essaying you?
yes,
Oh my goodness. We're
yeah,
doing good, Can. I hope you're doing
yeah. Hope
okay.
you're doing good.
So, are you for sure that they were essaying you?
Oh yeah, I saw, like I didn't feel it.
Who was doing it? Was your grandfather involved in
Well,
it?
I do believe that my grandfather was involved in it, but I did not
Oh
see
my
him.
God.
I didn't see him. But then
Oh,
again, I was at the top, I was looking from up above. And the thing is, there are so many people in my family, like uncles, and my dad was in it. But the weird thing is, my dad actually like quit going to the lodge at 1975. And anytime I would ask him about it or get his gloves or his apron and pull it out or anything, like
yeah.
he would just freak out. And so I wonder if he found out about that or something because he quit going.
So, did your mom know that they did that to you?
When I got older, because I started, like, putting
Where
all that
was
stuff
she?
together. Huh?
Where was your mom at when they were doing all this?
Well, that's why I think it had to be probably my grandfather.
Oh,
I
my.
was really scared of him for no reason. Like, he would come or, like, I would call home if I was sick or something, like, at elementary school, my mom would say, "I'll get papa to come get you," and I would
Uh-huh.
start freaking out, and, like, I would hyperventilate and,
Oh
like,
my
if he
gosh.
pulled up at my house and I was alone, like in middle school, like I would start crying and hide behind the door, and I was so scared that like he could come in or something. Like it was just bad. And like I didn't understand and put all that together then, it just happened a little bit along, things come
Yeah.
back to you when you start realizing, oh my gosh, because I didn't know what all that was.
You didn't know what they were doing to you.
Mm-mm. I mean, I looking back when I got older, I knew, but when you're a little kid like that, you can't
Did, did-
understand that.
I know. Did you pee on yourself and stuff?
I
Like I
peed
did.
in the bed until I was literally
Me
probably in the 8th
too.
grade.
Me too. And I would
Mhm.
pee on myself.
Yep.
And I didn't know why. And I started acting out sexually at a very
Mhm.
young
I
age.
did too. Yep.
And I didn't know why. It was
I didn't
weird.
know why either. I had no clue, but looking back now I know why.
Wow. And it's on telling how many kids they did that to. Do you
And
think
here's
that
the weird thing. Like, remember I told you I went to Washington D.C. and sang for President Carter 2 years in a row when he was in office from the
no?
pageants and stuff. And it's so bizarre because my grandfather never did anything or watched anything that I did. No pageants, no modeling, nothing at my school for talent shows, nothing like that. But the only thing he ever came to was that. And
Wow.
it's very possible that that even happened at the club at the lodge in Washington D.C. because you do have to go there to get your 33rd degree.
Wow. Do you think that he red rummed anybody?
I have no idea. I know he was very to me he was racist. Like he was just racist, and I didn't like that. And
Yeah.
I was not very close to him, and I always felt very nervous around him.
Uh-huh.
And
You could sense that evil, couldn't you?
yeah. And I didn't understand, but I understood like later because like his Freemasonic ring that you get when you're a 33rd degree, like it went to
Mhm.
my brother, and now his life is all messed up, and he's all messed up. And I think it's because when my daddy died, all them daggum demons jumped on my brother. I swear I
Yeah,
do,
he needs
because
to
he didn't get
renounce that.
deliverance. Yeah, we prayed and he did like renounce my dad did. He
Uh-huh.
renounced like his oaths that he took and all that kind of stuff. Because I told him before he died about all that, and you know, deeper than what I think he even understood it, and
Mhm.
so he did renounce all that. But I do believe that when my dad passed away, because it's like fleas,
Yeah.
whenever you die, those things need a host. So what they're going to
Oh,
do
yeah,
is
they
they're going to go
attach.
to the next familiar person that's just like that person or as close to that person
Yeah.
to fulfill
Right.
their sinful desires. And my
Exactly.
brother turned into a worse alcoholic than he already was, which my dad was an alcoholic. And now he's, divorced from my sister-in-law. They have 6 kids. I mean, he just went downhill so fast.
Yeah. Have you talked to your mom about praying for him and stuff?
My mom passed away when she was only 52.
Oh.
And all that stuff is in those Freemasonic oaths, so the early deaths and different things like that happen. And like
Yeah.
it says in there, like if you break this oath, you'll be cut from so and so. I don't want to say all that
Have
because
you
you'll get
renounced all that
Oh
in your
yeah, I've gone through Freemasonic renunciation probably about 4 different times with somebody else and with a group of women at church, that
That's
they didn't
good.
realize it also. But
Wow.
because I'll tell you, I'm so deep in it with my family.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
I told you, George Mason, which my grandfather's name was George Mason, and so is my brother's name. And George Mason University, I know you've heard of that. It's up in
Uh-huh.
Virginia, and he was
So
the
you
33rd.
were
Yeah, he
born
that was
into that.
right,
Yeah.
very generationally heavily born. Like he wrote the Bill of Rights, and
Wow.
yeah, he was like really good friends with George Washington, and he had a plantation up there. And then they that George Washington I mean not Washington, George Mason University is a Freemasonic university.
Wow. That's wild, ain't it?
So that stuff was on me from a child. I mean, like
Yes. It's
bad.
deep. Deep, deep, deep.
Very deep. And then I've told you before about my uncle, my grandmother's uncle on the other side, my mama's um uncle. He worked for NASA. He was like a rocket scientist for NASA. And
Uh-huh.
in the 70s, after all that happened, with the the moon landing and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, like about years later, and they had some other stuff that went on too, but there's some really demonic things that went on with Jack Parson. I don't know if you know who that
Mhm.
is. You just didn't look into
Uh-uh.
it. NASA. But my uncle got a phone call and he answered the phone, and I don't know what happened, but he hung the phone up and went in there and took a pew pew and right in his head in front of his son.
Oh, no. That's horrible.
It was very bizarre, and Kathy O'Brien's mentioned about like different tones and things like that, that you
Uh-huh.
can be programmed to cause you to do things like that
Oh,
so that you don't
yeah.
tell secrets.
Demonic. A lot of
And
things
it's
are
like on both sides of my family. So I'm so glad that
Mhm.
God chased me down like he did,
Yeah.
honestly.
If he has a future for you, hell hard water, the devil can't get you.
And
He'll
I know.
try. He'll try, but
Yeah,
he
he
can't.
definitely tries. And it is. It's really hard because sometimes he comes hard.
Yes, he does. He comes hard, hard. But dang, you really, I mean, that had to be terrifying to go through that. Do you think they did any kind of like ritual on you too?
I do believe that, yes. I do.
Mm.
And I think my mom didn't realize it. I really don't believe she did. But I do think pageants, in a way, a little bit, seem to have something to do with it looking back.
Yes,
Um,
they do. Yes,
because
they do.
a lot of my you get like sponsors basically that'll pay your way in the pageants, and so many of those sponsors were all of the lodge members. Looking back,
Wow.
it's just so weird because I
It is
find out who
weird.
they are, and then I find out that they're the Freemason. That they're all
Yes.
Freemasons, and I'm like, why would you care about sponsoring a child
Little
to
children.
be in all these pageants?
And that goes back to John Walsh's daughter saying that
John
about
Bonet.
John Bonet Ramsey
And
being
I really don't think that particularly had to do with pageants per se, but I do think that her dad, I don't think, I know her dad is a high level Freemason.
oh yeah.
And I do believe that the same kind of thing was going on. You know what I'm saying?
I do
Like
too.
things were being done to her like that.
Uh-huh.
And I do believe that something happened. And I do believe that probably a lot of her sponsors, and see, her mom was also in pageants too. That's another generational thing. It
Yep.
really is. And
Mhm.
I finally put a stop to it with my last one. Like she did a couple pageants
Yeah.
up until she was about probably 5, and I don't know. I just had something come over me, and then I started judging them where I didn't put her in them.
Yeah.
But um, we have been talking about her doing Miss South Carolina just because you can get scholarship money.
Oh
But
yeah.
but
Now
she's grown now. It's
but
different.
you're doing it through you, like not through any kind of any Masonic or anything like that.
No. And
Mason.
with the Masons, I'm so thankful I didn't
Good
end
night,
up.
Can.
Good night.
Do
I'm
what now?
doing okay. I was gonna say with the Masons, there's the Eastern Star for the women, and a lot of women in my family are, members of the Order of the Eastern Star. Which if you look at it, it's the one that's got the stars and it's got
Um,
the points going up. And it's got
mm,
different colors like red and green and blue and white and yellow.
uh-huh.
And it's a Wiccan thing, and
Uh,
then it's with the Masons for the women, and then they've got Job's daughters. That's for like, adolescents or whatever. And then they got the
mhm.
Rainbow Girls, which is for little tiny kids to get funneled in there. And
Wow.
y'all just don't know. NA and AA, I know they're good and they help people, but they
Uh-huh.
are Freemason. Like the Freemasons fund that and own it.
Suckers on everything, don't they?
Yep. Yeah, they do. St.
Dang.
Jude's is Masonic. Y'all just would not
What?
believe.
St.
Yes.
Jude's?
Yes, it is. Y'all need to look it up.
Wow.
Seriously,
Wow.
don't take my word for it. Just look it up.
No, I believe you.
And a lot of
I
these
believe
mega
you.
churches, these pastors are Freemasons. I'm telling you.
Wow.
And
So is all Freemasons or just the 33 degrees evil?
well, when you're early into it, a lot of them don't really know. You know what I'm saying? They're just paying their dues, and
They
they
don't
think
know.
it's like a fraternity, but they're making oaths that do definitely bring in demonic things in their families and
They
in
just
their
doesn't
life,
realize it,
but
do
they
they?
don't know it. They don't know it. And by the
Mm.
time, they're at the 3rd level or the 3rd degree, they still don't know they still don't know what goes on up higher. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And if you get to the 3rd degree, if you wanna go past that, then you end up at either the Scottish Rite, the York Rite, and then you go up, and then you can be a Shriner, but you do have to be a 3rd degree Mason to be a Shriner.
Oh, okay. Well, what about like that Bohemian Grove? Are them Masons
Oh,
there
yeah.
that
Oh, yeah. That's all what
Bohemian
they are.
Grove?
That's why if you look at that, like Nixon, he said some really crazy stuff about the Bohemian Grove, but there's
Mhm.
pictures of him sitting right there.
Yeah.
Reagan, he was in that.
Yes.
But all the Bushes, they're in it. They're
Oh yeah.
part of that hillbilly camp is what they call theirs.
Man,
Um,
man.
all of our leaders really they do go there, and
And what
there is some
Ryan
bad stuff.
Garcia said about it, they do some horrible stuff.
They really do that cremation of care. That's not an effigy. That's a real thing.
What is
That's
that?
where they put the person on the water and they have the owl. That's the ritual with the owl, where they do the owl up and they have the effigy. They call it an effigy, which is supposedly just symbolic of a child or whatever, or a person, and they float them across the river while somebody's on this big huge thing, and they're talking about, midsummer set us free and blah blah blah, all this stuff. But it's really a sacrifice to Moloch, which is what that
Oh,
owl is.
yeah. So, according to what Ryan Garcia said, that they unalived children and
They
drunk their blood.
do. They do.
Yeah.
There was a guy, a boy, y'all can look him up. He's even on Facebook. His name is Paul Bonacci. But he actually came forward shortly around, I'm trying to think, like in the 90s or whatever. And he had a lot to do. He actually
I'm not
helped
kidding.
kidnap
I
some
promise.
kids. But do y'all remember Johnny Gosh, that little boy that was the paper boy that got kidnapped? And
I
like,
think so.
yeah, they made a big deal out of it. And I think
Was
his,
it the one that they blamed those kids for doing?
well, I don't remember if they blamed anybody, but the mother, Noreen was her name, and she looked for him forever and ever and ever, and he finally contacted her, and he told her to quit looking for him because it was going to end up with her being unalived and him too, and he was
Wow.
basically like a prostitute for the White House
Oh my goodness.
by that time. But he ended up at the Bohemian Grove with Paul Bonacci, that little
Mhm.
Johnny Gosh, because Paul Bonacci admitted that he helped kidnap him
Mhm.
from his paper little route, pulling his wagon with the
Wow.
paper route. And he said that they had a 4-year-old there. They were in a cage. They kept him in like a cage.
Oh my
And
God.
that 4-year-old, they pulled him out and they were doing things to him, holding him up in the air, if you know what I mean.
Oh my goodness.
Essaying that little 4-year-old, and that somebody took a pew pew while they were doing that to him and unalived him while they were doing that. Trigger warning.
To stop them from hurting him, or
No, that was just the sick,
wow.
debaucherous things these men were doing.
Oh my
And they
goodness.
kept doing it even after he was unalived.
Yeah, they're animals. They're no. That is a disgrace to animals. They're
They're worse
worse
than
than
animals.
animals. They're demons.
Yeah, they really
Animals
are.
wouldn't even do stuff like that.
Correct. They
Animals wouldn't even do
I mean,
anything.
animals even look after their, young, and even in packs
Oh
and
my
stuff, they
God.
in prides they look after others, uh, you know,
Just like,
cubs and whatnot. But
little
these,
boys become victims more than what we even know.
oh yeah, absolutely.
But they don't survive, just like what Yanni said. They don't survive because they're not designed to take that kind of stuff.
No, after a while they have to that well, it depends. Like I think a lot of these kids end up in the MK Ultra program, you know what I'm saying? Which I think we've talked about that. Which that's
Mhm.
what Kathy O'Brien has exposed. A lot of people end
Mhm.
up in the MK Ultra, which, makes them have different personalities and
Well,
they're
did you see that?
programmed.
Is that kind of what Ariana Grande was talking about? Memory? They zapped her memory?
Probably because it is a brainwashing tech thing, and it came over with
Yeah.
Project Paperclip from World War II. It has to do with, brainwashing people.
Yeah.
Like
It's
that's what's wrong with Britney Spears.
oh yeah. Well, I heard her brother was keeping her on some pills down in Mexico.
Well,
Like he
like when
was
they started on her when she was really young in the Mickey Mouse Club and all
oh
that, like
yeah.
that's when they started that MK Ultra stuff with
I think
her.
she's been brutally raped and
Oh
everything.
yeah, because Disney. Let's be honest. I mean, underneath Disney, there's all kind of stuff that goes on up underneath there, like movies and unaliving movies of children underneath Disney, like underneath.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Disney, every one of them kids has
yeah.
been abused, I
And
believe.
yeah,
By
and like the Disney, club when Mickey Mouse Club and all that stuff,
oh
like
yeah.
that's where
Yeah.
she got started, and so did Justin Timberlake, and so did
Yeah.
Christina Aguilera, a lot of them. And
Yeah.
if you look, a lot of them have had a lot of
Look
trouble.
at Miley Cyrus right now. She looks like a freaking demon. She did
Honestly, I
something to
think her
herself.
dad, I think her dad was in with some stuff and with her. I don't know. There's just something weird there too.
It's very
Like, I
weird.
think her dad brought her into that stuff and.
she's very over sexualized,
Right.
very, and I don't know.
A friend of mine married Alan Thicke, and they're divorced now. Her name was Gina Tollison at
Mhm.
the time, but
Mhm.
I'm not sure if Robin Thicke is her son or if it's his other wife's son. But I remember that I watched when Robin Thicke came out and he started singing or whatever, and he was wearing
Uh-huh.
them striped pants, and he was married. He actually married his high school sweetheart or whatever, and then
Uh-huh.
he was dancing with what's her name? Well, we were just talking about Miley Cyrus, and she
Uh-huh.
was wearing like a suit that was made out of gummies, and she had those gummies dancing around, and she like just bent over and was like rubbing on his crotch with her butt and stuff like that. And I
Yeah.
was saying right then, I was like, boy, you need to get out of this right now. You need to get out
Yeah.
of this. But his daddy, Alan Thicke, is a weirdo. He's a pervert too.
Yeah.
Like that's why Gina
Good
divorced
night,
him.
Diamonds. Love you, girl. Is that why?
Good
What?
night.
Him and his
That's
wife?
why Gina divorced him.
Oh yeah.
My friend, she's from South Carolina, but she was in.
Oh.
We were in this pageant called
Was she
Cinderella.
with him at that time? He did that with Miley Cyrus.
No, she was married to his dad,
Oh.
Alan Thicke, that used to play on Family. What was it called? With the little boy now that go. Well, he's not a little boy; he's a grown man, but he goes out and witnesses now. Um, it was the dad and the mom and the two kids, the or three kids it might have been. What was the
Mhm.
name of that show, honey? With Alan Thicke, and it was called something. But it was like from the late '80s and early '90s.
Oh.
Um, but anyway, he's an actor. Alan Thicke is an actor, and he's played in a
Oh.
lot of stuff. But he is a weirdo. He's he's the same as these other people.
Yeah. They're all crazy. I mean, I don't even want to watch them. Like I have no desire to listen to their music or watch any of them anymore. Because all I can think of is the things that they've had to do to get famous.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see how people can just
What?
look over that, you
Oh,
know?
growing pains. Yeah, that's it.
Growing pains. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't see how they can just turn the eye to it.
Well, they end
Like
up compromising, and I think demons come in, and then after
Mhm.
demons start coming in, it's easier to just go further and further down
Well,
into it, like
yeah,
Alice down the rabbit hole.
yeah. I don't know. There's a certain point where your soul has to say, "This is not right."
Well,
This
in the
is not.
Bible, do you remember in the Bible it does talk about like, if you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, that's the unpardonable sin. And I do believe that's one of the things they make them do when they come into this
Uh
is
huh.
blaspheme the Holy Spirit because
But what is that exactly? Is that I don't know what that is. What is that exactly?
well, when like it says, if you say things against the Father or the Son, you'll be forgiven. But if you
Yeah.
blaspheme the Holy Spirit, you will not be forgiven. That
Mm,
He'll turn you over to a reprobate mind. And I
okay.
think that's what's happened with a lot of these people in
Yeah.
Hollywood, because
Wow.
I think these rituals, they do make them like break all the 10 commandments. Like they make them go one by one to defile themselves against God.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness.
So
And what amount of money is worth that? Like
not,
I
not
mean,
there's nothing worth
I
that.
understand money is good and all, but most of them are so unhappy and so miserable and
Yeah, look,
so
it's look at the rate of
you
passing
gotta
in
sleep.
Hollywood compared to the regular
Oh yeah.
public. It's way high.
Oh yeah. They just lost what another one the other day?
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about earlier. That they say he made a post
Gene
on
Hackman, is that his
yeah,
name?
Gene Hackman, and he was married, remarried again, but they'd been married 30, no, 30 something years to his second wife. And he got out of the spotlight a long time ago when he moved out to New Mexico. Um,
Mhm.
and that's where they were at. But here's the thing, y'all. Okay, think about this. He made a
Mhm.
comment that said, if it's I'm going to it was a word to basically say, agree and show the Epstein stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And take they down the Clintons if he said if it's the last thing I do. And
Oh.
literally, then this happens, and they said that he was mummified. Him and his wife both were mummified. The man had a pacemaker. Now, listen, I know because my mama had one. If you got a
Uh-huh.
pacemaker, it alerts your doctor, your
Wow.
cardiologist, and especially that man. He's worth $80 million.
Wow. That
And
that was yeah.
uh-huh.
What does
And
mummified mean? Like they mummified him? What does that mean?
that's what I'm saying. I don't know. It's
I
so
don't know what
weird
that
because
means.
it means that their skin was like leather and like hard and
Like he'd
like
been there for a while or something?
yeah, but that can't. I'm sorry, but you can't be mummified in just like 9 days. And they said that was like the
Wow.
longest it could have been. They have people that were. They had a 20,000 square foot house, and he was
Wow.
95, and she was like 60 something, and
Wow.
like they had 2 dogs running around that were still alive. One dog that was deceased in the room with the wife. She fell over like where a heater was. I don't know that the heater was on, but she just like fell over on it. And there was pills in her hand and they spilled everywhere.
Uh-huh.
And he fell with his cane and his sunglasses fell off right beside the mudroom in the kitchen. And so she was upstairs, he was downstairs, and, at first they were talking about carbon monoxide, but it wasn't carbon monoxide.
Oh.
So you gotta think what could have happened where
Well,
they're both gone.
do you remember that show that that wrestler guy that become governor had out about
Oh,
all the
yeah, Jesse
scary.
Ventura.
Yes, he did a thing about radar guns and
Oh,
how they
yeah.
can point that at someone's house right through it and cause a person to have a heart
Have a
attack
heart
and they
attack.
never know. And that man ended up dying before the show actually got finished. They had
Yeah.
him unalived.
I didn't even know he wasn't alive still. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
But
but
I
he
said,
died.
"If he keeps on doing this, it won't be long."
No, now I'm not talking about Jesse Ventura, but
Oh, okay.
the guy that showed him
Oh,
about
the
the
stuff?
radar guns.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah,
they
they're
have
called
ways.
something. They're called, EMP, or something like that. I can't
Uh-huh.
it's got some initials to it. I can't remember what the name of
Uh-huh.
it is, but it's got something and it shoots, towards the person and it causes, like, their heart just to stop.
Well, yeah, they would cause a fatal arrhythmia or anything.
Right. And that man has a pacemaker, first of all. Now, I did think because the son had been out of, kind of, uh he was somehow involved with Epstein, supposedly they're saying. The son, I don't know.
The
But they were the
nephew.
son and Gene Hackman were kind of like on the outs the last while a little bit. And
Uh-huh.
it did make me wonder. I'm like, okay, so what else could cause something like a carbon monoxide situation? I said, well, if somebody had a rag with chloroform on it and put it around those elderly people from behind because they trusted
Right.
him, they could have suffocated them and they just fell out,
Yeah.
and then he
There could
left
have
them
been
there.
a lot of things that they could have done.
Right. Especially
Like
when you got $60 million at play.
exactly.
80 million, excuse me, 80 million.
And you're messing with the Clintons too.
Yeah, and you've done threatened the Clintons, and let's just be honest. I mean, their body count, like I said, is big, higher than the mob. I mean,
Uh-huh. Especially
they're
Hillary, in
yeah.
my opinion.
Oh yeah, like Vince Foster, that was just like very obvious. And there's just
Yeah.
so many. And their chef, the same thing happened at Obama's chef. He drowned. Their chef drowned.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Hmm.
Wow.
And Obama said that his chef drowned and he couldn't swim well, and he was like some kind of a like not professional, but like when he was in high school, maybe he was like very proficient at swimming. Let's put it that way.
What did he where did he drown at?
Around, I think it was Martha's Vineyard, where their house was up there in Martha's Vineyard.
Oh, wow.
I think he went out swimming in the ocean or whatever, but
Mhm.
it wasn't far from the house or whatever. I don't know. It was just very weird circumstances, and
Yes.
supposedly he was writing a book about the Obamas because he had been living with them because he was their chef.
Oh yeah, they shut him up quick.
Uh-huh. And the same thing happened to the Clinton chef before that. like years before that. So I'm sure they got their tip from the Clintons what to do.
Probably.
I'm
You know,
like,
I don't understand how Jesse Ventura exposed and didn't end up dead from that show. I don't see how that show lasted, because they were basically saying that the towers were fixed, the whole tower thing.
oh yeah, 9/11.
I mean, they were saying
That
he
was
was
definitely an
up
inside job.
Huh?
That was definitely an inside job.
Oh yeah, in my opinion, for sure. But I mean, God sees all this stuff, and they
Oh
think
yeah.
that they can get away with it. But they got to meet their maker one day or other. Whether they make their maker the devil or not, they're going to meet their real maker.
Yeah, they're gonna have to
when
face
they
God
take their
before they
last
go to the
breath.
devil. They're gonna deal with it.
Yeah.
And oh, y'all heard listen to this. Did y'all hear about the Pope? You know, he's been in the hospital.
Yeah, I played that where he's been yelling at demons.
Yes. And him saying about these bastards are coming to get me or something.
They gonna get his ass. He better
He
run.
knows they're coming for him.
He knows, honey. He knows.
Because something happened anyway. Like when he took office, something was weird about that whole thing because Benedict
Yeah.
like retired and he still lives there. And the thing is, the lightning struck St. Peter's Basilica at the top like a couple times whenever they announced that he was the Pope, the new Pope.
Yeah, and then he opened them portals, and now all of a sudden he turns sick, and now he's seeing devils.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's supposed to be like a prophecy that the prophecy of the Pope, and he's actually the
Last Pope.
last Pope.
Yeah, I heard that same thing.
Yeah. So I don't
I mean,
know.
I
It's
feel like we're
weird.
just so in the last times,
Days,
the end times.
yes.
Like people better, just listen. Just start calling on the Lord. If you don't know Him, just say, "Listen, I don't know you, but I want to know you.
Mm-hmm.
Reveal yourself to me, please." Because I don't know if you've heard Tom McDonald's new song. I actually do love it, and
Mm-hmm.
it's called "The Man in the Sky." And he's got this merchandise, and I want this one of them. It says, "Get to know the man in the sky before you become a man in the ground."
Exactly.
And I
It's
do love that
in
song.
the
And
deep ground.
he's talking about God because he said there's a man in this church, and I hope he told me the truth.
Mm-hmm.
That there's a man in the sky watching over me and you. It's a
Mm-hmm.
really good song. I think he's kind of turning toward that. I've been praying for him for a while too.
Yeah.
Like, because he's an independent artist. Like, he's refused to sign, and he's admitted. He's like, that's like making a deal with the devil. Like, when
Who
you
is it
sign
now?
Tom McDonald.
Is that the one that sung that with Roseanne?
Roseanne, yes.
That's funny, wasn't it?
Yes, I love that because I love Roseanne. I do.
I
I watch her
love
podcast all the
Roseanne.
time. I have loved her. She's been my TV mom since the 80s.
Yes. I could sit and watch her all night long.
I
Like
do.
the Golden Girls.
I have watched those things so many times.
But this is what I think, and this is just my opinion. It says that there's waters above and waters below.
Right.
So I don't believe the earth is round. I do believe there is heaven above us, and I do think that
And there's a lot of Christians
I
that
don't think that there's actually water, or I don't think there's an ending to the
Well,
earth.
I
I think
think
it's
the
water.
firmaments are in the heavens, and there is water above and below. You know what I'm
Below.
saying? Like, I do believe that,
And
and
around.
I do
Yeah.
believe that the firmament, is something that is like the veil. You know what I'm saying? Kind
It
of,
is. It's
and
like
like we can't get through that right now. Now, one day Jesus
Right.
Christ will step open, and that thing will split in half, and he will come down in glory
Yeah.
and power, and
But if
that's
you
going to be a
if you
glorious
listen
day for us, but not
to
good for some people that don't know him.
the night that Jacob wrestled with God, he saw angels descending on ladders down
Yeah,
to earth
like
from
Jacob's
heaven.
ladder. Yeah.
So this is what I think. So they're saying that they're finding things in the sea that is from another dimension. So if the
Oh yeah.
waters above and the waters below are from heaven, so does our oceans go into the oceans of heaven?
I
Does
think
that
they
make
go somewhere.
sense?
I think they go somewhere else.
No, I really think that the ocean surrounds our earth, I think that we like I don't
There's
think it's
demonic
an end
things
to
in
the
our
earth.
ocean. There are, like,
There's
you know.
no outer space. I don't believe for a minute
Oh, I
there's
don't
outer.
either. I don't either. I do not believe for 1 second that that moon
Mm-mm.
landing was real. I was faked, and, what's
Yeah.
his name? Stanley Kubrick did it, and that's one of the reasons
And
I think
you
they ended up
really
offing him.
believe that these people could live in outer space for 8
No.
months without anything?
No. Not at all. And, there's
Uh-huh.
another thing that happened. When they left out of here, how would they know to take some kinda Christmas thing? Because it showed them
Uh-huh.
a video of them, and they were holding some kinda Christmas thing up. I'm like, "Why would they take a Christmas thing into outer space for a couple of days when they were supposed to be coming back?"
Yeah, they're saying that they send them supplies. It's a big bunch of bullshit, and Elon
Ho
Musk is in on
if they could send them supplies, why can't they bring them home then?
exactly.
Mm.
I'm telling you right now, the
That
waters
whole
of the
thing
heaven
was a farce.
yeah, the waters of the heaven is above us and
Yep.
below us. I think we
Because what
interconnect
does it
with
say
them.
about Satan? What is he? In Ephesians 2:2, it says he's the prince of the power of the air, which is where
Mhm.
the firmaments is, because that
Yep.
is a spiritual realm. Just like the
Yep.
oceans, there's all kind of mermaid spirits, there's all kind of
Mhm.
things down there that people don't understand what they're
There's
messing with.
more to our oceans
Yeah.
than what they're
Like
saying.
mermaid kingdom
I
and
think our oceans connect to the heavenly oceans. I do. I think that we are not there is no end to the earth. I think that there is the end to ground, but I think the end of the earth is surrounded by waters. What I think. That's my opinion. Does
well,
that
and
make
I've heard.
sense to you?
Well, it does, and I've listened to there's a guy, it's called The Midnight Ride, I think it is, but they talk about all this stuff, okay?
Uh-huh.
About this kind of thing. And one of the guys on there, like one of them is like he believes the earth is round. And then the other one believes the earth is flat. And they talk about it
Mhm.
all the time. And I do see both. You know what I'm saying? I can see how people could think both. But
Mhm.
the only
Look,
reason I would think like the earth might be round is because like it seems like planes would run into like the firmament, you know what I'm saying, to me, like when they're going around the earth and they're flying in planes and
but if
stuff.
the earth is a disc, then I don't know. But I think that the firmament is so much more higher than the planes. I think the firmament
Oh yeah, I definitely believe
is
it's very
higher
high.
than what they are saying the firmament
Right,
is.
and I do
Like
believe
there
all the
really is a
stars, and
space
I believe
area.
all these the moon and the sun is in our
Firmament,
firmament.
inside
Yeah,
the firmament.
I do
Yes.
believe that.
I think the firmament is very, very high. And I think
Right.
the waters above the firmament, there's no outer space. There's heavenly waters above us and heavenly waters below us and heavenly waters around us.
Right.
I
And
do. I think that.
it does say that there is like, you know, 3 different layers, you know, there's like, uh, well, there's layers to heaven, of course, when you get up there, but,
Yeah.
levels, I'm saying, but then also it talks about the firmaments above, like we just talked about, there's a firmament above, a firmament below, which is the waters, I
Yeah.
think,
Waters
you
above
know,
and below.
because if you look at the
No,
sky,
which is hell is in the middle of the earth.
yeah, I've wondered about that. Um,
That's what they're saying. They say that it's in the middle of the earth.
and I
So,
think if the Earth is a globe and it's round, like
uh-huh.
whatever is in the center of the Earth, that is where hell would be.
Well, let me ask you this. Go outside during the day and look up at the sun, look up at the moon. Why is the moon still there? You can see the moon, and there's blue behind the moon. Why is there clouds behind the moon?
Oh yeah, I think it's closer than people say it is, but I
I
think it's still
believe it's
high.
inside the firmament.
Yeah,
It's very high, but it's inside the firmament.
right. I
I
do
don't
believe
believe
that.
there's a dark outer space. I do believe that the earth gets dark,
Yeah,
that inside the firmament gets
and I
dark.
do believe there's other galaxies outside of our firmament, but it has nothing to do with us.
I don't know.
Because I think that if you think about it, like where heaven
Heaven.
is, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I think
because
aliens are demons.
I do too. I think
I
they're
really
fallen
do.
angels or demons, both.
Fallen angels. I think
Yeah,
Bigfoot is demons
I do too.
that
Like
people are
those
seeing.
skinwalkers, all that
Yeah,
stuff is real. People have
space
caught them on
gypsies.
trail cameras.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
and some of them kind of look similar, like in family packs or whatever, and then some of them don't.
Yeah.
And I
I,
do believe they stay in the mountains and areas like that that they can hide easily.
either that
Uh,
or they're Nephilim.
right. They're big.
They're
They're pretty
big.
good. They're pretty good size.
Yeah.
And even Esau, they said, look how they said Esau was so hairy. He was hairy everywhere. And
Yeah,
I
he
mean, I'm not
was.
saying like, but something was up with him. He gave off his daggum portion for a bowl of soup.
Well, it talked about the men of valor.
The bit of valor, yeah.
Yeah.
Men of
The men of
renown.
valor men.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Because those fallen angels made wives of the son of men,
mm,
and then they mixed with them and then created Nephilim, which weren't supposed to happen
yeah.
because those angels left their first estate. And that's why they're damned and can't be, you know,
It gives Goliath his height and
height. Yeah. Like when
it's
David was a
10 foot
boy
tall.
and
Yeah.
got rid of Goliath, with that
And his whole
stone.
family. He fought his whole family and unalived his whole family throughout his years being a king in war.
Right. Well, that shows you right there, God,
Mhm.
and David was not a perfect man. That's what I keep
No,
telling people. I'm like, listen, there are some
David
things
was
I
not.
do see about President Trump. Listen, I'm not one of these people that are blind to his faults. I'm not.
Mhm.
But at the same time, what president have we had that has gone in there and done anything for us? But President Trump, he did overturn Roe v. Wade and send it back to the states, like I said,
Mhm.
so that states can decide. And if you don't like what your state's doing, you move to a state that you like what they're doing.
Yeah. And
And uh then this with the Doge thing, and I'm telling you, I still got this weird feeling about Elon Musk, y'all. I can't help it.
I do too, in
I
a way.
can't help it. And
He
but
is
there's
something.
something about him that is kind of drawing, but then I still am just like, I'll look at these other things and I'm like, but I
Uh-huh.
cannot deny these facts.
He's in on it somehow.
Yeah. There's something. And
Especially if the world is not round, he's in on it with them.
yeah. Yeah, I
You
still
know,
think that there's something up with that daggum
SpaceX.
thing that was supposed to be out there for 8 months and then people were out there. I'm
Oh,
sorry. But if
that's
you
fake.
can get to them so well that you can send them supplies that they can get those supplies,
Uh-huh.
and I'm not saying he's the Antichrist or anything like that because
No.
I've said forever who I truly believe it is, but I don't know now because like his name is being disparaged, so I don't know. He
Uh,
Obama could be the what do you call it? The back in the old days they had the scapegoat, that
Uh-huh.
they would tie the ribbon around the antlers and they would put all the sins on that goat
Uh-huh.
and they would send him out into the wilderness with the sins on him on the Day of Atonement or whatever, and they did the sacrifice. So the real goat that was slain, you know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Or like, what do you call it? Like sacrifice or whatever with the blood and all that.
Uh-huh.
Um, so it was called a scapegoat, and that was the one they put the sins on, and they went out in the wilderness. So I've kind of wondered. I'm like, daggum, were they fooling us with Obama, and he's a scapegoat? And
Yeah.
now it's
Obama's
like,
something.
but yeah, he's definitely got an antichrist spirit. Now I will say that.
Yes.
But I feel that there's something like that with Elon Musk. I can't help it.
Yeah.
And then
He's
there's things about him that I like. And so it's like, it's so hard because it's like, Lord, just don't let me be deceived. I mean, let me see the
Mhm.
truth. Don't let me fall into any kind of deception here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not putting my trust in no men.
No.
The
Me
Bible says
neither.
some trust in horses and some
And
trust
I
in
think
chariots.
there's a part of Trump that don't really trust him a lot either.
Yeah, I think so
Trump just
too.
sits back and observes him. He doesn't say much, but
I feel
he
like at
I don't
first
know.
Trump almost kind of took him under his wing like an extra kid or something because Elon Musk's dad is such a SOB.
That guy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
But I think Trump may have used him to get the popular vote and then with the Twitter thing and all that. But there is a piece of Trump I feel like that don't trust him 100%.
okay, well, here's one thing I'm gonna just tell y'all, and please just do your own research and don't like just think. don't just like say Elon Musk is horrible because of what I'm telling you, but this is just
Yeah.
weird, okay? And I'm going to tell y'all about it so that y'all can look it up, okay? Now, when you get with the Masonic stuff and you get to the OTO,
Uh-huh.
which has to do with like the religion of Thelema with Aleister Crowley and all that stuff. I know y'all heard me talk about that before, probably, but
Yeah.
it's got to do with like way up, and even the Catholic Church is in with it and stuff. And the
Okay.
Knights Templar, I know y'all have heard of them,
Yeah.
and all this stuff. So, basically, X, okay, you'll see Marina Abramovich has her a picture of the same thing, of her doing it with that Egyptian headpiece on, and she's
Mhm.
got her hands in an X. Okay, there's one of Aleister Crowley with his hands in an X. All the skull and bones, like with Yale, like with Bush and all them, they've got the skull and bones where it's crossed, where your arms are in an X. And a
Uh-huh.
lot of celebrities, you'll see them with their arms in an X like that. And think about what Elon Musk named Twitter is X, okay? Well,
Yeah.
X means Osiris. X stands for Osiris rising.
What is that? Yeah, he don't believe in God. He's already
Yeah.
made that.
Well, Osiris is basically like Diana, and about Tammuz, and about Horus and all
Uh-uh.
that. The Eye of Horus, you've seen that all-seeing eye.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
Eye of
yeah, yeah.
Horus and all that stuff. Well, Osiris, it has to do with that. It's like a father. It's kind of like a false trinity with Osiris and that Dionysus. And yeah, you just have to look it up.
Yeah.
And y'all just look it up, do your homework, and just keep your eyes open. That's all I'm
Oh
saying.
yeah. I don't trust Elon as far as I can throw him in a way.
No, and all these fires over here now, and then we had that
Yeah.
hurricane that happened, and he has Tesla, and all these lithium mines are over here. Y'all, come
Uh-huh.
on. You know.
I mean, there's an agenda there. He has some kind of agenda. I don't think Trump trusts him 100%. I think he stands back and observes, but
Oh, yeah, I think Trump's smart, very smart
yeah,
businessman. I do believe that.
yeah,
Um,
I don't
but
know.
I mean, I'll tell you though, even Trump, I mean, I used
Yeah,
to kind of
there's
hope
yeah,
he wasn't a Freemason, but he is. I mean, the whole entire Trump Towers, y'all need to look it up. Look up Trump Towers
uh-huh.
built on Freemasonry geometry, because it is.
I wonder if he's denounced that though,
I
since
wish,
all
I hope so, because a lot of people have been praying for him, and that's what
yeah,
I've been praying for him.
I think
Um,
Melania is a Christian too. I think
Melania, yeah, his wife.
Melania. Yeah,
Yeah, I do think she is. She's so much classier than these
Elon is
other,
a
you
handsome
know,
man. He
and
made
she's beautiful.
Oh yeah, she is. And I mean, I think Barron's going to
Oh,
be
I think
something
I think he's getting prepared to do
prepared.
something political. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
he's so young,
he is, but he is smart. Woo, he's
and
smart.
he's just like Trump. You
Yeah.
can tell he's like his
He's
dad.
about his business.
Yes, he is.
And he went over there and said something to Joe. Remember
Yes, he
whenever
did.
I would love to have had a
He's too old
microphone
to
to hear that.
comprehend it, though. He was like, "What did you say?"
I know. I
That was
think
funny,
I
wasn't it?
I mean, I do. I think because, there's some things like been done against Trump, like,
Oh yeah.
threats and things like that. And then they found out that governor of what was it, Pennsylvania, that actually paid to take that hit out on Trump at the
What? They found
rally.
that out? Really?
Yeah, the governor of Pennsylvania had something to do with that.
Wow. I knew there was probably more than just him behind it.
So y'all need to look that up.
Wow.
Y'all need to look. Yeah. Oh, this stuff
Dang.
is just so like, it's like, I can't
Well,
believe how brainwashed I used to be.
me too. I used to think, dang, I used to think these celebrities were the greatest of
Oh
all,
yeah.
especially
Yeah.
Tom Hanks. I thought he was just an
And
angel,
he's one of the worst ones of all.
and he's the worst.
Yeah.
Like, they're good at acting for sure.
Well, they call it a craft.
Hmm.
They call acting a craft. Well, witchcraft. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
exactly what it is.
Even Masons, they call that craftsmen. You know, their craft. They're working on their craft. Now,
Yeah.
their whole speech is to get people, you know, like it's like we make good men better. That's their slogan. You know, it's a crock of crap is what it is. And
Yeah.
and and honestly, at these universities, you know, and all these sororities and
Hmm.
fraternities, that's a segue into all that stuff. They're hoping people will get in the fraternities and segue into
Really.
different things. Yeah.
I just wonder what happened and what really happened in that Idaho 4 murder case. I think there's so much more into that
Which
than
one is that?
the Idaho 4 where they killed those
Oh,
4
at the college?
sorority. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's something deep. Something told me to stay away from that case.
That's probably a good idea
Yeah,
because,
because I think there's something sinister with that.
uh-huh.
The way
And
those kids were killed and all that blood, and there's no way one man could have done that.
mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
I think some things I don't think everything's rituals and I don't think everything's are demons, but I think that a lot more of it is than people understand.
I definitely think the Delphi was.
Oh yeah. In fact,
Uh-huh.
let's see. Odin, they were into Odinism.
Odinism, yeah.
Right, yeah.
And
Um
like Dustin said, Dustin was there boots on the ground. He said that there was hardly any blood at that site. Why? If they
that
did what
makes you
they
wonder, did they take them somewhere else, drain them and bring them back? Or
exactly, they've done something. And he
mhm.
also said that there were people in that area that night searching for them girls that had to basically walk over them girls. And then all of a sudden, them girls appear that morning.
I don't think they were there and I think they brought them back.
They brought them back.
Yep.
Hmm.
And I think because to know what happens in ritualistic things like that and what they're after, which is the blood,
The blood.
you know what I'm saying? And they'll hang these people up a lot of times, and
Hmm.
it doesn't even have to be a huge gash or a huge, I don't want to say anything to get you in trouble. You know what I'm saying on the thing,
Yeah,
but you know what
yeah.
I'm saying? It doesn't have to be a big, huge wound necessarily all the
But
time
no,
for
it
them
don't.
to bleed them out, is what I'm saying, and to get that.
Exactly.
And they just scare them and get them all worked up. That's how they get that adrenochrome.
Hmm. Exactly. And a lot of people says, "Oh, that adrenochrome, da da da, it's crazy." Well, then why is the guy from that played Jesus on the Passion of Christ speaking out about it? Because he knows very well that
It's
it's very
true.
true. You
And
know,
there's many people. Cat Williams has spoke out about that.
adrenochrome. Yeah,
Roseanne Barr has spoke out about that.
yeah. A lot of
Um,
them has, but
yeah, they have.
and that that I just don't get it. And maybe it's just me. That Paris Hilton, she is
I think
weird.
I think she's been through that MK Ultra thing.
Oh yeah, she went through like a camp thing,
They
and
came in and like terrorized her at night
they
and
kidnapped
stole
her.
her out of her own room and took
Yeah.
her to that place. And I do believe that that was that trauma-based mind control stuff
Oh
that they
yeah.
use these kids. They use probes on them, just like they had that. You know how John Benet Ramsey was found, and it looked like she'd been with a stun gun. Like,
Yeah, she
yeah,
was stun
they
gun.
use a stun gun on these kids when they're doing this stuff.
Uh-huh.
They're trying to make their personality split. And
Yep.
they put them in these different categories, like the sex kitten program, which I think that's what Paris Hilton was put in through.
A what?
It's called the sex kitten program, and it's
What's that?
where they've basically split the minds of these particular girls so that they will go and do these things at these parties with men like from other places so they can get film on them, like at the Playboy Mansion. Those girls
Oh yeah.
had been MK Ultra'd into the sex kitten program.
Oh yeah. Well, that's like that Kendra said. I can't believe I slept with like a 80-some-year-old man.
Right.
Like,
Right.
and she was like his main girlfriend.
Yeah.
And it's
That
weird.
man is a Satanist, and he
Yeah.
was into the Church of Satan along with Sammy Davis Jr. and a lot of people that
He's got
People
his
don't.
Satan right now, ain't he?
Yes, he has. I mean, they.
In hell right now.
Hmm. Sadly, they would rather have had their whatever their reward in
Their,
this life,
yeah,
and
their desires of their heart, like
hmm
sexual and that old pervert. Ugh. How
and
them girls could sleep with him, I don't
and
know.
they
That's
some of them girls were very, very young, like 18 when they
oh
started out.
yeah.
And
Oh
who
yeah.
knows?
The
They might
things
even
that
have
they
fake IDs.
did.
It might have been younger than that.
I believe they made them girls do some really bad stuff
They
too.
did. There was a room. There was like it's like the Epstein Island thing. There was a daggum camera in every single one of them rooms, and in where the inside pool was, and they had tunnels from Hugh Hefner's house to P Diddy's house.
Oh
From
no.
the Playboy Mansion to there, just like that stuff they had on Bill Cosby, when they came out with
Oh
that.
yeah.
I mean, every man that came there, they were so stupid, and they would just let it all out, and they were all married and had families and stuff, and then they'd be doing
Yeah.
all kind of stuff, and they'd be filmed. Every bit of it would be filmed, so
Yeah.
that they would have the drop on them, so that they have to go along with what the agenda they push on them is.
Yeah, they had to, or they put them out where they
They would
essayed
burn
heaven.
everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They'd
Yep.
get them, and with P Diddy, like he would give them those drugs, and they would get under the influence and do horrific things under those drugs, and they knew it. And then P Diddy would manipulate them and into doing basically, it's untelling what all they've done
Yeah,
to
we
get
probably honestly, our minds are not that
to not
depraved to probably
comprehend
be able to even think of the atrocities that went
that
on
went on, and that
behind
still
that.
is going on
Yeah,
behind.
that still
P
is.
Diddy's sons are still free, and they were involved in that.
Right. And I'm sure eventually,
Jay
unless
Z.
unless they're turning over on their dad,
They're
that's
not going
possible.
to. They're probably just like him.
I'm sure they are, but a lot of times whoever is the first one to spill the beans and turn in everybody,
Yeah,
they'll sometimes get a deal or something.
yeah, but they grew up in that kind of life, so they think it's normal,
Normal. They've been normalized to it.
normalized to being animals, basically. No, I
Correct.
don't even say animals because animals don't do that.
Yeah, animals don't do.
Animals love each other. They don't
No, they
do
don't,
that.
I mean, unless they're predator and prey or something. But the thing
Yeah.
is, these people are predators in the worst kind of way because
Oh yeah.
they're preying not for food, not to live like animals do. That's a necessity. That's just a circle of life. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But these people are evil and doing
Their
depraved
sexual
things.
desires.
Yeah, with children and with women against their will and with men against their will.
Men are victims too. In P
Yes.
Diddy's case,
Look
it
at
was the men
Justin Bieber, how
involved.
he was
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah, and then that one guy that said that oh, you didn't hear that part at the beginning. He has got a lawsuit against him. He said that P Diddy drugged him, and when he
Who
woke
was
up,
it?
he was a young rapper or something. I don't remember. I don't think he told his name, but he said a lawsuit he's got against him. He was either a model or a rapper, and P Diddy invited him to this hotel for a meeting, and he thought he was going there, to become famous. And P Diddy drugged him, and when he woke up, P Diddy was naked on his back or his stomach, and P Diddy was sodomizing him
Oh gosh.
violently. And then he said that he passed back out, and when he woke up, they had some kind of metal thing in his mouth, and that his P Diddy was still sodomizing him while his bodyguard was doing oral on him through this, like, it was like a
S&M stuff.
metal thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, and said that it knocked his teeth out and ripped his rectum, and he was like months just trying to recover from
Oh
that.
my gosh.
P Diddy and his bodyguards and his assistants were involved in it. Like
Mm.
there were more than that, but it's horrific to hear his story.
I'm
Um,
sure he had to go to the hospital and have stitches and
yeah,
all
he
kinds of
had to
stuff.
have repair and everything. Like
Reconstructive surgery, probably.
yeah, and his teeth redone too because of that metal
Mm.
thing that he stuck. So, he was a freaking monster. He is a monster.
Yeah, monster. Yeah, monster is a better
Serial
word than
rapist.
animal or creature. I don't know, like
To
what the
me,
word,
that's a
but
serial rapist.
it
A
is
monster.
monster. He is a
And how many
monster.
people has he killed from violently?
We don't know. I mean, think
You know
about
what I'm
this.
saying? Some
Yes.
people can't live through that
Well,
stuff.
that's what I was gonna say. It's a miracle that that man made it out of there.
And that man went to the hospital and reported it, and nothing was probably done.
Nothing happened. You know why? The police were
Yeah.
on the take.
Yeah, they
He had
were.
money and he was paying them off because police don't get paid
Uh-huh.
nothing. So
Hell, they
he
come to his parties. Most of them did.
right, and so they wanted to just
Yeah.
hang around the superstar, and they got all that money, so they turned their head. It's easy to find the
Mhm.
corrupt ones in the police
And they
department.
still do. That's why like I said, I wouldn't live in Hollywood for
Oh
nothing.
gosh, no.
Because they still have influence. They said that that Jenner woman, Kris Jenner, has a lot of pull and power in Hollywood.
Do you know she owns a daggum church?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, look, y'all need to look that up. Kris
What
Jenner
kind of
owns a
church does
church
she
with,
own?
and I'm trying to think, it might be with P. Diddy even.
Oh
I'm
man,
not
that's
sure.
not.
But like basically, I don't know what kind of church it is, and I can't remember the name of it, but I like read it on maybe Reddit. I don't know. I can't remember where. But they
Where
said, I
does
mean,
them? I don't get them women. How can they say that they are Christians or even religious with the things that they do and allow their daughters? Like she produced her daughters' porn videos.
right, I know. Well, and also you see their house, all that black and white check on them floors, on every one of them. They're all,
Mhm.
listen, them people are up
Bad.
in that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't get up that high without getting and taking oaths. Let's put it that way.
Mhm.
And you do sign your blood. You sign in blood
Mhm. And their her
oaths.
children's too.
Yeah. And a lot of times, even your future children, like it's in the contracts.
Grandkids, yeah.
And I'm just like,
That's
listen,
horrible.
it is not worth it. How is it worth it? Like before Kanye went all crazy here lately again,
Mhm.
he made a comment on stage when he was rapping one time. He said something about I sold my soul to the devil. It was a crappy deal. All I got was some toys and a Happy Meal.
He's stupid.
It
He
is
admitted to
stupid.
killing his own mother. He said that he said he sacrificed his mom for fame. Who does that?
Well, basically Donda, well,
Okay. I found this on the web for sacrificed his mom for fine who does that.
Hey,
Check it
oh
out.
Lord.
Exit Siri's listening. Exit
Donda,
Siri.
I know she listens to me and says stuff all the time over here, and I don't call her name or nothing. I asked her the other day if AI was demons, and she said yes.
Oh my God. Let me ask
And
her. Let me ask her. Hey Siri. Is AI demonic?
Okay. I found this on the web for is I demonic. Check it out.
She's not going to answer. She's just going to give me websites this time.
well, it was Alexa that answered for me,
Oh,
but
okay.
my husband even heard it, and we were like, "What?"
Yeah, that's how they communicate with people, probably.
And Elon Musk, honest to God, even he said that AI was
It's dangerous.
demons and that it was demonic, but yet he's the leader of all that stuff. And I'm
He's,
like,
yeah, I know. He's a big robot guy.
right. And all these robots and AI, have you seen the AIs that they've got now and how real they look? And Kim Kardashian bought a robot from Tesla. There's these
What?
Tesla robots that are out now. These don't look real, but they just white and they've got
I
like,
know she was doing some freaky stuff with it in a commercial. I
oh
seen
no,
that.
I didn't see that. I just saw it
Yeah,
walking on
she
the
was
lawn.
riding on it and everything, like a
Oh,
huggy that
gross.
she is.
I think that's what's going to end up happening. I
What?
think that people are going to start getting robots that look real and that are anatomically correct, and they're going to start having relationships with these robots.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the Daniel's dream when it talks about the last kingdom is iron mixed with clay, and iron and clay don't mix. That's machine, and
Yeah.
man, we're clay. We're made of clay.
Right. Right.
Yeah, and I've been thinking that for like 15 years or better, way before any of this AI stuff. I was
What?
like, I feel like that's like man and machine mixing together, like the
Well, did you?
Terminator.
My husband told me something weird, and I'm gonna put a trigger out here that they are doing in China. We put a trigger before I say it because this is not Jinkies After
Is it them
Dark.
dolls?
No, the Chinese guys are donating sperms, and they have like these like holes that they stick their wings in, and they just go at it, and it works. Their and they give their sperm up, and
For
like
what?
I don't know, for I guess artificially inseminating, but they'll just like stick their wings in there, and the machine does it for them, and they give
Ew.
their sperm like it ain't nothing like but an assembly line.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Like just a hole
one
in the
like they
wall?
well, yeah, it's like a penis holder, and they do. I guess
Kind of
the
like milking
way,
a cow or something?
yeah, it does the
Like the
work for
automatic
them.
milking?
Yeah, and nasty.
That is
I
nasty. And
mean,
that has to be a tiny hole for them.
some of them, yeah, basically for some of them, it would have to be.
I've
But the
always
thing
heard.
is like it's getting so bad, like where you can go out and buy a kid and not even have to have them, like
Right.
Paris
And how
Hilton did.
about the daggum Kardashians who keep doing that artificial with getting other people to carry their
Surrogates, yeah,
babies for them, you surrogates? That's
yeah.
weird to me.
That's what Paris Hilton did with both hers.
Yeah.
Hers is only like about 6 months apart.
Yeah, I know. And I'm like, well, to me, I mean, listen, I know pregnancy can
But
be a little rough sometimes, but
yeah,
that's part of being bonded to your child.
yeah, the bond. And I almost think that she likes that. I don't know. I might be wrong. That's just my opinion. But she pays more attention to the boy than she does the little girl.
Hmm.
And that's just my opinion. But
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
always like the
know. It's
dad's
just
holding one and she's holding that little
little
boy.
boy all the
Hmm.
time.
And
But
you
I
remember
mean,
when she had that one baby and her mama didn't even know it or anything, that she had a surrogate evidently, or I don't know if it could have been staged, but she
yeah, that was
supposedly
the
walked in
oldest
there
one.
and Kathy Hilton was sitting there on the couch getting some kind of IV or something. I think it
Uh-huh.
was that time. And she said, "Meet your grandbaby." And she
Yeah,
was
it was
like,
that little boy.
"What?" Oh, yeah. That was so bizarre. I was
Yeah,
like, I would slap my kid if they came in there with some baby that they had somebody else carrying, didn't tell me nothing about it until after it was born. I'd be
right.
like,
And
"What?"
I don't know. I just think it's weird. I just think she's weird. Like she's had some face work. She looks better now than she did when she was a teenager.
I
Like that's
know.
how I mean, she looks younger than she did when she was a
Well, they
teenager.
keep getting nipped and tucked and
Yeah,
everything else. They,
but
pay all that money to try to think they're going to live forever, but they're not going to live forever.
but to have somebody else pack your baby, I don't know. It's just like your baby when you pack a child, that baby goes with you forever, and I don't know. I just don't know how I would feel having somebody else carry my child for me when I
No. When I'm able to do it.
yeah, like
I
Kim
mean, I
Kardashian
guess it'd be
was one of
different. Like I've seen sisters or even a mother I've seen carry her son and her daughter-in-law's babies.
baby.
And she was in her
Mhm.
50s when she did it. They went to high school with me. And
Yeah.
like I can't believe she like was able to carry twins because they had twins and she carried them and
Wow.
everything. But listen, the mother could not carry the babies.
Yeah.
And I can understand that because it was her egg and her,
Yeah.
the son's sperm. So it was just the baby and all that. But
Yeah.
still, I mean, that's because she couldn't help it. And I've
Yeah.
seen women that couldn't have babies and their sisters were, able to, and they weren't. And their
Mhm.
sisters would carry the babies for them or best friends or whatever. I may have even done something like that for somebody that I loved very much if they couldn't have had a baby,
Yeah.
you
Well,
know?
did you see that where that woman had her eggs artificially
Frozen.
inseminated. And so when they went to transfer the embryo, they transferred another couple's embryo.
Oh
And the
no.
woman
Yeah, they've had some mixes up like that.
carried the baby until term, and the baby come out black. And
Yeah.
the donor was white and she was white. And the family sued her and took that baby away from her. The true owners of the embryo
Mm-hmm.
stepped in and took the baby away from her. And so now she's suing that company. But she had that baby for 6 months.
Oh, that'd be so hard to carry that baby
Yeah.
and
And they took
then
it from her.
to have it for 6 months. I don't care what color it is.
Yeah.
That don't matter to me. I mean,
Yeah.
with the
She loved the
baby,
baby.
yeah, if I carried that baby and I was
Yeah.
taking care of it, look, that baby's mine.
Yeah. But then I can also see the
The
family
other,
that
I can too, because it wasn't their fault either, and that was
they
their child.
basically got a
Yeah,
free surrogate for their baby.
right.
And I
But
mean, that's just a bad situation
I
all
mean,
around.
I don't think that people should do that kind of stuff like for money, and
No.
things like that. But I can understand it in a family or a best
You
friend
know,
situation.
yeah.
Like I said, if they can't have a baby, because like
Yeah.
if say my best friend could have had children and she wanted them really bad, and her husband had the thing and they implanted the egg in me, and I just carried their baby, their DNA,
Yeah, their
and
baby.
everything, and I would have known the whole time I was pregnant that's their baby. In my
It
head, I
still would
wouldn't
be
have.
hard though, I
Right.
think.
I think it would be hard, but knowing that it wasn't my egg and my offspring would make it easier. But I would never do that for money. Ever,
No.
ever. I would have never done that for money. I would have done it for love, somebody that I loved, like in my family or my best friend or something. Just because I think it's so important to have children. And if you
Mhm.
can't have them and you really want them, and there's a way for you to have your own biological children, and if
Yeah.
not, then just adopt,
I
because
would
there's so
never
many babies
donate
that need
my
a
eggs.
home.
I
You'd
would
like,
never donate my eggs because
oh,
that's
no,
your
me either.
child.
That's your baby. That's your offspring.
Yeah. That's your, yeah.
And
And
I
you don't
mean,
know who's getting them or what.
no,
No, no.
I would worry to death where what
You-
happened to that child and where they were. Like these men they put themselves through college by doing what those Chinese men were doing, what you're talking about.
Yeah. Don't
For
eat
money.
the same
Think about how many babies are out there, and there
babies.
have been cases where people have ended up together and found out they were actually like half siblings and stuff because
Yeah.
people gave too much, gave their stuff away way too freely.
Way too damn much. And they ended up
Right?
well, and another thing is too is I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, I just wonder, I worried about them taking my innards when I had a hysterectomy. I worry about them taking my
Yeah, what they
you
do
know,
with that stuff, you know?
what do they do with your eggs and shit, Are they gonna just
Right.
put it all in a
Just throw them
biohazard?
away or what?
Or how long does I mean, I guess after you cut the blood supply off to the
Then they're no good and they just,
then they're
I
probably
guess,
gonna
die
die,
off.
but
But you never
still
know.
you
They could,
wonder.
but you're asleep. You don't know. They could take that stuff and
I
put it on
know.
ice and take it out of there.
I know. That's what I
Because they're
worry about.
talking now about like doing uterine like
Transplant.
like transfers and implants,
Mhm.
uterine implants and egg implants for people who can't have babies and that are infertile. And
Yeah.
I've always said, now listen, if they can put a heart in somebody, they can put a uterus in somebody. Come on
But
now.
you know what? That baby, when they put in a surrogate baby, right?
Right.
That baby has a different everything.
Right.
So how is the body keep from
Rejecting it.
rejecting that baby?
I think they give them shots that
Yeah, they
causes.
probably give them that, but that woman's putting herself at risk
Yeah, she is
carrying
because
that baby because she could develop a cancer or anything from depleting her immune system.
correct.
And
It could
uh,
attack the baby and harm the baby
well, yeah, and they say that the fetal cells stay in the mother
forever.
forever. So how are they keeping these fetal cells from attacking those surrogate
And
moms
who knows
after
what
they
those
go off
women may
the
go through later in life. They could have MS or any kind of autoimmune disorders and stuff
because
from
of
that.
that?
Hmm.
Hmm. I don't know. I just think it's playing with God way too much.
That's going a little too far. You
Yes, I
know?
do think it is. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I
I
mean,
don't
look,
know.
whenever we tried to have our last child, because I had my tubes tied and we had to have them reversed and all that stuff,
Uh-huh.
and we did go to a fertility doctor, and I was taking Clomid, and I found out I had what do you call it, pre-diabetes. I just found out I have diabetes, so
PCOS and stuff.
yeah, they started me on metformin, but that's what I was taking back then was metformin,
Mm-hmm.
and I had PCOS. That's why.
PCOS, yeah.
So yeah, it helped me though because I ended up getting pregnant, but that was still God in my opinion. Because most people that have their tubes tied and burnt and cut and then have them put back together, it doesn't work. It just doesn't.
Mm-mm.
And just the way it happened, I mean, it was definitely 1000% God,
Yes, it
and
was.
it was, and it's just a miracle the way God moves. But it was so funny because it was like when I quit going to the fertility doctor, and I was just
Mm-hmm.
like, God, you know what? I love you regardless. If I don't have another baby, even though I feel
Mm-hmm.
like you put this on my heart for a reason to have another child, but
Yeah.
if I can't have another baby, then I'm okay. I'm okay
Mm-hmm.
with it. I'm at peace with it. It's well with my soul. And it was
Yeah.
just like within a couple months after that,
You got pregnant.
yep.
And your little mini me.
Yeah.
For a little mini me. He's your little
Yes,
mini
she
me.
definitely is. She sure is.
But he
And
does
she even
work.
has my attitude. She's got my attitude.
Oh, she's such a beautiful girl. She
Thank
is.
you. She's a sweetheart. And but I am glad she's got a little attitude about her little dude because like
Yeah.
she will tell somebody in a minute. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
good.
About themselves. Like if they're doing things they shouldn't be doing, boy, she'll get on them.
Now my oldest is like that. She does
Hmm.
not play. But now my baby, she won't stand up for herself for nothing. But my
Well, she
oldest,
allows, I think, people to, I don't know. I feel like she gives too much of herself sometimes and like tries
mm-hmm.
to help people a little bit too much because she just has that
Yeah.
about her. But then at the
Yeah.
same time, like if somebody, because of what happened with her brother,
Yeah.
especially, but like if she sees somebody doing stuff like drugs or things like that, boy, she will climb all over them
Well, I don't
and
blame her.
be like, "Why are you so stupid?"
Well,
She'll
I
go
mean,
at
it
them.
takes a toll on you to lose a sibling. I
Yeah,
mean, more than what we realize because, like with Bub, I mean, he can't even hardly stand to talk about his brother passing. And
I
now
know.
he wants to do oncology. So,
It made an impact on him for
it
sure.
did. And it hurts them more than we know when they lose
Yeah,
a
because
sibling.
Jaden, I think what she does, and she
Hmm.
admits it, like, because her and her brother were very close because he was the youngest one out of the older children, and he
Hmm.
stayed with us the longest and the most. And
Hmm.
so, like, and he was just her like guard, you know what I'm saying, from the time she was
Hmm.
little, and he was like the one out of the three because they were teenagers when I got pregnant with her. So you
Hmm.
got to figure teenagers like, oh gosh, but he was so fired up. He was so excited when he found out I was pregnant and he was going to have a little brother or sister. And then when he found out he was having a little sister, he was so fired up. And he just like doted on her. And he actually had her name huge tattooed across his heart.
Oh,
And
that is special.
she graduated like about 2 months after he passed away, and she had on her cap and gown and everything, and she kept trying to do her makeup so we could go to graduation, and
Hmm.
she kept crying and couldn't get her makeup to stay on, and she came in here and she was like, "Mama, I can't do it. He's supposed to be here. Like he would be so
Oh,
proud of me, and he's supposed to be here, and I can't do it." And she just kept crying and crying and crying, and then she made me cry, and I was like,
that's
"It's
awful.
okay, baby. If you can't do it, it's not that big of a deal. You got your diploma, and
Yeah.
if you can't do it, don't push yourself. Don't be all worried about it. I mean, it was so new at that
Yeah.
time.
Devastating. It's devastating.
Yeah, and I think she'll cry a lot in her room or when she's like she don't like to cry in front of other people, but when
Uh-huh.
when she's home, I think she cries in there
That's
sometimes.
right.
And
Yeah.
I think like she doesn't want to do it in front of me a lot because then she knows it'll set me off crying. But I
Yeah.
tell her all the time, I'm like, it's okay. I don't mind talking about him because I want to talk about him as much as
Yeah.
possible so that,
Oh,
he's not forgotten. Like, I want his name to be, you know what I'm saying, talked about all the time. So don't feel like that. Like, I've
yeah.
told all my kids, if y'all need to talk, y'all come and talk to me. Don't you worry about me and how I am.
Right.
Y'all, y'all are siblings are close, especially as close as they all were. Well,
Yeah.
the three that were born all a year apart, and then Jaden's so close to Zach. It's
Yeah.
just like I just want to make sure they're okay.
Yeah. Do you ever get to see Zach's children?
Yes, I do.
Well,
As a
that's
matter of
good.
fact, Michael, his oldest one, he
Hmm.
just came over not long ago, and I gave him Zach's guitar.
Oh,
And
does
he's
it
12.
make you cry to see him though? To be
He
like,
looks he looks identical to Zach. I mean,
yeah, that's what you told me.
identical, yeah. And with him, it makes me feel good to have him around because it's like having Zach again here almost. They act
Yeah,
alike, they look alike. It's
ain't
kind
that
of
something?
funny. Yeah, and
Yeah.
then his other little one, the younger one, I get to see him. But his mama works a lot, so usually it has to be like on a Sunday or something
Uh-huh.
like that. But I mean, Michael, well, the littler one, he's a little bit hyper. So I'm
Mhm.
not really able right now to like chase after him to spend the night.
Mhm.
Um, but because he really is very hyperactive and he doesn't sleep good and he's just I can't like
Mhm.
I'm just not able.
Yeah.
But like the older one that's 12, like, he'll just go in there and kind of do his thing but he'll come in here and talk to me and ask me all these questions about his daddy, you know,
Does he?
back to when he was
Oh.
little and he'll get me to pull pictures out and show him and
Oh.
yeah.
I know that has to be therapeutic for you, right?
Yeah, for me, just to know that I'm helping him
Yeah.
because, like, it's hard for his other side of the grandparents, because they don't really, I mean, they knew Zach, of course, but
Yeah.
not like me, and
Yeah.
like he has, like, talked to everybody that he could, like, my
And
other
Zach
son.
would wanted you to do that for
Oh,
his.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, but Michael lived with us for a long time. When he was a
Mhm.
baby, Zach took care of him almost by himself, except during the day, I would take care of him for him to work. But he would come home from work construction. He was 19 years old. And he'd come
Uh-huh.
home and he would first thing take a shower and go pick that baby up. And he would be with that child and would put him on his chest for him to fall asleep. And he'd pull the bassinet right up next to he'd sleep on the couch at our house
Mhm. Uh-huh.
and they lived with us actually and
Aw.
yeah, but he stayed up with that baby. Every 2 hours he would feed Michael and he never woke me up at night, never. He
Mm.
did it all himself and he got up at 5 in the morning for construction and went to work.
Wow.
For a
Wow.
19-year-old kid, that's,
Yeah.
to me, that's pretty good.
Yeah. And I'm glad that you have those two to
Oh, me
remember him
too.
by.
Me too. I'm so thankful he did have children.
Yeah.
Um, because you know, I
You
have
can live.
pieces of him. Yeah.
Yeah, you do. And you know that Zach would want you to let him know about him and, you know,
Oh,
be there
yeah.
for him and stuff.
And he's really having a hard time at his age, I think,
Oh,
because,
yeah.
he's 12,
Yeah.
and he just wants to know everything about his dad. And it's just really sad, that
Yeah.
I wish, Zach was here to do all that stuff with him that
He
and he
wants
tries to do everything his daddy did, like play football and
to.
box and just this stuff. I mean, and learn. He's been learning the guitar
Yeah.
because Zach played guitar and sang, and you know, I don't know. I can just tell both of those kids are really going through a hard time. So if
Mhm.
y'all are prayers out there, please keep them in prayer because
Oh, yeah,
they
definitely.
just, I can't even imagine losing my dad at that age. And they need us male child, especially. I mean,
Yeah.
girls need their daddy too, but I'm just saying the
Yeah.
same sex parent they say is like the most
Yeah.
like, you know, important for the child because only a man can teach a boy how to be a man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
it just breaks my heart. And I mean, yeah, he's got his granddaddies on both sides, but that's not his daddy,
No, it's not. No. And only his daddy could feel how he feels, like him going through what he's teenage years, and
Yeah.
it's a dad thing, especially if he likes the same thing as your son liked
Yeah.
and everything.
Yeah. And I do think he told me, he said he feels real close to him at our house.
Oh.
And he was like, I feel really close to him over here. And
Oh.
I was like, well, honey, you're welcome here anytime you want. You just call Gan and I'll be here and you could come on over.
Oh, that's sweet that you have that in your life. That's sweet that you have him in your life like that.
I love all my grandbabies so much. And I can tell you, like, my oldest one is 19 because he's 5 months older than um, my daughter, my youngest child, Jaden. Because my daughter and I were pregnant at the same time, and she was a couple months before me.
Oh, I remember you told me that.
Yeah. So that's funny.
That's double blessing.
That was a double blessing. And
Uh-huh.
um, so it was so funny because, like, whenever she was in labor, she kept
Mhm.
throwing up and I kept throwing up. I was pregnant and I was like 5 months pregnant when she was having him. He was born
Oh.
during Katrina. We sat there and watched
Oh.
Katrina when he was being born. And he lives
Wow.
in upstate New York now, so I don't get to see him
Oh.
as much, but we do keep in touch on the phone. And he also loved his Uncle Zach, and he plays guitar too because of him. And he'll
Wow.
send me, like, where he's videoed, himself playing songs and stuff, and he'll send them to me.
Mhm. Aw. Sounds like you got a loving bunch of kids, that you got a good family there and supportive family.
Well,
That's a good thing.
I wish it was bigger. Like, I wanted more kids, but
Yeah.
I guess God knew what
Yeah.
what he was doing,
Yeah,
Uh,
I wanted more myself. I wished I'd had more kids myself.
I
But I
know.
got Bob,
Well,
and
God did give you another,
yeah,
he
he
did.
did. He did. And
And
stuff,
I'm
but
hoping to get my granddaughter back here very soon, so I'm probably going to end up with another one too. So I hope.
I
So
hope you do
I'm
too.
praying. I'm praying really hard.
Yes, I hope you get their grandbaby girl. I want a grandkid, but my oldest daughter, she don't want no kids. She don't want nothing to do with kids. She's been married for 3 years now, and she still does not want kids.
Well, you never know. Maybe it'll hit her.
Well, my
where-
baby's wanting kids, but she can't find the right person. So
Yeah, Jaden, she definitely wants to get married and have some kids. She said, "I don't want to be old having a because I was 34 when I got pregnant with her." She's like, "I don't
Mhm.
want to be all old when I have my kids."
Did
So
she?
yeah,
Oh,
she dates a guy, but he lives in Boston, and I'm like so scared she's gonna move to Boston. And I'm like,
yeah.
girl, listen to me. What happened in Mr. Tennessee? Why couldn't
Yeah,
you be
there you
like
go.
he's still a southerner? You need
Yeah.
to, but
Yeah.
and then we were upset about that because it was Tennessee. We were thinking we're
Mhm.
gonna have to move to Tennessee. But I'm
Yeah.
like, now see, we open our daggum mouth. Tennessee wouldn't have been near as bad as Boston.
Yeah, Boston's pretty far away.
It's far away and cold.
Yes, it is. See, I wouldn't want my baby daughter to, because it's bad enough my oldest is in Kentucky. I wouldn't want the littlest one away.
I know,
That would
golly,
bother
I don't
me.
know what I'm gonna do. I mean, seriously, I'm gonna tell you right now, we'll have to at least buy a condo there because, like, in
Yeah.
the summertime, we'll have to go up there and stay,
Yeah,
and maybe
because she's
rent
the
our
baby.
house out in the summertime or something while we move up
Yeah.
there. Because I'm telling you, especially if I got grandbabies, I'm sorry. As much as I love
Yes.
the South and I'm not hyped up about going up there, I
Mhm.
told you I've been looking, and I told them just to see the prices and stuff. And I do like Nantucket. It's across the sound from Boston. It's out in the water a little bit. But I
Uh-huh.
was like, I said, "F it." I'm not going to say the word, but let's just say bucket. I'm moving to Nantucket. That's what I was saying. If she
Yes.
goes up there, that's where I'm going.
Yes. I would have to move closer to my either one of mine. Like, it's hard for me with my other one, but she doesn't live that far away. She comes down here quite a bit, but still, if they moved hours away, that would be really hard.
Yeah, the furthest any of my kids have ever lived away is her, where she's at school, you know.
Uh-huh.
Um, but she goes down there and still stays some, but she's staying at home now,
Oh,
and
that's
she's
good.
doing online school because it's so much
Uh-huh.
cheaper than paying at the dorm, staying at the dorm and paying all that. That's so expensive, and the food and all that. But
Oh, yeah.
so she lived, I guess, about an hour and 20 minutes away when she was when she was living down there. But my daughter moved kind of closer to Myrtle Beach, like at Myrtle Beach actually,
Uh-huh.
and lived there for a while. And I freaked out the whole time she was there, and we would go every other weekend and stay with them. Like, my
Oh,
grandkids were there, and I could not l
yeah.
I'm that mama that can't let go. I don't care. My
Yeah,
kids are
me either.
30, my oldest ones are 35 and 36,
Uh-huh.
and I chase them down like,
Me
I mean,
too, honey.
crazy. If I can't know where they're at, if I don't hear from them in a
Uh-huh.
day or 2, I'm hunting them down, and my daughter put a thing on there about, my mama's the kind of mama, if she don't hear from me in 24 hours, she'll send a helicopter looking for me.
Yes. Yes.
And I'm like,
Most
"I
definitely.
will." They know better. I'm like, "If you do not return my call, I am calling the police to look for you."
Yeah, well, I'm the same way. I am. And my daughter didn't get off the plane. Well, it was during a snowstorm about a month ago. They went to New York and the plane was delayed. And I called her husband's mom and she acted like she's annoyed by me, but I don't care because they
Who
were supposed to be
cares?
picking them up from the airport.
Yeah.
And like, I don't see how they don't worry about them. I worry
Whew.
my butt off.
I don't know how my mama
That's
did it
my
without cell
mama's
phones.
thing.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell you. I don't know how my mama trusted me to
Me
get in the car
neither.
and go out and come
I know.
home.
I'm the
Oh.
same way. I got 360 on all 3 of mine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I
Yeah.
mean, it's just like I can't help it. And I told she knows at least they know I love them at least. I mean,
Yeah.
because I'm like, I'm sorry, I just can't sleep at night not knowing that y'all are
Mm-mm.
safe.
No.
I don't care
It's
how
I don't
old
see
you
how
are.
parents can go for days without speaking to their kids.
No.
Like, I could not. If they don't answer their phone,
Oh, I will
that
embarrass them in a minute and put all over
me
Facebook
too.
or Instagram, "Call me immediately," in, like, big
Yes.
red, fiery red, you
I
know?
mean, do you have 360 on your kids?
Well, no, because they won't let me now. Because I've
Oh.
gotten too old. They're like,
What about
"Mom, that's"
the youngest one? Do you have
No, because
360 as well?
she's 19. She's like, "No." She's like, "I am grown. I'm
Really?
an adult." No, she won't let
Oh,
me.
mine knows that I have to have it or I'm gonna be calling and aggravating the hell out of them.
But now when she goes out of town and when she's done things, I have made her put it on where I can trace her. And she
Mhm.
hated it because when she went with the church to go compete for nationals, and she
Mhm.
had it on there, that was like the first year. She was of course still underage at this time, so she had to do what I told her. So she put it on
Mhm.
there, and I could go weigh in, and I saw her playing like the body chest or checkers where they got this big huge thing outside at the hotel, and they were out
Mhm.
there playing checkers on the ground. And I
Oh,
called her and I was like, "What are you doing playing checkers?" She was like, "Why are you
you can
watching
see that?
me?"
How
Yeah.
did you see that?
It was some kind of app she put on the phone, and
Wow.
it was crazy. I don't know, but it showed me
I'd
her
like to know what
location.
that app is because I'd
It
like to use
I
that.
know, it showed me her location down to the chest thing where she was at, whatever I was like, it showed
Wow.
me her location where she was. Like, I didn't see her doing it, but I saw where
Mhm.
her location was, and it was on that chess
Mhm.
board.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Are
Yeah.
you playing chess right now?" She was like, "Mama, that's why I didn't want to give."
Uh, well, I watched mine a daughter travel one of them narrow roads in Jamaica. They went dolphin diving, and
Swimming. Yeah.
then yeah, because they went on a cruise, and I watched her drive down this long road in Jamaica.
Oh gosh, because
If
they're
it
drive
wasn't for
crazy.
360, I would have freaked out.
Yeah. How old was
Uh,
she?
it was just like this last. I think it was in November, if I'm not
Oh, okay.
mistaken.
So it was
They
recent.
went, yeah, and
I don't
it
blame
was
you though,
it
because
was
I
me
mean, you never know.
sometime.
People they'll kidnap you in other places like
I mean, I
that, and
know I warn her about everything.
I know,
I'm
and I mean,
her ass bigger than anything when it comes to that stuff.
now I'm glad Jaden. Like I tell her all the time, I'm like, listen to me.
Hmm.
You know, when you're all this trafficking and all this stuff that goes on, I'm like,
Yeah.
you have got to have eyes on the back of your head, on the side of your. She's fixing to get her CWP, concealed weapon permit, because
Yeah.
we have open carry in our state. So I'm just,
Uh-huh.
I'm like, girl,
Well,
you
that's
just
good.
have to. And she does. She has
Hey,
pepper spray and like a taser thing. But I'm like,
well, I'll tell you what, open carrier about saved my friend's daughter, except luckily she got down there in Kingsport and was pulling out of a gas station, and the gas station people saw this creepy man following behind her, but he was following her everywhere, and she was on the phone with her dad, and she had a gun, but luckily the people at the gas station
saw it.
called the police, and the police got him, and they told him like this man's a crazy man and he's got like charges for all kinds of stuff,
No, that's
and
scary.
they seen the gun she had, and they asked her what she was planning on doing, and she said, "I'd have shot him." She
I'd have
wasn't
shot
scared at
his
all
butt.
because yeah, she would have too. She had a gun, but
That's
he
the
was
way
a
I was
crazy.
with Jaden. I'm like, listen, if you see somebody is definitely meaning you harm, you don't shoot to
Mhm.
maim. You aim to, you know,
Mhm.
stop them at any
Yeah,
cost. You know what I mean?
exactly. Well, there was a road from I think London to Somerset, and somebody was telling me this story that their daughter was traveling that road, and this crazy man got behind her and was following her and tail ending her, and so she slowed down, and he would like go to the side and wouldn't let her, like he was
Over, like wouldn't
acting
let her
crazy,
over.
and then like she called like 911 and was on the phone with her mom and 911, or I don't remember, I guess her mom and 911, but anyway, she was screaming and crying. He had like it because that road doesn't have anything on it. It's just the straight dead,
That's
there's
scary.
nothing for
Ooh,
miles.
yeah.
And so he went ahead of her and stopped and was standing out in the middle of the road.
Oh
And the cops,
gosh.
yeah, the cops told her to hit the accelerator and hit him. And she did. She was screaming and crying. And, he finally moved out of the way, but then he got back in the car and started chasing her again.
Mm.
And yeah, it was like it went on for like an hour until they finally caught him. But that was terrifying for her because some of these men are freaking animals. They're
Oh
freaking
yeah.
psycho. Once they get set on something, they will do whatever it takes to get them.
Get what they want.
Yeah,
I warn
very.
my daughter about that all the time. Both of them, both my daughters. I
Mhm.
warn them about that all the time.
Hey,
And
Toodles. Go ahead.
my
Yeah.
oldest daughter, she doesn't have a car because she can't
Uh-huh.
afford one. But
Mhm.
she just made manager, so I hope she'll get one soon because she rides like a little scooter thing because it's close
Mhm.
to work where she lives. I mean, it's not far, but I mean,
Mhm.
she has called me before, even when she was walking like from work across like the parking lot. She's
Mhm.
called me because somebody was stalking her, and there was these two guys, and they
Oh.
were on walkie talkies like talking to each other, and they were like trying to hem her in, and she called me and she was like, Mom, just okay, stay on the phone with me, because and she was telling me what was going on, and I'm freaking out. I'm like, I'm fixing to get in the car and
Hey,
I'm coming to
Casey.
where you are.
Oh,
Because that
hell yeah. I'll
freaks
kick
me
a
out.
mocho's ass
And
over my kids.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, don't
Mm.
mess around with my kids because you will FAFO real fast.
Mhm. Crazy mama syndrome, honey.
Hmm.
When it comes to our kids, but you
Yes.
never know. There's animals out here like that. Like they're crazy. They're like P. Diddy. They don't know how to stop.
And I
Like,
mean, I'm not saying that like people don't go after unattractive people or anything, that aren't real, But
Mhm.
my youngest daughter, she is very pretty. I mean, she really is, and she's
Mhm.
striking, and she like everybody notices that. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So that
Mhm.
means who else notices that? The
Mhm.
weirdos. And
Oh,
she's had a lot of
absolutely.
problems with that, a lot. Like
Oh, I
people
bet she has.
following her and weird stuff like that. So she like has a whole group of people that always goes out with her 9 times out of
That's
10.
a good thing.
And I'm thankful
Look
for
at
that because
that
she's got a lot of good
364.
guy friends, that are protective over her.
That's very good.
Yeah, and from church a lot, most of them are. And honestly, my oldest daughter, I mean, she just like thinks nothing will happen to her, and some bad
Yeah.
things have happened to her because of
She
not
better
paying
wake
attention.
up.
Yes. Well, before she was doing things she shouldn't have been doing, uh, and not being as on task as she should be or
Oh,
mentally
sorry,
aware.
Toodles.
But
Toodles
she's
said, pray for me. I have a RSV
oh
rash on my
no.
chest and an ear infection, really struggling a lot. We
What's her
pray
name?
for you, honey. Toodles.
Well, Lord God, we bring Toodles in front of you right now, and we just ask you to touch her, Lord, with your healing hand, and that from the top of her head to the soles of her feet, whatever is wrong with her, Lord, that you will heal it right now in the name of Yeshua, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
We rebuke that sickness. It's
Yes,
not your
ma'am.
portion.
Yes, ma'am. But yeah, kids of nowadays, though, they really, it's scary to have them for sure.
It
Even
is.
Bub, I worry about him and him a big old boy. You never know.
Oh
You
no, I still worried about my boys in there. I mean, Zach was 6'5", and my other son Jamie, he's like 6'4", 6'3.5". I mean, they're big boys, but
hmm
still, I mean, when they were like
Never.
16, 17, 18, when they were young, I was like, look what Jeffrey Dahmer did to them boys. They don't
I
care.
know Jeffrey Dahmer. Listen. Boys are more victims now, young men and boys, than girls anymore.
I know it scares me. Either way,
It
it scared
is.
me. And I
Yeah.
mean, I even tell my other son, even though he's 35, I tell him, I'm like, listen, do not go with anybody that you don't know in their car.
Right.
Don't be buddying up to somebody that you don't know.
Or that you have suspicion about.
Right, exactly. Because just because
Uh-huh.
you're a man, don't mean
That
that people don't do things and things don't happen.
Yeah. I mean, the perversion is getting real.
Yeah, it is.
It's
And
just like getting like Sodom and Gomorrah
it
anymore.
is. It really is. And I said, God is not going to allow this to go on too much longer. I mean, I know he's going to make sure that, everybody who's going to be saved is saved. You know what I'm saying? Before he does what he's going to do.
Yeah.
And he knows how many numbers that is. He knows exactly the last names person
He,
that's going to accept him and go in the Lamb's Book of Life. He knows that.
he does.
And he has everything under control. Nothing catches him off guard. But at the same time, we have got to pray over our children because the enemy is
Mhm.
after our children,
Amen.
and we've got to pray for our grandchildren, our children, our future grandchildren that we don't even have yet. Just start praying for them now.
Yeah, I wish I had some. I
Yeah,
don't know if I'll ever
just
get
start
them.
praying for them. Say, Lord, my future grandchildren that I get that you're gonna give me, I pray
Yeah.
now for you to cover them in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
And I mean,
Exactly.
because God does, He loves us to procreate and have children. That's what we're supposed to do,
Be fruitful and multiply.
right. And that's why I don't understand these women that are so hostile towards children and they hurt their children. Like, look
I
how
don't get it
crazy these
either.
people are all over the place and the things they do to their children.
I know. I
I
don't get it.
I can't. My mind just won't go there. I
I
just can't.
couldn't like it was, just these women that brings these strange men in around their children too.
Yeah. And that's another thing. And
Amazing.
a lot of these women that allow men to do things to their children and they
Yeah.
know it. To me,
Yeah.
that's a monster. That's to me
Mhm.
almost worse than the men that do it.
Exactly.
Because you're
Like,
their mother and you're supposed to protect them.
yes. Yeah. And I had a friend one time that had a little 2-year-old baby girl, and she met this guy and she brought him home and slept with him, and her baby girl downstairs, she brought the strange. And I said, I can't believe you would bring a strange man. Like, what if, you fell
He
asleep
fell
and he got
asleep and
up
he
and
went
went
down there and did that
downstairs
that
and
baby. Hmm.
well, I mean, I really kind of give her a hard time about that. I was like, you need to be more careful with who you bring around your child.
Amen to that. I'm glad you told her.
Yeah, she was like, I can't believe she didn't have enough sense to know that. You know what I mean?
Well, you do wonder,
Uh,
like, what's wrong with some people? Why don't they have more of a
what
mothering
in the world's
instinct?
wrong with her? Like to do
I,
that.
I knew some like that too, though, and they would let these men come move in with them and shack up with them, and they had,
Raise
you
their
know,
daughter,
three
and
and
then they
four
end up
little kids running around. I'm like, who does
molesting
that?
their kids, and yeah,
And they don't
it's
even know these
sad.
men. Like they'll go pick them up at a club and stuff, or at the
And then
corner
bring them
store.
home.
You
Yeah,
know, I'm like, what?
yeah. Bring them home around their kids,
Uh-uh.
especially a little girl. I mean, you're just asking for something like that to happen when you do
Right.
stuff like that.
Yeah, you really are. And
Mhm.
I'll tell you right now, I don't know that I'd have ever been with anybody or got remarried because I just didn't trust nobody around my kids. So
Mhm.
if it hadn't have been for the fact that I went to high school with my husband Jay and we were like
Yeah.
best friends, like girl and guy best friends, nothing romantic, but just best
Mhm.
friends like from 15, 14 years old. Like he was at
Mhm.
the hospital when all my kids were born. He was in my first wedding. He was always
Wow.
at my mom and daddy's house every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, because if his family, he didn't have a family that did that kind of stuff. So, like my family
Yeah.
was his family, and it's a miracle how we ended up together because he was so in the friend zone, you know. But
Yeah.
like he just knew my kids, and I trusted him, and I knew him. But
Yeah.
if I'll just be honest with you, God had to work that out because once I left my husband, like, I would have never probably gotten remarried or been with another man out. Like, I would have had to go on a date if I ever hooked up with anybody, because I would have
Mhm.
never brought a man back to my house unless I knew
Knew
them.
'em.
I mean, knew them,
Yeah.
explicitly knew them well.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely. I would have been that same way if I would have ever, married anybody else around my babies too.
And
I
even
would
with
have been
him,
very
I
protective.
mean, I never left my kids with him when we were first together and stuff like that. I didn't ask him to babysit or leave my kids alone with him or anything like that. And even though I trusted him, like I didn't think he would do anything like that, but they're my babies. And I just,
Yeah.
was very careful. And,
Careful. Yeah.
after time and we got married and,
Yeah.
they started calling him daddy way a long time before we even got married.
Oh, yeah.
Um, because they're piece of crap father, but the sperm donor. But he is their dad because he
Yeah.
raised them. I mean, Zach was 6 months old when we got together, so
Wow. So,
that I mean, he's called him dad since day one,
oh, yeah.
and
Wow. That's
and
good.
they've all said, and they're grown now, that they were so thankful that he was the
Came
best
home.
dad and that he chose to love them. That's what's so special about it, that he didn't have to raise them and love them like
Yeah.
that. But he treated them just like they were his own, and he never had no kids up until we had Jaden, because the first 3 were from my first husband, but, I mean
Is Jaden his only biological child?
mhm, yep,
Oh,
and that's
well,
why I had my tubes, reversed because I just couldn't. I was like, "There's no way I can let you raise my 3 kids and I don't have a baby with you, don't give you
yeah.
there's no way," like, and I was just praying so hard that it would work because, like, I didn't wanna cheat him out of that experience.
Yeah. Yeah, and look what you got, a beautiful little baby
Yeah.
girl.
Oh, and she's a daddy's girl.
Is she?
Oh, yeah. She
Oh.
2 years ago for his birthday, she went behind well, I knew about it because I had to get the hotel room for us to stay at, but she bought
Uh-huh.
Atlanta Braves tickets because she loves, like, sports and stuff, and her daddy's always gone to football games or baseball games. So she got
Uh-huh.
him, 2 tickets to the Atlanta Braves, and we all went down to Atlanta, and I stayed in the hotel. I wasn't going to the Braves, but
Yeah, I don't
I
blame you.
let them go, and, it was the new field and all that, and he was so fired up. He didn't know it until the day we left, and he was so
Oh.
excited. He was crying so hard.
Aw. That's awesome.
But she saved up her own little money and bought those tickets.
Her daddy.
Yeah. And
That's sweet.
listen, that man took when I was sick, like when I was being diagnosed with lupus and stuff when she was a little bit older. She was like probably 4 or 5, I guess.
Mhm.
He does termite and pest control work because he owns his own pest control company. But
Mhm.
he would take her with him to work, and she would sit at the crawl space with the flashlight and watch her daddy
Oh.
go under the houses. Like when I was in the hospital and stuff, he wouldn't
Uh-huh.
trust nobody to watch her. He took her to work with
Well,
him.
that's good. I don't blame him.
He
It's
was
hard to let anybody watch your kids nowadays.
mm-mm. And my
That's
mom had
good that
passed away when she was 9 months old, and she's the only person I'd ever trusted to watch my kids is my
Oh, yeah.
mama. So,
Yeah.
when she passed away when Jaden was 9 months old. So I was like, I don't trust nobody else. She ain't staying with nobody else.
Well, she got to go with her daddy, and that was a good thing, I
Yep,
think.
because they're like, I mean, we're close too, you know what I'm saying? And I'm glad
Yeah.
she's close to her daddy because little girls that don't have
They need
daddy
their
issues do a
daddy.
lot better.
Yes, they do.
And she definitely has had a dad that has doted on her from day one. I'm not kidding. When we had that child, he cried for 2 weeks straight. Every time he looked at her, he cried.
Oh, that's sweet.
I'm telling you. And it's golly, as soon as he got home, him and Zach would be fighting over who held her.
Oh.
And
Oh.
nobody, that child wasn't put down probably for years, I don't think.
That's
Either
what I
I was
told
holding her on my hip, Zach was holding her, or Jay was holding her.
that's what I told my baby girl that, I don't think she got set down when she 'cause I didn't work for a few months after
I didn't
she was
work at all
born.
with her. With my last one, I didn't.
You
So,
didn't? I
mm-mm, I
wished
didn't.
I wouldn't have with my I mean, I just feel like I shouldn't should I wasted a lot of time working.
Well, I had to with my first 3 because, I was a single mom for a while and I had to. But after
Mhm.
Jay and I got married and then we both got saved and all that,
Mhm.
like he said, if you want to stay home, he said, I will work and you can stay home with the kids because it would be better for them. So with the older
Mhm.
children, I started staying home with them. And then I substituted also so I could be at the school with them. I'm not
Mhm.
telling you I was a bad helicopter mom, but
Aw.
uh, and then I homeschooled Jaden, like I said. So
Yeah.
we
That
didn't
was
have
a good thing, I
we didn't
think.
have to worry about that. Yeah, and I said I did not that last child. I knew it probably would be our last, but I
Mhm.
said I didn't go through all this and have this baby for somebody else to raise it. And I'm not going back to
Exactly.
work. I said, whenever she gets grown, I can go back to work. I thought I'd be
Yeah.
able to go back to work now, but now I'm not healthy enough.
Oh, well, you as long as you live a good life, then you're happy, that's all that matters.
Yep. It's lonely
Money
though
ain't always the
when you
best way.
when you
Huh?
raise your children, and that's kind of been like I've told Jay, I'm like, I feel like I don't know what to do with myself. I sit here sometimes and I'm like, I just don't know what to do because since I've been 17 years old, I've been a mama,
Mhm.
and Jaden, just turning 19. Like
Mhm.
and I homeschooled her and I stayed home with her and I stayed home with the older kids, from
Yeah.
elementary school, middle ways on up, or when I own a
Mhm.
suntan bed or my hair salon, they just came to work with me.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I don't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I
Yeah,
just
I totally understand. Even though Bub's here, he's gone a lot because he works and he goes to school, and sometimes it can definitely be an empty nest.
do you ever, like, panic sometimes, like, you're just feel like you're supposed to be watching a kid or something and you don't like, I do
I
that sometimes.
did before
I'll sit here and I'll just start panicking, like, where's
y
the kids at? Like, I'm just supposed to be watching a kid.
yeah, I did before I started working again, but now that I'm working again, I stay so busy, all I wanna do is spend time with them on my days off, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I've been thinking, like, of well, I know I'll probably lose a fair amount of weight, now that they've found out about the diabetes, and I've gotten on
Mhm.
the medicine, because I don't have an
Mhm.
appetite at all. on this metformin at all.
Okay.
And she said you'll lose a lot of weight on that. She told me that. She said you could be eating lettuce and water and you're not going to lose any weight if you have diabetes and you're not being treated for it because your body's not
Right.
processing your sugar. And
Well, I'm on that Manjaro, and I've really not
that's
lost
what
a
she's
whole
putting
lot of
me
weight.
on. That's what she's
Manjaro?
trying to get me on. Well, she's fixing to do a pulmonary, a sleep apnea thing, because
Uh-huh.
she thinks that's why my blood pressure is not wanting to stay down is because I have sleep apnea and it's causing my blood pressure to stay up.
Yeah.
And Manjaro, she said, is actually for sleep apnea. That it helps off label for sleep
Oh,
apnea.
really?
Hmm.
Wow, because I got bad sleep apnea.
And she said your insurance, if you like go through metformin first line, and because that's the first line they try with the diabetes, but
Uh-huh.
then they can get my breathing study back that shows I have sleep apnea, that she could
Uh-huh.
get the insurance to pay pretty much for all the medicine for the Manjaro. They're
Yeah,
more apt to pay for it. Yeah.
mine started out as $231 a month, and then last month it was just $45. So I was grateful for
Wow.
that. Yeah.
Thank you,
But
Jesus.
yeah, I think they might need to up my dose because I have lost a little bit of weight, but it's like I'm not even taking it. I got more energy. That's for darn sure.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
And
what
it
I
felt
need. See.
the first week or so, it felt like I peed, and I think it got rid of all that excess water weight.
Well, it's been doing the other side to me.
Mm.
So,
Yeah, the metformin.
mhm. Like
But a
my
lot
tummy hurts all the time, and I'm constantly
Yeah,
in the
mine don't
bathroom.
hurt at all with the Manjaro.
I'm hoping that I'll get on that soon, and then I'll be able to get off this other, and it'll
Yeah.
be better. But because it does hurt my
The
stomach bad.
GOP1 or something. It's supposed to help you utilize your sugar, like, in your blood. Like, I don't know what my A1C I go back to get checked next month, and I guess he'll up my dose, but
Yeah.
hopefully my A1C will go down, or has went down.
Well, I don't know how much. Well, I know how much I weighed last time, but that I went to the doctor, and I guess I go back on the 19th this month, and for a month follow up because I had
Uh-huh.
to have, she had to change all my blood pressure medicines around from when I was in the hospital to see if they would
Mhm.
work better, and I think they have. And then she
Mhm.
put me on the metformin because we looked at my blood work, and she was like, "Girl, you got the type 2." She was like,
What
"Oh,
what was
I
your
fe"
A1C? Was it high? Your
Yeah.
hemoglobin A1C?
My
Mine was
no,
8.
my hemoglobin's always low, like, I have anemia.
No, it's your hemoglobin A1C. They take it in a 3-month period, and it tells you what your sugar levels has been in your blood.
Oh, yeah, they did do that.
They
And
did do that?
she did look at that because they did it at the hospital, then they did
Uh-huh.
it right before I went to the hospital because I was supposed to go in for my office visit, but I ended up having to end up in the hospital, so they did it there, and then she did it again at the doctor's office when I went last time,
Yeah,
and
with you being a diabetic, and if you have sleep apnea, then you definitely get it paid for sure,
that's
hopefully.
what she said.
That'd
But
be
do you know
good.
how long it is before they're getting me into the sleep apnea place?
How long?
June.
Oh, can't they do a home study?
Well, no, I have to go there, but they said that I could call and see if they've had any cancellations. Like she said I could call every day if I wanted to.
I'll tell you
So,
what, they did a home study on me first, and it was so bad they didn't even take me to the hospital to do a sleep study at there. They put me on one right away. They
right
didn't even.
away.
That's how bad mine is.
Well, I know mine's like that because I feel like I'm drowning and I'll wake myself up sometimes. Like I
When
feel
your
like I'm
heart's in
dreaming I'm
arrhythmia.
drowning even, and I can't breathe, and I'll I'll be
Mhm.
gasping when I like wake up, and
I bet
also
you
that's when my
probably
blood pressure
can.
goes up so high when when I'm sleeping, and I think it's because of that.
Yeah, and you probably go into arrhythmias too. I know I do because I wake up and I can feel it.
Yeah, because that's what
Those
happened when I was in the hospital.
SUVs.
It was doing that. I was in AFib. Well, then,
Mhm. And it's
and I
probably the
do.
sleep apnea that's
Yeah,
causing it.
that's what she said. She's the first doctor out of all the doctors I've been to. I and she's a nurse practitioner. Honestly, she's the best. She's the best I've ever had and been to. She's very
Uh-huh.
thorough and she's so sweet.
Yeah.
And I'm so happy that the Lord led me to her. I prayed. I was like, Lord, please give me a good doctor.
You get on that Manjaro, you be doing good. I feel like I've got a lot more energy with it. That's
I
one
need
thing I can
energy
say.
bad, so bad.
I do. I feel like I've got more energy for sure. Sometimes it decreases my appetite, and then sometimes it don't. It
This
just depends.
metformin, I mean, it makes me where I can't hardly eat nothing.
Really?
Yeah, like today, like I made a big deal. It got a tropical fruit smoothie. I don't know if y'all have tropical smoothie where you're at, but I
Mhm.
got the kale and spinach island green smoothie, and they
Mhm.
have a little tiny like grilled chicken wrap, and I couldn't even eat that wrap and drink that whole smoothie. It was just too much.
Wow.
And
Well,
that's
maybe just
good.
the metformin by itself will help you.
It might. It did last time. I lost like when I was trying to get pregnant with Jaden, I
Mhm.
lost probably like 30 pounds.
Wow.
But I wasn't that heavy then. I'm a lot heavier now than I
What
was
made you
then.
stop getting on it? Oh, you got pregnant though, didn't
Yeah, I
you?
got pregnant, and really the only reason I was just insulin resistant.
Uh-huh.
And it was from I think the PC. Well, they thought it was from the PCOS.
Oh
So
yeah, most
then,
definitely.
yeah, shortly after that, because we had I did get pregnant again after Jaden,
You did?
but at 12 weeks, my tube ruptured because it was in my tube and we didn't know it
Oh
because they
no.
don't do an ultrasound until 13 weeks. So we
Oh,
didn't know that, and I was almost passing out at home, and the ambulance had to come get me. And Jaden was like 3,
oh,
and when I got to the hospital, they did an ultrasound, found out the baby wasn't in my uterus, and did, some HCG tests and found out that my HCG levels were dropping. And they
oh,
found out I had free fluid of blood where my tube ruptured and I was hemorrhaging. So they had to my husband barely got to see me before they were rushing me back to that daggum operating room.
did they take your tube out? Or
Yeah,
was it?
on that side, yeah, they did. And I
Oh,
kept it, because I was thinking, I still am gonna try to get pregnant with the other
yeah,
2, because I
yeah,
still wanted one more baby, because the others were so much older, and I didn't want Jaden to be kind of like the only child so far away. But,
yeah.
you know, um, I
How old
ended
are
up
you right now?
Huh?
How old are you now?
Oh, I'm way too old to have a baby. I'm 54. I'm fixing to be
Oh,
55 in September
well,
this
you
year.
never know. What was it? Like a 60-year-old woman the other day had one.
Yeah, I had my uterus taken out because I had to
Oh,
have
just
a hysterectomy after that because they found out I
um,
had a mass on my right ovary. And he was like, "Look,
yeah.
after what happened the last time, you almost died." He said, "You frankly, you almost died." He said,
Mhm.
"And you know, you've just had way too many problems, that endometriosis, other stuff."
Oh
He said,
yeah.
"We really just need to take everything out,
Mhm.
everything." And so
Wasn't that the best thing though? We'll get all that shit out of you. When I had that shit took it out, I did better. I
I
didn't
was
have
so
to.
depressed because I wanted another baby so bad, because I had a
Yeah.
baby and I lost that baby. And if I could have had one more after that, I'd have been
Um,
okay, I think. But
oh, that would have had to been devastating at 12 weeks.
it was. And
Oh,
um the fact that I had lost my mom a couple years before that, and then I lost the baby, and then they took my uterus. My friend kept coming over there. She goes, "Don't let the devil steal your uterus. Don't let him take it."
oh my
And
God.
now I tell her all the time, I said, "I think you're right. I think the devil did take my
He
uterus, and I
took it.
think I could have had another baby."
Oh,
I was like 39, when I had my hysterectomy. But
yeah.
I mean, I still had probably another good 5 years.
Yeah. I was 40. I think I was 40 when they took mine. Yeah, I was 40.
About the same age I was in.
Yeah. I had large ovarian cysts and stuff, and I hadn't had a period in 2 years.
Oh, wow. See, I
Hmm.
had bad ones.
Well,
Bad.
I did before that, then it just stopped.
That's weird.
So, yeah, it's because of those big old
Did
cysts.
you have PCOS too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine was the size of a watermelon. One was the size of a watermelon, and the other one was the size of a melon.
Well, they
And
told me
the,
grapefruit. That was the size of like the biggest one, I guess, was a
the
grapefruit, but that's still
well,
big.
yeah. Well, the big one I had was, I guess it was folded over and it was cutting off the blood supply to my
Oh
uterus.
no.
I laid in the floor and cried like a baby. And they gave me every kind of pain medicine you could think
And
of,
it
and
didn't
it
even
didn't
work.
touch.
Mm-mm.
No.
When you're in that much pain, they could give
Mhm.
you anything and it's not gonna help it
Yeah.
really. I
And
mean,
I mean, they said they looked to see if it was torted, but it was torted bad, according to.
mm,
But they said I had to get it done in at UK at the Marquis Cancer Center at University of Kentucky. He said if it would have been if I'd have had to have that surgery in Harlan, I would probably
you
not
might
go.
not have made it through.
Yeah, yeah. It took
Because
him
hospital.
4 hours to do that surgery. Yeah.
Golly, that's scary. And you were so young.
I had babies at home, and that was I cried and cried and cried because my CA-125 was elevated, so I thought I had ovarian cancer because
Cancer.
I
Hmm.
had a 40% chance of having that as well,
And you
and
don't want that something to happen to you when you
yeah,
got babies at home you gotta take care of.
no, no, and the Lord showed me one day what because I was praying to Him and I was so worried, and He said, like, get on there and look up what a cancerous tumor looks like, and I did, and it was hard and bumpy, and I knew mine was probably water filled because it was soft, and you couldn't even hardly tell there was one in there because it was so soft. And
Wow.
that gave me a little bit of relief, you know. I still worried,
Yeah.
but not. I felt like that was the Lord's way of telling me that everything was going to be okay, but still, I almost died during the surgery, you know. So,
Dang. Well, the Lord was looking after you.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Because,
don't want to go through that again ever.
well, the good thing is, like, well, I hadn't gone. I hope you don't have to go. But, I haven't had, you don't have to go to the female doctor all the time, is what I'm saying, after you
Yeah.
have all that taken out because you don't got nothing left really to have to worry
Yeah,
about
I
much down
told 'em
there.
take my cervix and everything. They took my cervix.
Me too, same thing.
Now I'm having pee problems. That's the thing I'm having
I
is
do
pee
too.
problems.
If I'm sitting in here and I start laughing real hard about
Uh-huh.
something, I'll be like, "Y'all quit, quit. I'm about to pee my pants, quit." And Jaden, she'll just go off and make me laugh more, try to make me do it. And I'm like,
Uh-huh.
"Don't make me pee on my pants. I have to change the bed and everything else. Please don't."
Well, I
And
got at work the other day and had that happen to me. I couldn't control it, and it just kept
sometimes you
going
can't,
from
and it
me.
will just roll out.
Yeah, so I had to start wearing pads to work to
I would
just
have to
in case.
definitely, if I went out a lot, I'd have to put on some poise or
Yeah, that's
something.
what I got was the poise pads because
Yeah, I need to get some, like, to wear if I go to church and things like that, because like, it
mhm.
does hit you in a spot sometimes, and you can't make it.
I every step I took, and there was no holding it back.
No.
'Cause I would stand there for a minute to try to stop it, but it just kept coming, and I
No,
was
I've
scared,
done that and crossed my legs and everything, and it just ran
and it
right on
still
down.
just kept right on coming.
It's just like running
Uh-huh,
down.
and I was like, "Girls, I don't know what's happening to me right now,"
It's
and
a lot of people get their bladder tacked up, but my cousin had it done, and she said it caused trouble, and I've heard a lot of other people say it caused them trouble too. I don't know.
well,
It
I
may have
keep
been the way they used to
infections
do it.
all the time, so something ain't right, you know what I mean?
Mhm. Well,
Something
it could be, that your bladder, because, they took your uterus out, could be
mhm,
tilted. It could be
eh
um something going on with it. Like I've got have you ever heard of interstitial cystitis with your bladder?
yeah, yeah.
Well, I've got that.
Hey,
So
Lori!
who is it? I can't see. I don't know why I
Hillary.
can't see the chat tonight. I don't know why. Who was it?
That's Hillary.
Oh, long as it wasn't Hillary Clinton. No, I was kidding. um, hey Hillary. But yeah, I don't know. I think when women get a certain age and you've just had several kids,
Uh-huh.
listen, your bladder is gonna leak. It's
Yes, it
going
is.
to leak. You can do your
Part of being
Kegels.
a woman,
You
ain't
can you can do your Kegels. You could do everything else. But listen, in
Yes.
the end of it all, everything's gonna end up sagging, bagging, dragging.
Yes. I really have finally caught you on live. Oh no, definitely. I'm definitely not Hillary Clinton.
No, no, no. We say, hey to you. If it was Hillary Clinton, we'd be telling her something else.
But
Oh,
I
that's
don't
funny.
forgot what I was going to say. What was we talking
We
about
were
now?
talking about the pee coming out of
Oh
the
yeah.
bladder, no matter what.
I think every woman has that problem, like with you know,
Yeah, women, I can't see
being
it,
on
but
themselves.
Daisy can. So listen, if y'all have had children and y'all are over, say 35, or no matter how old you are, if you've had children, put a one in
Mhm.
the chat if you have problems holding your pee. Be
Please.
honest. Be honest. Don't make us feel like the Lone Rangers up here.
Yeah, I know. That's
I
what
have heard a
feels
lot of other
bad.
people say that though. Like, we're not the only ones.
I know. I think it's just a woman thing all the way around. It's
It is
peeing.
because having babies does put a lot on your body,
It
and
does.
it pushes things out of the way and makes things
Oh, there's
different.
ones
And
everywhere.
look, there's a lot. I'm looking at my TV up there.
There's a
I can
lot of
see that.
ones.
There's a lot of ones. Y'all
Yeah.
understand?
Oh yeah.
And it's so sad because if you're out in public and you start laughing and you're having fun, it's just
Mhm.
like, look, you have to start laughing and running to the bathroom at the same time.
I know. That day I couldn't control it at all.
No,
And
I've had that
Lord,
happen. I
PGB
have.
talking about Daisy in her diaper.
Oh gosh. The good thing is
Remember when
poison in diapers.
she said Daisy throw her diapers behind the couch.
Oh
Oh my
no. Well,
god.
the good thing about
Those
the
days.
poise is it's kind of like a pad, so you can just roll
It
it up,
is a
throw it in the
pad, yeah.
trash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
But hey, at least you're not peeing on yourself. That's
correct.
the most important thing is you're
And
not peeing
I
on
have a
yourself.
like some kind of like small bladder. They like tried to stretch it when I was a little kid because
Mhm.
they said I peed in the bed at night, which I think is for another reason. But
Yeah.
they said my bladder was small. And then whenever they found out about the interstitial cystitis, they went
Uh-huh.
in there and tried to put the water in there and stretch it to make
Uh,
it where I wasn't like peeing on myself and also peeing so close together. Like I could barely get any urine in there, and I have to pee because it's my bladder's just so small. So he tried to stretch it with this like catheter thing or whatever, put me to sleep and everything. And he said he could do it only a little bit because my bladder was so rigid. He said that he was afraid that it would actually pop or it would,
oh
break my
Lord.
bladder. I know.
You
I was like,
definitely would
dang,
not want to let that go like your
no.
feet for a long time.
No, I'm supposed to pee. If I got to go, I'm supposed to do it. But I am bad about that.
Mhm.
Sometimes I'll like hold it too long.
Me too. And then that's when I end up having these accidents.
Exactly. We need
Especially
to
when
learn our lesson.
yeah. But I don't know. It seems like it hits me really fast, or maybe I just don't think about it until it hits me really fast, and then
And
there
I
we
hate
go.
getting up all night long to have to go pee.
Yeah,
Literally, like once an
that's
hour.
part of the diabetes, I think,
It
too.
must be because I'm telling you right now. I mean, I can't get a full night's sleep, and I'm so tired during the day because of getting up every hour on
Mhm.
the hour to go pee.
That's
And
what
I'm
it
like,
is.
I wish I had like one of them catheters. Not
I
that you put
know.
no, I hate a catheter like that you put in like a Foley. I don't like that. But they got these new ones that like
Mhm.
just sit there kind of like a CPAP machine, sort of. And they
But it's
say
called
that it,
Earwigs. Yeah, you put them on
yeah.
a machine and it sucks the pee out and it's
Yeah,
got
I'm like, that's what I need at night so I can get a good night's sleep.
you need your Earwig hooked up to a suction.
You're right.
Yeah. They
Oh,
work. They really do work. They work. But
really? Well,
yeah,
dang, I need to find me
they're
one.
like a almost looks like it's like a pad, but it's like a round like
I saw a picture of one.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
and you put it in between their legs and it suctions the pee out.
That sounds
into a canister.
fantastic.
Into a canister. Me too, because I have to pee a lot at night. But since I've been on Cooter Canoe,
That's
that's what it
funny.
is. I'll show you a picture of it.
That's
And
great. A cooter canoe. That's what it
I
looks
don't know how to spell
like.
like a pirouette. I don't know how to spell it. I can't even. Let's see, pirouette. Pirouette. Let's see if I can pull it up to let you see what it is. There it is. Hang on, let me pull it up. It almost looks like a penis.
Well,
Oh,
that
not
usually
that one.
works together with the old tootie.
Well, here it is. That's what it looks like. It's a
Yeah.
pirouette. Can you see it? Did I pull
Yeah,
the
I
right
see
thing up?
them. They're 100 and well, no, the
Let me show
one
you.
thing is that $19.99 at Walmart.
Yeah, let me show the one
Then you need
page.
the
Okay.
machine, I guess, to pull it out.
This is it right here. And you hook this part right here to a tube and it goes into a suction.
Yeah.
But you put this in between the legs.
Right. So
Then
you
you
don't
just
have to stick it in your urethra.
No, you just put it in between
Between your legs like a pad.
like a pad, yeah,
Yeah.
and maybe a little tighter. And right here, this is like the plastic rubber part. And you pee in this and it just suctions it. It's called a pirouette.
Does it keep suctioning it until it's all
Yeah.
gone?
Yeah. As soon as you pee, it suctions it. Yeah.
How do you know when you're finished?
It'll be in the canister.
Oh, just when it stops pulling the pee out, you know that you're
Yeah.
empty. Okay.
And you stop peeing too.
Is
I
it really
mean,
$19.99 or how much you have to pay something
uh,
for the suction part of it?
I don't know. Let me go back to see. I took it down. I guess that's what it looks like, $19.99, but you'd have to buy the suction with it too.
Right. Yeah. Those are probably just the refill things you buy to use
Yeah.
those. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a pirouette. It looks like a painter.
I knew that I saw that and that was a real thing because I'm just going to tell you, like, I'm serious. Like, I mean, almost to the point, I'm like, it's almost worth getting a Foley for a night to get a good night's sleep.
Well,
And I hate those.
I bet that is your diabetes.
Well,
maybe. My
well,
cooter is
it
back to
probably
being a
is. I do
virgin.
have a
I
lot
don't
of
think
fluid
I
on me. What'd she say?
My cooter's back to being a virgin. I don't think I could put up with that. You don't put it, well, you don't put it up in your
No, it goes on
VJ.
the outside like a pad.
Yeah, it goes kind of like a pad. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I say for us women who have to get up more than 4 times a night, we need one of them things.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean that would be nice for sure because I do get up
Mhm.
quite a bit, but not since I've been on the Manjaro. I don't as much.
And there's nothing sexier than laying there with the thing between your legs that sucks the pee out and a big thing on a mask on our face. It's like
That
my
would
husband will look at
definitely
me
be
and go,
nice,
"What
for
are you getting
sure.
ready to do? Go on an Elon Musk rocket ship off somewhere? You got on that?
We
You got
definitely
on.
would be
You got a
able to
pee
plug
bag.
in.
You got air going down your throat.
Hell, I'm practically in my damn hospital myself because I got me one of them beds that raises up. It's
Oh, I
not a
want one of
hospital bed,
them.
but it's a
No, I know
raises
what kind you're
one.
talking about. I want one of them though, because I
Oh,
have to prop up to breathe.
yeah, I love mine. It's got memory foam on it, and it massages you too, and
Oh,
it
see, I
keeps
need the
me
base.
really warm.
I got the right mattress with it, but I should have got that when I bought my mattress instead of
Yeah,
this stupid just plain old base. But it's the foam mattresses that go on that. You know what I'm saying? Because that
yeah,
was one of the options to buy. I got a nectar, so
yeah.
I did have an option to buy the things that go up and down. With the little remote control, like you're talking
Uh-huh.
about. And
Yeah.
I really should have got that because it wasn't but a couple $100 more.
Yes, it's worth it. It is because I got bad sleep apnea and everything, and so yeah,
And
no,
my
I need
husband does too because he snores like a freight train. And I'm going to be honest with you, he stops sleeping, he stops breathing at the middle of the night, and I will have to wake him up to get him to breathe again.
Randy said.
He's going to have to get one too. We're going to look
Yeah,
like
we've heard your husband snore. He snores
he
good, don't he?
does. He does.
I
And I'm
know
like,
y'all heard me snore
I have
many
to,
times.
when you fell asleep on here before, like, well, Daisy's asleep. Daisy's
out like a log.
Daisy's down.
Especially when everybody's up here talking and I'm just like, and I've took my medications and then here I
It
go
hits.
out.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know what it is about Christine's voice, but she has got a soothing voice
Soothing.
and it
She's got a
trips
very soothing
me
voice.
out.
So if she talks because she's so soft
Uh-huh.
spoken, and
Very
like she
soft-spoken.
really does. And I will tell you for right
Uh-huh.
now, like there's been plenty of times like I've been laying here watching it like on TV, not on my computer. And like Christine's been up there, and I mean within 30 minutes I'm out.
Yeah, she's
And
got that voice.
it's
It's
just
a
very
monotone.
soothing.
Yeah,
It's
so
comforting.
especially when her and Top Dog was up here talking about stuff, and I first got on my medicine. Yeah, I was gone. I
What
was gone.
do you now I know you have blood pressure problems too, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I have
Yeah.
blood pressure
I
problems.
really think the sleep apnea stuff that is tied to the blood pressure.
Oh
I do.
yeah. When I don't take it, I my heart goes so fast when I don't get my CPAP on at night and stuff. I wake up, I know I'm in some kind of arrhythmia, like probably some VTAC, because I can feel my
Ah,
heart just kind of go
could
crazy.
you just tell a difference immediately when you put that CPAP on and started sleeping with it?
Yes, I sleep so much better with the CPAP. I do.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm gonna start calling
Mhm.
tomorrow every day to see if they have a canceled appointment so I can
Well, my
hurry.
mask was leaking and everything, and it wasn't working effectively, and I would wake up having that problem. But my husband went the other day to buy one, and that man gave me a free one. So hell,
Oh, that was
yeah,
sweet.
and it works like a champ. So
Thank you, Lord, for favor.
yes, he's always giving me favor all the time.
Amen. That's good. He
Yeah.
does that for his children that will listen to him. And we're not
Uh-huh.
perfect. We're not perfect. But listen, if we try to spread the word and to spread his name and to
Mhm.
be about our Father's business, even if we mess up, make mistakes, he's covering us.
Yes, ma'am. That's the
Hmm.
truth. It is the truth. And it's the little things that count, like little things like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I don't
Mm,
care about no new cars or no new houses or no diamonds or,
yeah,
fancy things. I don't care about stuff like that. That
me
stuff
neither.
don't mean nothing. I mean, nah, if somebody gives me something, I'll be appreciative, but that's just not the kind of person I am.
Yeah,
Uh,
me
but
too.
but like, I mean, and honestly, like I said, my daughter gave me that Calvin Klein pocketbook, and I know she
Mhm.
paid something for. I will carry that till the day I die. That's just how
Aw.
I am because I'm so thankful that somebody thought that much of me. But I don't care about name brand stuff anymore. I did when I was
Yeah.
younger, but I
Mm,
could care less now. I love
yeah.
getting secondhand stuff and going
Oh,
to
yeah,
the
I love thrifting.
Goodwill. I love that.
Me too. I love it. I went to the thrifting store today, actually, after I got out of class. I went thrifting.
And all
Didn't
my
find nothing.
and the
Thrifting's
funny thing
full of
is, my
stuff.
children they inherited that gene,
Did
so
they?
they are constantly at the thrift store.
The thing is, they want so much anymore for stuff like that, though.
I
I
know
remember
they
when
have
it was
gone
a
up.
dollar 50 cents for stuff.
The
Now it's
Goodwill
20,
has gone
$30.
crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
Goodwill's gone nuts. And then over here where we live, the Goodwill, they made this like real fancy side of the
Mhm.
Goodwill, and then they got the bins, like that they put.
Oh, I bet you could get some good stuff down there in South Carolina.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
especially
I
if you
bet
go
you
in
could find
certain
some
areas.
good, good stuff.
Like you go to the ones that are close to where the rich people live.
There you go.
That's the one.
Yes.
That's the ones you hit.
Well, did you see that Christine got that real Louis Vuitton that one time?
Oh,
At
she
the
did. Yeah, I did see that.
That was a real Louis Vuitton. The woman she sold it to had it authenticated,
Oh
and it was
wow,
a real Louis Vuitton. She probably could have got $500 out of that thing. She sold it
no
for 125.
telling. Those
I
things are
know.
high,
I know. I said, next time you get one, you let me know. I'll buy it
right?
for you.
You're like, let me bid on it first.
Yeah. Well, at that time, I didn't have no extra money or anything, and I
Yeah.
wasn't really into it anymore. But I'm kind of getting back into it a little bit now, just a little bit, until
Oh
I can get outside and start doing stuff again out there with my critters.
yeah. Me and my husband, we've been talking about like um I don't know, maybe selling our house. I want land. And
Yeah.
I said I wouldn't mind selling our house and getting, maybe 5 or 6 acres and
Oh
building
yeah.
like not a tiny house, but like a little bit bigger than a tiny house, like a cottage, with like 2 bedrooms maybe and like a where you have a 2-story den and kitchen and then
Oh yeah.
what do you call it? Like a balcony thing that looks over into the den.
Uh-huh.
Because that's the way you can get by cheaply building a
Oh
house
yeah.
and just paying cash for it so we don't owe a house payment no more.
Yes, that's the best thing. Me and my husband bought this house here, and then we sold our house in Kentucky and used that house, the money from what we sold it, our house from Kentucky, to fix this one up.
Yeah.
And that was the best decision we ever made because we got all this land and stuff now, and I'm looking for more cows.
See, that's my thing. I want to have some animals. Now that my kids are grown up, I have to
Yeah.
have my animals. So I told Jay, I mean, they won't let us have but 3 chickens in the city limits.
Yeah,
And
that sucks.
that's so stupid. I'm like, we might have 1 egg every day for one person. What you can eat
Yeah.
today, there's 1 egg out there.
Exactly.
you know,
I will never not have a chicken looking in my damn door staring at me.
Right, and I
That
love
chicken
chickens
scares
too. Like,
they are
just
funny.
looking at them and playing with them. Like, when
Oh,
I
no.
used to go to my aunts and feed the chickens, and they used to run after us for the food, and I love that. And I've always said, like, when I was young, even before I was a Christian, something was calling me. It was God, I believe, but I
Me
wanted to be
neither.
Amish so bad. I was like, I
You
want to
wanted to
move
be
out.
Amish?
Yes, I wanted to move out and be Amish, and I
Wow.
wanted them to teach me how to do all
Do
the
all
stuff
that
that they
stuff?
yeah.
Yeah. See, butter is not very hard to make at all. If you get fresh milk, all you have to do is put it out on so you don't have to refrigerate fresh milk.
Correct.
You put it out in a jar overnight. Well, you
And
strain
the
it.
cream rises to the
The
top,
cream
right?
rises to the
Yeah.
top, and the bottom is buttermilk.
Mhm.
And then you take that cream and just whip it, and it turns into
Mm.
butter, fresh butter.
Mm.
Then you can save that buttermilk for whatever. My daddy used to drink buttermilk like 60.
My pop did. He loved
Mhm.
buttermilk. He said
But
he had heartburn and it helped him with his
oh
heartburn.
yeah, it's probably really good for you. But man, that homemade butter, I buy some at the Yoder's up here, and man, that's some good stuff. It's
Now, see,
so
I think
good.
real butter is better for you than that crap
Oh
they sell
yeah.
at the store. And I mean, we did go to because we have Amish in South Carolina, so
Mhm.
it's in Abbeville. But we went up there and they have a Amish restaurant and stuff like that, and we ate that food. And I mean, they do everything from scratch, and I mean everything down to the apple
Yeah.
butter and homemade biscuits. And I'm like, that
Ooh,
was the best
apple butter.
food.
Yes.
And they
I'll tell you
sell.
what's a good place to eat is oatmeal and Pigeon Forge. Ooh, that is good.
Oh, I haven't been to Pigeon Forge in so long. Is it back normal again after what happened
Uh, we
with the
like
flood and all that came through with
yeah.
Gatlinburg and all
I,
that?
I don't think it hit that as bad as it did North Carolina and the other part of Tennessee.
Uh-huh.
It was closer to it, but yeah, it's back
Well,
to where
Pigeon
it was.
Forge is above Gatlinburg, right?
Yes,
I
yes,
thought so. Yeah.
yeah. But it's okay now. I mean, I've been down there since then, and um, it's good. But man, that oatmeal restaurant is it's so
Well, if we
good.
go there, then I'll have to remember that because
Oh yeah,
I
it's right there by
love.
the river,
Oh,
and
really?
yeah, and there's geese and ducks, and so you can look out the window and watch them float in the river, and they bring you a big old plate of food. It's so good.
It's kind of like they serve family style down here. I don't know if they do it like that up there.
They do at Paula Dean's, but the only thing they do at Paula Dean's is they bring out little tiny bowls for a whole family.
Mm-mm. No.
And you got a boy that ain't eaten 3 hours, he
Right.
can
He's gonna eat
tell
that whole
about
thing.
the first 5 seconds.
And them Amish people, they slap it to you, buddy. They don't hold back.
Well, now, Paula Dean's. I said I'd not go back there after they did that because I told that woman when we got in there, I said we've not eaten 3 hours. Don't bring them little bowls out here. And sure enough, they did. They brought the little bowls, and then when you ask them to get more, they wait 15 or 20 minutes before they bring it, and they bring another little bowl.
Oh
So,
gosh.
and then they charge you $30 a person, and you
That's like when they charge you $60 for crab legs and bring you one little claw at a time. One little
exactly.
cluster at a time. And I'm like,
That,
bro, you
that's
better bring
exactly
about
what they
5 at
do.
once.
I've not been back to Paula Dean since then
I
because
wouldn't
of
either.
that.
I wouldn't pay that
No,
for that
because
little
that's
bit of.
just ripping you off.
I mean, I'm sure it's good and all that because I know she's a good
It
cook.
is good.
But at the same time,
It
I'm
is
like, if
good.
it ain't gonna be enough to feed everybody, the heck with that.
Especially when you got a big old boy that eats a
Yeah,
lot,
yeah.
and he
It's
was
like they got a
starving.
hollow leg.
Exactly. He's like our little human garbage disposer. He eats all the scraps and his food too.
Yeah,
Like sometimes I just won't eat stuff just so I give him the
the
leftovers.
leftover. I'm like that with Jay because he's a
Yeah.
scavenger, and so a lot of times if I'm like feeling full before, because they say
Mhm.
to eat slow because you fill up,
Yeah.
before if you eat fast, your stomach will stretch out and it'll make you have, more. You'll be hungrier. So I
Yeah.
try to eat real slow, and usually I do. When I start to feel even just slightly full, I'm like, "You want this?" So I won't even
Mhm.
be tempted to eat it.
Yeah.
And he always eats it. He's like a human garbage disposal because he eats what
That's
Jaden
how
don't
Bud
eat,
is
what I
too.
don't eat. Anybody leaves the food around, it's gonna get eaten by
That's
him.
yeah, that's Bud. He eats. And so going
But
to
Bub's still growing. Jay is not.
Yeah, Bob is. He's a growing boy for sure. Hey, AK, what's up? But
Hey.
it's
Well, I hope that we can get some answers on some of this stuff that we've been watching with this
I
Diddy
hope we
stuff.
get the damn stimulus is what I hope we
Oh
get.
yeah, I was gonna mention that and I
They've
forgot.
not mentioned that shit no more, have they?
I heard. Well, I did hear this morning, that it passed through the Senate, and they're
Uh-huh.
drawing up a bill right now.
How much they
Because they're
gonna give
trying.
us?
Well, they're trying to get to a certain goal with the Doge, So because they're
Uh-huh.
going to give 20% back to the taxpayers.
I hope it's a
Um,
lot.
I know. I hope so too. They talked about $5,000 at one time.
Uh-huh.
And he said if he gets up to where he thinks it will be, we will get $5,000, maybe a little more. But
Ooh.
now
That would help a lot.
that would help a lot. I mean,
Uh-huh.
think about how that would stimulate our economy.
Oh yeah. Heck
I
yeah.
mean, that would put people
As
back on
long
the
as they
map a
don't
little
let
bit.
these companies price gouge when that happens, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, maybe they'll do something like put a cap that you can't go up but a certain amount of money because we've had so
Yeah.
much inflation, over the last 4 years
Horrible.
that people have honestly had to decide. I know people who've had to decide, am I going to buy groceries or am I going to get my medicine?
And Americans sitting at home, little old people that worked all their life to pay taxes in, starving and doing without,
And can't get
while they
nothing.
are giving thousands of dollars to other countries for pure crazy
Yep.
shit.
Oh, did you see the Afghanistan, the deals with Afghanistan? What's his name? Zelensky. After all
Um,
that happened, he put the names out who got kickbacks off of all the money that the United States gave him or gave their country in Afghanistan.
uh-huh.
I think let's see. Biden was 92 million, excuse me.
Oh my God.
Obama was like 80 something million. Hillary Clinton was about 80 something million, 70 million.
Wow.
It's
Why
a
are they
whole.
not being arrested?
I mean, why aren't they arrested already?
I
Is like
know.
what I'm saying. If that was any of
That's
us,
treason, ain't it?
you
That's
know,
something.
well, they got connections, and
Oh
um,
yeah.
I feel
Thief.
like that it's going to be hard to put those people. For one thing, Hillary is an attorney.
Uh-huh.
Nancy Pelosi's another one. She got like 70
Oh,
something
you know that
million.
old bitch got something.
I
I
can't stand
can't
her.
stand
Her and Hillary are in the same boat.
She's so evil.
She really is. The way she
Uh-huh.
tried to tear that thing up. And, that they wrote when they were trying to put Kavanaugh in, and it was some kind of thing, and she tore it up. Or no, it was President Trump's speech or something, and she ripped it up after that. I was like, that is so juvenile for a 150-year-old vampire.
She definitely is some kind of witch or something. That old
She
bitch.
is. I call her. I'm like Tales from the Crypt. Like,
No.
listen, that woman. I'm telling you, that's what I said. I said she's not only sucking us dry with our money, she's sucking us dry blood-wise too, because she's a vampire. I think she's been living about 600 years.
Yeah, probably.
Oh my gosh.
You can just see the evil in that old bitch.
You can.
I
She's just so
cannot
hateful.
stand her.
Just hateful. She looks
Yeah,
hateful out of her.
she hates Trump's guts.
Oh gosh, she can't stand him. And
More than Hillary.
oh yeah, definitely more than Hillary. Because I mean, Trump and them kind of used to run around with Hillary and Bill a little bit, when he was kind of a Democrat.
Yeah.
Which is one reason why Hillary's probably scared as crap, because she knows he knows stuff about her.
I believe that Bill Clinton, all he was worried about was women. I don't even think he wanted to be president. He just
He
wanted
didn't
to be a
care.
whore.
No, I think he was a Manchurian candidate. I think he went through some of that other stuff too.
Did
He
he?
was tied in with the Bushes, like the Bushes, and like he called Barbara Bush. I'm talking about, Herbert Walker's wife, old lady Bush, Alistair Crowler's daughter. I think he called her mama. I mean,
Really?
like they were very close, very close.
I didn't know that.
Mhm.
Wow.
Them are some evil people. I'm
They're
telling you.
all evil, yes,
They
they
are.
are.
The daggum Bushes, whoo, if people would look in that family, they would
Oh,
be like,
yeah.
oh gosh. And I'm telling you, I've always voted Republican or either independent. And I'm going to tell you right now, like I look back on the Bushes and I'm like, Lord, I was way too young to vote. I don't know. Maybe they need to raise the voting age or
I
something.
remember I voted for Bush. I
I
didn't
did
know he was
too.
that evil.
Well, because see, they always go on the pro-life thing, so I had to vote pro-life. So I always
Mm.
voted for whoever the candidate was that was pro-life,
Yeah.
and I voted for Bush Senior after Reagan in '88. That was the first time I could vote, and I was 18, and I voted for Bush Senior, and then the next time I think I voted for him again, but he ended up losing. I think because he only was a one-time president, and then I mean I kept voting for. I voted for Ross Perot 1 year.
Did you?
Yeah, I did because he was a
Wow.
businessman too. He was kind of a Trump type figure.
I remember when Reagan got shot. It was on my birthday.
Oh,
back in the
really?
70s. Yeah, I was living in
On your
Michigan.
birthday?
Yeah, and we come home from school, me and Jinkies, and Mom told us that they shot Reagan.
Yeah, I saw it whenever on TV, whenever
Uh-huh.
like it was going on, and I was like, "Oh my
Mhm.
gosh!" Because I thought Reagan was great because he was an actor and all that, and he was the governor
Uh-huh.
of California.
They
But
almost brought him, didn't they?
they did. George Bush was behind that.
Oh, probably, I'd
Yeah.
say.
He
Hillary
was,
said, "No."
Prescott Bush and then George Bush Senior. Like they were like the ones that started the CIA or helped start the CIA.
Hillary.
What'd she say?
She's talking about them pure wicks.
Oh yeah,
Little old lady.
I'm in love with Impure Wicks myself, Hillary.
She needs to get her one so she don't have to get up and pee every 5 minutes.
Mm.
I do too. I pee a lot too myself.
And then we can see how much pee we have in the morning and measure it. And
It
then
really does measure your pee. It really
yeah.
does. Mm-hmm.
Then we know how
If
much
it's
fluid came
placed
off
right.
of us.
Yeah, if it's placed right. Now, sometimes they work, sometimes
Leak.
it's the right place. They'll leak and
Well, you may have
stuff
to
like
get might
that.
be some chucks or something put under you,
Yeah, get you a
but
diaper.
it's worth it. Dang, it's worth it.
I know.
Yeah,
Hey,
if you got a Depends and put it on, you could probably run the thing out the top or the side so that if it leaks, at least it won't get
yeah,
on your bed.
yeah. Let's see Trump stand up to all these countries that are pissed off at him. China should be interesting. Well, I don't know what's going to happen, but at least he's stopping them from stealing our money
Yep. Mm-hmm.
because they were. Good night, Rita R. Love you, honey.
Good night.
Pick up the grandkids. Hillary said you can buy them from most durable medical equipment stores and probably Amazon.
You can get anything off Amazon. You can buy a house off Amazon.
I know for $10,000. They're
I
portable
know.
houses.
We were thinking about buying one and putting it in the backyard for Jade so she would never move.
Yeah. Well, I seen that one of them YouTubers bought one, and they're pretty nice. You have to push the walls up and stuff on them, and
Yeah, I saw how they
everything.
folded it out and all that,
But
but
damn, as
still,
long as it's got a pooper and a
it's got
bathroom,
everything in it. Like
yeah,
it's pretty good.
good.
And and of course Elon Musk, he's come up with his version of
Yeah,
a
he's
tiny
got
house.
his own little portable house himself, don't he?
Yes, he does.
He could be living in mansions.
And he has. I think he sold it.
Yeah, probably because of
All that.
all them baby mamas.
Not only that, but I think
Hope
he
you can
just
see
works so much that he just like wants to live at work. So he just put his
Yeah.
house where his work is.
With all them kids, I'd hate to see what kind of child support he's paying.
There's
Britney
no telling.
Spears is paying $40,000 a month to her ex for her 2 kids.
Dang, seems like them babies will be grown by now.
They're grown. That one is already 18. He's already come and seen her that one time. Only her kids, I think her kids need to step in and do
Take
something
over what's
with her.
going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they might be feeling a little bit kind of certain way because people probably have disillusioned them and they don't
Mhm.
understand why she might have been so flighty,
Yeah.
But it's not really not her fault because of what she's been through.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they've drugged her a whole lot, in my opinion. I think she'd been drugged quite a bit and threatened. I know
And
they put her,
traumatized and
yeah,
ritualized and all kind of stuff.
they had promised her if she had performed so many performances, I guess, in Broadway, that she'd get to go on vacation with her kids. And then they had told her right before or after the concert that she was going to have to perform and didn't get to go. And so she refused an interview with the news or something. And they punished her and put her in a psychiatric unit. And
Is that when she shaved her hair?
I don't know if that was that time. I think it might have been a little bit after.
Oh.
And every time that she didn't do what they said, they would punish her by putting her in a psychiatric unit. And all she wanted to do was be a mom to her kids. And
all that
they
is,
would
in my
control
opinion,
her.
in Hollywood is modern day slavery.
Yeah, I mean, they might be rich with money and all that, but I mean, they have to do what these people
But they don't have their
do.
own lives, and
Yeah,
you can
how?
see if you don't follow what they tell you to do, you'll end up unalive.
Well, did you see that where Wendy Williams had some strange person as her overseer, her guardian, and she had
Yeah,
her
I
locked?
thought her son was at one time. What happened with that?
No, it was a strange woman. I think it was the same one that had conservatorship over Britney Spears.
Oh
But
God.
like, she called a news place and was looking out the window and telling them that this woman had her locked in her apartment. She wasn't allowed to even go see her dad
Oh
for
my
his
gosh.
birthday or nothing. Like, I think now after all that happened, like when that came out, like they took the conservatorship and it's like gonna give it to the family now, where
Well,
the
that woman
kids
needs to
can
go
have
to
control.
jail.
I know. How are you going to do that? Like, how
That's
are you?
against the law.
Well, they gave her conservatorship, so that's your big California for you. Strangers can get conservatorship over you, I guess.
Well,
They really
that's
did ruin
really
Britain.
scary
She not right.
because
Crazy, she does. crazy
mean,
she
they're
is.
not even that old. You know what I'm saying? These people are not even that old. So think about
Mhm.
if you have kids and they want your money, they'll just get conservatorship of your estate, and then they'll put you in a nursing home and spend your money.
Right. I
It,
mean,
it can work the other way around, as
hell, that
well.
little kid was in her 20s, wasn't she, when they first did that to her?
Oh,
She
she
was
was young.
she was
Yeah.
very young, and like her own sister turned against her. So how? I mean, she has no one. Like
No, her mom
lost her
didn't
mind
do
though.
the right thing by her. She kind of was, to me, pimping her out.
Yeah, she was.
Her daddy was the one for a long time that kept the like control of her money and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I think when Jamie Lynn, which is her sister, like when she had that baby and she was a teenager and stuff, I think
Mhm.
Brittany did try to like be there for her and stuff, but
Yeah,
then
she
she just
did.
turned on her. And
Yeah.
imagine how that feels, like having no family like that. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
you can't trust nobody. Like
Yep.
I mean, you're afraid to
Mhm.
turn your back on them. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because all
And
they
it
care
don't
about is
bother,
is your money. Mhm.
Yeah.
And they use you like I kind of look at Michael Jackson, like the way they did him,
Yeah.
like with his dad and stuff.
Yeah. He
Like,
totally separated himself from his dad.
well, he had to. It was
Yeah,
terrible,
his dad beat him, like,
even
horrible.
as a grown man. Like,
Yeah.
and I
That
mean,
man was evil. Latoya came out and told about him essaying her and Janet.
oh, I believe that, and
Latoya did. They said she was crazy, but I don't believe it. I believe he did because he
I
was a
believe he
monster.
did too, because he looks like a weirdo, and
Mhm.
he just seems like a control freak. And a
Mhm.
lot of times, it's not even about the sex, especially when it comes to things like that. It's about a control
Mhm.
and just being a deviant.
Mhm.
It wouldn't surprise me if he did that to Michael, and that's what was wrong with Michael.
You mean
Why he
like
couldn't be normal. You know what I
essayed
mean?
him?
Yeah.
That's what I was just thinking. Like, how do we
Hmm.
know he didn't do that to them
And not
boys?
only that, but he was so young when he got
Yeah.
brought into the entertainment industry, and we know what happens to
Moved
kids.
in the entertainment. Yeah.
Hmm. Like that man, what was his name? I forgot. Gordy Davis, was that his name? That first like signed the Jackson Five.
Uh-huh.
He was a weirdo, you
Yeah.
know. And I don't know. I just look at all those people that are the producers and stuff. They're usually
Mhm.
because it comes from the top. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yes, it
And
does.
it trickles down. And
Mhm.
it's sad because, children don't have a voice. Even in Hollywood, they don't have a voice.
Nope, they don't. And to be a child trapped in a situation with parents that's not, hey, Sunshine Thomas, that's not taking care of you like you should be took care of.
Right. Not looking after your best interest, but trying to use
Yeah.
you to make money like a cash cow.
Oh, yeah. I can't believe that Kim Kardashian's mom actually produced her pornos.
Well, I
You
can.
see
She's the
that
one that
where she
talked her
did
into
that?
going to dance with them pussycat dolls that time, and her mama went and was like, I mean, her
Really?
mom is, yeah, she's a mess.
She's
And
disgusting.
she's pushed even her youngest girls to be very sexually provocative at a
Oh,
young
yeah,
age.
they're all that way. They
Yeah, and it's like every one of them's got Jessie bad.
Jezebel.
Yeah, I call her Jessie for short.
Jessie for sure.
But they all got Jessie, and I'm telling you, like they need
Mhm.
some deliverance bad.
Oh, definitely, definitely. That Kim, that's the most I mean, she's self-centered,
Oh yeah,
selfish. They all get on my nerves the
narcissistic.
way they talk.
They're like
Yeah.
narcissistic and
Mhm.
selfish and just so like everything
Oh,
is
yeah, she
about
did. She
them.
produced them. Like, in fact, she's picked out the best one because it made Kim look the best. And, like, she produced both of them sex tapes.
Hmm.
There were more than one.
The one that she did with Brandy's brother, um,
Yeah.
uh, oh
RJ
gosh,
or something like that.
yeah, or, Is it AJ or
AJ,
yeah,
something like that.
something like that. RJ or AJ, but you know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was the first one I think, and she was only like 18 or 19.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that because honestly, like
How could you sit there and watch a porn video of your daughter?
no, because I couldn't even think about that. Like my daughter even doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, that would just oh my gosh, like,
Yeah.
and I am like I'm all the time going, honey, make sure you cover up and make sure you do this, and
Mhm.
because I don't want her to, you know what I'm saying, like have
Yeah.
dress provocative at her age and stuff like that. Like mothers are supposed to teach their children try to
Okay.
how to be a lady.
Yeah. Well, obviously, Chris wanted to make her famous, and she got herself famous through her daughter.
Well,
Now look at her daughter.
I've heard,
All
and
so fake.
I don't know if this is true, but I've heard it from more than one source. But I have heard that they come from like an Armenian witch, like
Uh-huh.
lineage.
Yeah.
And supposedly, I don't know if it was a great grandma or whoever, but made some kind of pact or did some kind of spell that her daughters or her offspring or her daughters, would be famous and
Mhm.
like leave a legacy or whatever, and
Mhm.
that they would have money. And I think that that's where that Kardashian curse comes from to the men that mess with them.
Well, her dad represented O.J. Simpson.
Oh yeah, I know.
And there's rumors that Chris's daughter Chloe's
Chloe is OJ Simpson's daughter. I mean,
uh-huh.
I'm sorry, but if you take a picture of OJ Simpson's daughter and take a picture of Chloe when she was about 14 and
Uh-huh.
OJ's daughter at 14 and put them side by side, I'm
Uh-huh.
sorry, there is no way anybody can tell me any difference.
Yeah,
That
she
that,
don't
that
look like the rest of the Kardashians.
no, she's very tall. None
Uh-huh.
of the rest of them are tall.
Well,
She
she's had a
looks
lot of work done too.
Oh yeah, now I mean you can't go by these pictures now. You got to go back when she was like 14 or 13. You know what I'm saying? No,
Uh-huh.
14, 15.
Yeah.
Because that was before she had her nose job and before she had her chin done and before all that
All that
stuff.
lip
She's got
work.
his eyes, she's got his nose, she's got his mouth
Mhm.
and his height and his build. Because
Yeah.
she's very big bone compared to the other girls.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
um they were all best friends, and you know how that works in them kind of group
Yeah.
like that. They'll switch off in a minute, and you
Oh
know,
yeah. Well, even Chloe said, "You don't treat me like you do the rest of the girls.
hmm
I'm always the black sheep."
literally,
But
like,
now I think Chloe's the closest one because she's the only one that's got any damn sense.
well, I'm gonna be honest with you. Out of all of them, I like Chloe the best.
I do too because she stays home and takes care of her kids and stuff.
Right. And she is
But
pretty. I mean, I know she's had a lot of work done, but she's beautiful. I
she's
think she's
beautiful
really
now.
pretty.
She wasn't before. I mean,
And she has had some work done for sure.
yeah, they've
But
all.
she is pretty though, and
Mm-hmm.
she's just there's something different about her. There is something very different about her than the rest of them. And
Mm-hmm.
even though I know the other two girls were from Bruce supposedly or whatever,
Uh-huh.
they still to me look like the other girls. So
Well,
that had to be some strong genes to make her look different.
well, that now if you look at them girls, they were homely before they had work done too.
Oh, they
Like
all
that
were.
little Kylie Jenner, she didn't
Hmm.
have no lips or nothing. She was
Oh
homely.
no, she didn't. She looked like Bruce.
Yeah, she's homely.
That
Both of
other
them.
one was kind of pretty. The
The
one that
tall one.
models, yeah,
Yeah.
she was kind of pretty as she got older. Now when I mean, she was cute even as a little
But
girl,
they're
but
all really self-centered and selfish acting.
absolutely they really
They
are,
act
and
like
they're
that anyway.
they're so entitled. That's the word in my
Yeah, but I
book.
think all celebrities are like that. If you there was a video of Kanye who a woman was interviewing. Yeah, they are fake. They're all fake. And she just asked him about his wife, and he went off on her, took her phone, and started telling her about how glorified he was and how he was king and he
What?
was God and all this other crap. And I'm like, what the
That's
fuck?
crazy.
I would have called the law and had him arrested right there on the spot. Then I would have sued the shit out of that mofo.
Yeah, right.
But you
Which
would have
one?
seen how he was acting.
Which one was he?
Kanye
Oh,
West. You know, after his wife stripped naked on the red carpet.
yeah.
So somebody was asking him, some woman was asking him, and he was throwing out racist slangs
Oh,
towards
he was talking
her.
about that Nazi stuff and all that kind of
Well,
crap.
yeah, and he was calling her like, what was it he said to her? He's very racist,
Yeah, he is.
and he was just putting out a lot of that, and like he was so like he puts himself out there like he's God or something. And
Yeah, you know, he called himself Jesus forever.
I would have told him about himself. I would have so told him about himself.
Mm-hmm.
If I would have been that woman. She didn't argue with him. She stood there for about 20 minutes while he bragged on himself, not saying nothing to him. I would have let him have it. Like I would have been like, you need to straighten your ass up and act like a grown man. You claim to be a Christian, but then you're out here letting your wife walk around naked like this. What's wrong with you? Wake the hell up. I wished I could just tell them celebrities one
Just
time.
shake them.
Yeah, but they won't listen.
They won't.
They are in their God given, like they think they're God's gift to the world.
Well, you know, that Anton LaVey kind of Satanism actually is self worship.
Yeah.
So, really, I mean, self worship is a form of Satanism.
Yeah.
Because we're
thinks he's
supposed to
God.
worship.
He calls himself Yay.
Yeah. In fact, it said Jesus, and he had a Bible.
Mm-hmm.
He put out a
I
Bible.
would him out.
Like, I mean, I do
wish
think
I
he's
would have
about
been that
crazy.
woman that day. Huh?
I think he's about crazy. I don't know if it's
He is
him or if it's a
batshit
clone or if
crazy.
he's crazy or if they've just made him crazy or if he
Yeah.
came crazy. I don't know.
He's crazy.
But
But
something needs to happen with these people.
that poor little kids of theirs to have two parents like that.
Mm.
And I seen a video of him walking through an airport with them kids. And that littlest one that looks like Kim, she's so cute, Chicago. Like he was walking right beside North and the boy, but he was letting that little girl walk way behind, like he wasn't even paying a bit of attention to her. Luckily, there was a woman walking with her, and I thought, buddy, you better straighten up and take care of your kids and stop acting like an arrogant
Especially them being
piece of
his
a
child
thing.
and Kim's child because somebody could kidnap that kid for ransom because they got money.
I know. Exactly.
And they do
Well,
something worse
there
to
were
them.
security guards and stuff around them, but
Still, that's his
they
kid.
have nannies and shit too. They probably got 15 nannies.
Yeah, they don't raise them kids.
They don't raise their kids, no.
It's sad. Those poor kids. I mean, and Courtney, she's a daggum freak herself. She's,
Oh yeah.
I mean, at first for a long time, like when I used to watch that a long time ago, like I thought because she's, you know, took on the mother role and she was real motherly and she seemed like a good mom and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't know, things just went south with her.
They're all devil worshippers and witches.
I think so too. And I think they just say that they're Christian and about Jesus and stuff like that just to throw people off.
Well, that Kylie Jenner had a cake that said witches live forever for her birthday.
Well, that don't surprise me because
never die.
I'm sure that they probably are into some of that because,
well,
I
they
mean,
are
I'm sure that I know that they are in private, but now they're just coming on out in public with it because everybody's coming out.
They give Kim a piece of Marilyn Monroe's hair, and she said she's going to do some voodoo on it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. How they got a hold of Marilyn Monroe's hair, I don't know.
That's what I was going to say. What they do, go dig her up?
These mofos. Hell, even your dead body's not safe around them.
No, these people are crazy. They really are. They're like, honestly, I wonder if some of them are true psychopaths.
They are.
Because they have to be.
They are. They're psycho.
Because normal people don't think that way. They just don't.
Yeah.
And I don't like the fact that that is the type of influencers,
That's
that are influencing our children today.
yeah, but I think people are starting to get a heads up on it now.
I pray to God.
I mean, I don't know. Hopefully people are, but nowadays people are so worried about their work and everything that they're, just not really worried about their child's.
Yeah, how about that woman? I know you saw that woman that left her, was it 3 children in a house for like since 2020 by herself.
I know, I seen that.
And it was like
How
4
the
feet
hell did she
high
get away with that?
with garbage. And she was living down the street and she'd get people to drop, like
Food off them and
food
stuff?
off at the daggum thing. And she would drop food off here and there.
Why
Like,
didn't she
what?
just give them away? Like, give them to somebody.
Right. I don't
She
understand
was
that.
probably getting benefits from them. That's why they keep.
No, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I
Yeah,
forgot
that's
about that. I
why
did think that at first. And
Adam
I went,
Montgomery kept Harmony because he was getting a check off of her and food stamps.
they said those kids' toenails were so long they could hardly walk.
Oh Lord,
Yep.
poor
And there
things.
was like feces from one end of that place to another. They had
Um,
feces in the bathtub, the toilet was running over. I mean, it was all up and down the walls. The oldest one was like 10 when she left.
wow, they probably felt so abandoned and scared and alone and confused, and
That is so sad. I
it
mean,
is.
she should have at least paid somebody to go over there and take care of them, if nothing else, if she was
Well,
getting all that
yeah.
benefit.
Did you see that woman that went on a vacation for 10 days and left her like infant at home alone
And it died.
and it died, and that
Yeah.
the neighbor caught it crying on their camera, outside camera could caught it crying for its mommy.
That is
She took
horrible.
extra days. She knew that baby was at home. She took like extra days. She wanted that baby to die.
To die, I think so too. And she
I
just couldn't do it herself. And I think she was
yeah.
too cowardly to have to listen to it cry and have to, watch it go through
Mhm,
whatever. And I think
mhm.
she just went off and forgot about it and had a good time and let whatever happen happen. And I don't know what she
Um,
thought she was going to say when she got back and the child wasn't alive anymore. I
yeah,
mean,
I think she wanted the baby to die. I
I do
really
too.
do.
I think she wants to be free. She want to be free, and I
But
think
she
that's
just
the
take
problem with a lot of these mothers.
take it
They
to
get
the
these
health
kids and they
department.
want to be free.
Yeah. I also seen where where they got these baby drop offs now where the fire department
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Which is
there
good.
was a woman that put a dead baby in there.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it had been dead and she put it in there and she had it at home with the placenta still attached to it.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and it's probably bled out through the placenta because that's why they clamp the
Yeah,
placenta.
you have to clamp it off or tie it
Yeah,
off,
that's
at least with
probably
a
why it died.
shoestring or something, until you
Yeah.
could get it somewhere. If you're afraid to cut,
Well,
cut
they
it.
tracked her butt and they found her, and she tried to say that the baby was alive and she slept with it in the bed and everything. Yet the placenta was still attached. She
No,
lied.
she
The
didn't
baby
lay in the
died.
bed with the baby with the placenta. That's
No,
ridiculous.
she let that baby die. And then she said, "Well, I'll take it and drop it off at that," and they won't, because they looked up her computer and she researched it. Could she get in trouble and stuff by putting a dead baby in the thing? People are freaking awful.
It's getting worse too, y'all. I mean,
It
I
is.
think and they've been talking about the Euphrates River drying up and about those angels that are fallen angels that are,
Uh-huh.
chained up under there for such a time as the end when they're released.
Yeah.
And somebody mentioned the other day, I was watching something and they were showing how the Euphrates River is pretty much all dried up. And they're
Uh-huh.
saying that if those fallen angels hadn't already been let loose, that they will be like soon.
Wow. Yeah.
And when that
That's
happens,
very
that's
soon.
gonna be some crap. I mean, that's gonna be.
It is. I think it's getting ready to something's getting ready to happen. We need to stay prayed up. We need to learn how to survive
Yeah, that's why I want
without.
to get some land because, like,
Mhm.
I don't think the people in the cities are gonna have much of a chance.
Uh-uh.
When people get hungry and these stores close down and you can't get nothing to
Yeah.
eat or you can't
I'll
buy
have to
food.
sit out in the field and watch my cows because people be trying to steal your cows and
I
everything.
know. Yeah, they will.
Good night,
Eh,
Hillary. Love you, honey.
good night.
Good night, sweetie.
Good night, Hillary, not Clinton. um,
But
but
yeah,
yeah, I think that people that live out, they're gonna have a much better chance of uh getting through it a little bit easier until
yeah,
the Lord comes. Now I do believe the Lord is gonna come because we are not um what is it? What's the word? It says we're not like assigned or designated to the wrath of God, not
uh-huh,
His children, not the ones that are written in the Lamb's Book of Life, that are saved.
yeah,
But that the unbelievers and all these other people that practice all these other things in the Bible, like we've talked about,
mm-hmm,
witchcraft, necromancy, and all
mm-hmm,
this other kind of stuff, that they'll be, taking part in the lake of fire. But there is going to be a time that the wrath of God is poured out on these wicked people.
yeah. Especially people that hurt children. That's
Oh,
that.
yeah. I think there's a special level in hell for them.
Oh, there is. There is.
Yeah.
Anybody can hurt a child.
Well, Jesus said, "Let the little children come to me." And he also, well, and in the Bible, it also says it's better to tie a millstone around your neck and drown into the depths of the ocean than to lead a little one astray or to hurt a little one.
Yeah,
When it because he said the
babies.
kingdom of heaven belongs to
The children.
children, right? And the ones such as these. And
Yep.
unless you become like them, you can't even enter the kingdom of heaven,
Right.
which
Right.
is
I believe
innocent
that.
and completely
Isn't that
trustworthy of
something?
him.
Yes. Absolutely. And uh yeah.
I just think people need to be more focused on the things we need to worry about and stop worrying about the things that we don't need to worry about, like little, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, the Lord said, worry about today, for tomorrow has its own
yeah, enough to worry about,
problems.
and that, yeah, tomorrow will take care of itself.
Yeah,
Each day has enough troubles of its own.
right?
And that is the truth. And there's really no need to worry about things we can't change. All we can do is pray about that
Mhm.
and ask the Lord to give us peace through the
Yes, because
fire
we
or
can't
whatever's
do
going on.
anything.
Because it says sometimes he calms the storm and sometimes he just calms his child, you
Mm-hmm.
know,
He
and it's
walks
gonna be
through it.
like that. Hmm.
Like David said, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil.
That's right.
God is with me.
That's right.
Mhm.
And that's another thing like I need to start doing, and my memory hasn't been that great. So I need to maybe just like get another notebook and start writing more scriptures down so I can try to memorize them more, because, who knows what's going to come in the future. They may come and take our Protestant Bibles away from
Oh, they
us.
will. I got them saved up, honey.
Yeah. I feel
Because the
that,
Bible prophesied that
Yeah,
in
because
church.
the Bible says also, he says, hide the word in your heart so that no man can come steal it.
Right?
And there's a reason he said that.
All the way. I know that's the truth.
And
And it's good to use, like, when people come at you that don't that try to use the Bible against you, and you know the word, and they try
mhm,
to twist and manipulate the word, and you're like, oh no,
mhm.
that's not what it says.
Yeah, even preachers try that crap.
They do.
Yeah.
And sometimes I wonder if they even read the whole Bible.
Some
Preachers.
of them, I don't think that they really are even really like called, and they're just doing a job and they
Mhm.
get paid and kind of something like that. And some of them, I think they're working for the opposition on purpose.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then some of them, of course, are good pastors.
Oh, let me
Um,
tell you a spooky story.
what?
Okay. One of my friends at work told me this because, you know, I see the shadow people, right? I've told
Mhm.
you that, the black
Mhm.
shadows. And the other night at work, I seen one. And so this woman that I work with was listening in, and she said, she's like, I want to know more about these shadow people. And I told her, and she's like, well, let me tell you what happened. She said, one night I was sitting, she said, I was sitting breastfeeding my baby in the house watching TV, and I was dozing in and off. And she said, I heard my husband go walk down the hall. She said, I heard footsteps walk down the hall, turn off the bedroom light, then walk back down the other hall, turn off the bathroom light. She said, then I heard him walk up behind me. And then she said, all of a sudden, he went in my ear, and she jumped and she turned around and
And it
no one
wasn't
was
him.
there. Yes. And she said the house was so dark, darker than anything she'd ever seen. And she said she looked down at her baby, and her baby was just staring at her like he was terrified. And she ran to her bedroom where her husband was, and he was dead asleep with other kids.
Mm-hmm.
And she said that she came back out and rebuked it in the name of Jesus.
Well,
And
good.
that she never had anything else. But she said that she knowed that was something in there.
Without a doubt, because I've had almost the
Yeah.
exact same thing happen to me.
Ooh, that gives me chill
And
bumps.
my mom was, well, it happened with me, and then it happened with my mom when she was watching my two oldest kids back when I was really young, you know. We
Mhm.
lived in a really old house. In fact, it was so bad that the people that had lived there and rented it, it belonged to my ex-husband's family beside the
Mhm.
dry cleaners, and they literally took the doors off the hinges because the doors would slam shut. And
Wow.
like, it didn't scare me. I've never been scared of stuff like that because I've
Mhm.
had experiences like that my whole life,
Me
seriously.
too. Me
And
too.
so, like, it just doesn't scare me like it does some people. You know
Because
what I
we know
mean?
what it is, and we know how
Right.
to fight it, you know.
Yeah, and I was like, we had some situations where, like, my daughter Kirsten's Mickey says would go off without her touching it. I took the batteries out one time and it was still going. I took
Oh
that
my
thing and
gosh.
slung it out the front door in the
Heck
yard.
yes.
And I
Wow.
was like, that Mickey says it's going bye bye.
Yeah.
It even scared her though. She was like 3, but it scared her. And
But
we
them damn
had
bugs. Big
my
old
mom was
bugs.
holding my son. He was like a newborn. He was like 3 weeks old, and she was just sitting in Kirsten's room watching her play while she was holding my next baby because they were 18 months apart. And I had to go to the doctor's appointment because I was pregnant with my third one by then. So I was at
Mhm.
a doctor's appointment, and I came back home, and she thought I was home
Mhm.
because she said, "Sharon, when did you get home?" And I was like, well, I just got here." She goes, "No way." I said, "Yeah." She was like, "Somebody came and stood just like exactly what you described." She said, "I
Uh-huh.
felt somebody stand behind me and
Ooh.
whisper behind my head, like whisper like mama behind her."
Oh
And
my
she said she
god.
turned around and I wasn't there. But then, 15 minutes later, I walk in. So she thought maybe I came in and was going to tell her I was going somewhere. But she said, "Have you been here?" And I said, "No, ma'am, I just got here." And she was
Wow.
like, "Oh." And then, but see, she already knew some crap was going on at that house anyway. Because me and my grandma and my mom were sitting at the table in the coffee table in the den, and my grandma put a Coca-Cola can down, and I'm not even kidding. I don't mean like a slow slide. I'm talking about that thing looked like somebody took all their might and slapped it, and it went across the whole table.
Wow.
It,
Did you pray for it?
no, because I wasn't a Christian then. I didn't even like
You had no idea what
understand.
was going on then, did you? That
Yeah, I listen. I was so lost. I called the Catholic Church. I was like, "Can y'all come in here and do some kind of exorcism? We got some stuff going on here." Thank God
yeah,
they didn't come.
that is so scary. I don't know if I heard somebody walking down the hall. But I guess if you thought it was your husband, though,
It
I
wouldn't
don't
be scary if you think it's your husband because he's there. But then when
know.
you realize he's not, the other day that happened at my house. I'm not even kidding. My husband walked. Well, I thought he was here. I had my door shut. I heard footsteps because we got hardwood floors, and you know how they'll creak sometimes. Well, I heard like creaking in the hallway, and then I heard him literally talking very loudly to the point that I almost could make out the conversation, you know, and I know his voice. And I kept calling him. I was like, Jay, you know, and I was like yelling loud, loud, loud. Finally, I took my phone and I called him because I thought maybe he went outside or something, you know. And I was like, Jay, who are you talking to in here? He was like, I'm down the street at the store. I'm at Walmart. I was like,
Oh,
what? I was like, what? I said, Jay, listen, there was somebody here and I know your voice and they sounded just like you. That literally somebody was in this house or something was in
oh,
this house and it sounded just like he was talking on the phone to somebody.
oh. And I think that they know how to taunt you, and
Oh,
that's
they
why.
do.
And that's why I think I see those damn bugs. I think they try to get to us. I
Yeah, they
really
do.
do. I believe it. They try to get to us.
They do, but it didn't scare me because as soon as he told me that, I was like, "Oh, you think you're smart, do you? Well, I rebuke you and get out of my house right now because you don't got legal authority to be here."
There you go. There you go.
And I mean, I will open up a door in a minute and go, "Shoo, shoo, shoo, shoo! You gotta go."
Yeah. Like when I saw that moth, because I was like, damn, that's what's been like flying in my house.
Oh,
You know,
bugs, yeah, bugs,
well,
can be
you know,
used.
that one time I told you that, it I saw it and it was like it got swatted up against the wall and then I rebuked it, disappeared. Well, this looked like an actual moth
Mm-hmm.
and it was stuck in the spider webs. It was up on my ceiling. And I could tell you the design on it and everything. And it had like an eye design on its wings. And then it just
Eyes.
started crawling and disappeared right before my eyes.
Mm-mm. Let me tell
I
you
don't know
something.
what that meant.
There really is it there's a verse in the Bible. I have to ask my friend about it.
Mhm.
But I'm serious, like when we were having these meetings where we were praying against high principalities like Beyonce and Jay-Z and all that,
Yeah.
there kept like a bee came in there in the
Oh.
room we were in at church. And let me tell you something. She was right on that thing real quick, like, and she swatted it because she 100% is like and she will pray against insects and anything like that that is
Uh-huh.
there to, like there's monitoring spirits, you know what I mean,
Yes.
that and
Yes.
they can take forms of anything.
Yes.
And
Well,
so yeah, you got to watch out
I
because
seen it
seriously.
like a few days earlier. I had seen it like kind of coming at me and I could hear the buzzing of it. And
Mhm.
I almost thought it was a bat and it scared me. So I got up and come in here and lay down, but I didn't know I thought it was a moth, but then I thought, well, and then when I seen it, I thought that was a real moth. That's what I was thinking. It wasn't my imagination. It was a moth
Until it went
until
away.
until it disappeared in front of my eyes. And
Right.
like, that's spiritual.
Yeah, that's spiritual. And I think we're
So,
having a lot more spiritual things happening right now because I do
mhm.
think that the veil is getting thinner and thinner.
Yeah.
And I do think we're going to see more and more
Oh yeah.
things
And Trump
manifest and happen.
promised to tell us about the orbs and the drones, and he never did.
Who?
Trump. He
Oh,
said he'd
yeah.
tell us about it.
I
And he
wonder if they're
didn't.
trying to hide what was going on still.
I still think them orbs are angels.
I think they're both. I think some of them are good and some are not.
You think?
Yep.
I know the drones are man-made,
Yeah.
but those orbs were supernatural something.
Yeah, they were definitely supernatural, but I know that the Bible does say that, there are good angels and there are bad angels. There are fallen angels and then there are holy angels of God.
Right.
And I do believe that if the holy angels are being sent out, then that means the bad angels are already out there too.
I think the drones were sent to hurt us, and I think God protected us with the. I
Oh,
think those were
well, I
angels.
definitely think that God was protecting us because I do think some
Uh-huh.
were his holy angels. And then I think some of those things, not just the drones, but there were other things that weren't like the round ones that were more like the Ezekiel wheel kind of thing. You know
Yeah.
what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like, I think there were other things that were darker at play. And I do believe that just like in the Bible, remember when was it Jacob's, called for an angel of the Lord to come, and that angel got held up with the Prince of Persia for like 40
Yeah.
days, and then the Archangel Michael had to come fight him off.
Yeah.
And so he
Yeah.
could come to Jacob, and Jacob said, or
Mhm.
Israel, he changed his name. But Israel said, well, why did it take you so long? And he said he got held up by the Prince of Persia. So that goes to show you right there that there's all kind of spiritual warfare taking place that
Yeah.
we have no idea about.
Oh yeah. All the time.
And that there's both. There are bad entities up there, and there are holy entities fighting for us. But it's a war going on that we can't see. We can feel it a lot of times,
Oh yeah.
but we can't see it as much. But I do believe in the very distant, close future, we're going to
I
see
think
more of these
God
things.
gives us such discernment, especially me. I mean, when I feel an evil person, an evil presence,
Oh
I
yeah,
can feel it so strongly.
it'll make me feel nauseous. I will throw up if it's bad
Yeah.
enough.
Well, that's how I felt one night um, at a house that I had went through to when I worked hospice, and yeah, it I had that feeling like, and it scared the poochie pooch out of me. But the other day when I was at Walmart, there was a man there, and he was acting kind of crazy, and I felt that. I felt the evil come off,
Mm-hmm.
almost to the point where I thought he was going to do something in Walmart. You know what I mean?
You should have just been rebuking him right there in your
I
breath. Like,
should
I
have.
rebuke
I
that in
should
the name of
have.
Jesus. I rebuke that. You stay over
Yeah.
there. Like, I
Yeah.
will do that in a minute. Because
Oh
we
yeah.
had that situation happen at church one time, and the guy was sitting right beside me. Honey, can I
Uh-huh.
have a a blueberry thing before we go to bed? But he was sitting right beside me. We didn't know who he was, and he looked normal, like khaki pants,
Uh-huh.
clean cut. I mean, he didn't look like a weirdo coming in there or nothing. Like, not that it matters what you look like when you come to church, but you know what I'm saying. Like, he wouldn't give you pause to be concerned. Really, he fit in with
Right.
all the church folk.
Right.
And I mean, at our church, you can wear jeans and you can wear whatever. But I think he
Yeah.
had on a pair of khakis. He might have had on jeans and a t-shirt or something. But he didn't
Uh-huh.
look dirty. He didn't look like he was just like, he some kind
Yeah.
of scrub coming in there. He
Well
was
put
fairly
together.
young too. He looked like he's about in his early middle 20s. But he sat right beside me, and there was a whole row there. And I was sitting on the second row behind like the pastor where they
Uh-huh.
sit and stuff. And the pastor was up there preaching, and he was acting like really anxious and nervous. And like, I was up at the front during praise and worship because that's where I go, because I hit people in the
Uh-huh.
head and stuff. Like, 'cause I get all into it. So I had to
Uh-huh.
I go up there, and then I came back and sat down, and he was just acting really weird. And he kept like just like watching our pastor, and then he was like
Wow.
looking behind him and looking around, and like acting
Uh-huh.
like he was about to like do something. He looked like he was
Paranoid.
getting courage up to do something. And
Uh-huh.
the Lord just gave me such discernment.
Uh-huh.
And I was sitting there, and I was praying in tongues, and I was just praying in tongues, and I was just rebuking and praying in tongues. I was praying in tongues. And I finally got the eye of our one of we have several plainclothes officers in our congregation that carry a gun, and
Uh-huh.
they're in a suit, but they protect, the church, and they protect the pastor. And he was sitting up there in front of the pastor on the front row, kind of diagonal from me. And I
Uh-huh.
was trying to wait for him to look back there and see if he noticed anything. And I did notice him look back there, and I finally caught his eye, and we know each other pretty good. And
Mhm.
so we caught each other's eye, and I looked at him, and I was giving him that look, and I looked to the left to where that boy was, and I looked at him and looked back to the left and looked at him, and he looked at me and touched his nose and gave me a like a okay thing,
Mhm.
like he was watching it. And Jay noticed it too.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, I was seriously, I was I couldn't even listen to the sermon. And this went
Yeah.
on for 30 or 40 minutes. I mean, and I was praying in tongues
Wow.
so hard, I was sweating. Finally, that boy
Mhm.
got so uncomfortable that I was praying in tongues, he had to get up and move. And he got up and moved, and he went
Mhm.
around to the front row and kind of sat to the side where he could like
Mhm.
rush the pastor, it looked like. And
Wow.
and James noticed, the guy that I'm talking about that works there, he noticed it and was like looking at him, and
Mhm.
he was keeping his eye on him, you know.
Mhm.
And Jay was like, I ain't kidding. If he would have went up there to rush Pastor, he goes, I'd have jumped on him. I'd have daggum dove on him like a
Did you
daggum.
see if he had any kind of weapon on him or anything?
I couldn't see that because he just looked like
Oh.
he had on regular clothes, but he was acting so bizarre and he
So
kept getting up.
weird.
He moved about 5 different times, like all around us.
He was getting ready to do something.
And actually, finally, James got up and got one of the other, unclothed police officers to walk over
Mhm.
there to him and just take him out front and talk to him to see what was going on.
Did they find out?
Well, they asked him, and he just said that he was visiting and da 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 da. Da. It was It was not. It was something
It
else.
was
And
something
James
evil.
has a very, very good discernment too, like I do. Like he's
Uh-huh.
very. He has very strong discernment.
Yeah.
And his wife is a Messianic Jew, as a matter of fact. And
Wow.
I'm just he even said to me, he said, no, he said, you were right. He said he was up to something. And I was like, I'm just telling you. I said, I sat there and was sweating and praying in tongues that Pastor Chitty would be okay and that we would be okay. I didn't know if he was going to pull out
Knife or something? Gun?
that or a pew pew, or go up there and try to harm our pastor, because our pastor is
Yeah.
very spirit filled, and he, when you got a church that really does preach the gospel and is spirit
Yeah.
filled, you're gonna have. We've had witches
Evil.
come in there. We've had all kind
Oh.
of people come in there and try to do stuff.
What did
And
the witches do?
they were back there trying to cause a ruckus, and our pastor's like, yeah, look, I want y'all to stay in here and listen to what I got to say. He said, but you gonna stop shaking that stuff you got? And, he
What was
would
they
tell him,
doing? What was they doing?
like, just shaking, trying to cause disturbance, trying to
Oh.
cause a
Did he
disturbance in
rebuke
the
them?
church, like shaking, like not maracas, but they were something like that.
Uh-huh.
And but he will. He said, he was like, I rebuke any demonic activity. I rebuke any demons from causing any disturbances in this church. And if you're gonna stay in here, then better know that you may just get delivered. And
Yeah.
it was funny though.
What did they do? Did they get up and leave or?
Eventually, like, they stayed there for a little bit, but they did
Wow.
finally get up and leave, because I think he was going to preach on something else, and boy, he went in on spiritual warfare.
Yeah.
And then after that, because he was, he don't
Mhm.
play around with
No.
stuff like that, and he definitely believes.
Very.
He's funny. He makes a joke. He goes, I'm not one of those people that think there's a demon behind every bush. He goes, sometimes I think there's two.
Yeah.
Just, he's joking, but he does believe. Like, he's seen shadow people, and
Yeah.
he's had experiences with things like that. Like, even at
Oh, yeah.
hotels when he's gone out of town, like following him down the hall. And he's
Really?
very prophetic too. That's another thing. Um,
Oh, wow.
yeah, and like, I'm so glad that we had him as our he's retired now, but he's still at church. Like, he's still there, but he's just
Oh,
older.
good.
And so, but I just love him so much. And for the longest time, because I do have a prophetic gift, and for the
Mhm.
longest time, like, I just didn't know what to do with it. I didn't know what to do. And
Mhm.
finally, whenever we had been going to that church for a while, and I would talk to him about my dreams that, like, I know that the Lord gave me and stuff. And he would
Yeah.
sit down there and he would take notes and stuff. Like, and this one night I was going, and I was like at different countries, because it was like different nationalities of people, and I did not know every language, and it was like the Lord or an angel was behind me. I don't know which one it was, but I know it was one of the two. And every time we would go somewhere, like, I would start praying in English, and then they would start manifesting demonically. And the
Oh.
angel or Jesus one said, use your heavenly language. So then I would pray in tongues. Immediately they would get delivered and we would go somewhere else. This literally went on from the time I went to bed till the time I woke up. And I felt like I had jet lag when I woke up, but I was so tired. And I told
Right.
my pastor about it, and he said, well, I've already realized this. He said, and I feel like that God has either done it and he has been training you, for spiritual warfare. He said, or he's already been using you like that. He
Right.
said, and I don't know which one, which he had already been using me like that. But and he said, but I'm going to tell you something, Sharon. He said that is the hardest calling. He said because the devil is not going to leave you alone, and when he
No.
realizes he can't get to you no more, he's going to start with your children, and then go to your family. He will go through any means he can possible to try to stop you from doing what you're called to do.
Right.
And
Right.
so he was like, can I anoint you with some oil and pray for you? And I said, yes, please.
Uh-huh.
I was like, I mean, I was happy to know that I was right about what I felt my calling was,
Yeah.
which is prophetic and also deliverance and things like that,
Yeah.
because you have to have like words of knowledge and a little bit of prophetic to know how to have the discernment to pray for deliverance a lot of times, especially when it's
Yeah.
with a lot of different people. But
Mhm.
anyway, I'm so thankful that he was very sensitive enough, because a lot of pastors, when they have a bigger church, they don't care enough to, you know what I'm saying, like really
Yeah.
get to know
They
each person. Yeah.
Right.
And to realize that and even take the time to tell you something like that.
Right. And he was telling the truth though.
Yeah, and to pray over you too, and
Mhm.
pray over me. And I'm just so thankful for that, because honestly, that's when I really started stepping into my calling for sure.
Yeah.
But God,
Yes.
God is good, and I mean,
Like, how do you get what's prophetic that you?
well, just different kind of things. Like some things are dreams,
Uh-huh.
but just because it's a dream, I don't automatically think 100%. Well, that's 100% from God,
Mhm.
because the Bible says to test the spirits. So God will either give me a verse in the scripture to back it up, or He will have
Mhm.
other God. I mean, the people that I know that also have that gift. A
Mhm.
lot of times He'll have them come up and they'll just say something out of the blue, and it'll be the same exact thing. It'll line up. Or the preacher. I can't tell
Uh-huh.
you how many times we've been to church. I've told Jay something God told me, and then the pastor will on that Sunday will say this same exact thing. I'm not even kidding.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah. I'll tell you one dream I did have that I know I believe was from God. And it was there were like lions and tigers and stuff in the river, and we were crossing the river, and I think Billy had made it. I was almost to the other side, but Bubby was behind me, and I turned around to check on Bubby, and this, I don't know if it was a tiger or what it was. I thought it was a tiger. Jumped up and was getting ready to attack Bubby, and I screamed Jesus, and when I did, it fell to the side and left.
Yep. That's definitely spiritual.
And I
I
feel
think
like
also that was showing you that the enemy was after him.
very hard because I think he's got a calling on him.
I was fixing to
And I
say that.
told him that, huh?
I was fixing to say that he has a calling
Uh-huh.
that the Lord has called him to. That's probably something to do with
Uh-huh.
the ministry, or really.
Well, he already ministers to kids at school.
Well, there you go. See,
Yeah,
I
but
don't mean necessarily. You don't have to be paid to be a minister. We all should be evangelists. You
oh
know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
But some people just have more of a calling. It's the actual gift of
yeah.
evangelism from the Lord,
Oh yeah.
and He must
And
have that.
yeah, because remember when he was little, he'd see like demons and stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that was from the drug addiction and from the, well, generational curses on him from everything that,
Mm-hmm.
she did drugs hard when she was pregnant for him and everything in the world. So that was all attached to him.
And
And
I know because you said you've listened to Derek Prince too, so you know that
oh yeah,
babies can be born. Demons can come into a
oh
mother's
yeah,
womb.
through rejection,
Yep, all
through
kind of
everything.
stuff. Yeah, if
Yeah,
she's, she feels bad about herself, if she's got certain demonic things going
she
on.
was in bad shape
Yeah,
when she was
and
pregnant.
drugs is a gateway, and it will open up doors like
Yeah,
portals, kind of.
yeah, because when
Um.
he was little, he had anger issues
Hmm.
a little bit, and no, that child is the least angered at all. He's like the most humbled child now. But I come home, I think it was at work, and I came home from work, and he had been sick, and he was crying hysterically, and his papa had been taking a bath, and I'm like, "What's wrong?" And that he calmed down, and I got him settled down and got him feeling better. And then he later on told me that a demon crawled out of my room and stared at him.
Oh
And he
wow.
described it as having like dark eyes and a red face.
Hmm.
And that's when I went hard after generational curses and stuff and
Yeah.
prayed. And he's not had anything like that happen to him
Now, were
since.
you living in the house you're in now when that happened?
Yeah, and it was my bedroom too.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Have you gone in your bedroom and used
Anointed
anointing
it.
oil and prayed over it and prayed in every corner and every
And
closet?
I need to. I've rebuked anything that's in there, but I really need to do an anointing on it
Hmm. And
because
use
there
the
was a
shofar.
died in that house, in that room,
There's a
and
what?
there was a old lady that died in that room. I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
there's like 3 people that's died in this house.
I was fixing
Maybe,
to say, I think there might be something going on with the house.
yeah, like I said, they leave their demons behind when they
Right.
die. Um, Especially in my room.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, I need to get me some olive oil, pray over it, and anoint that bedroom.
And also, cut on YouTube, put on Messianic shofar
Well,
music for spiritual warfare.
I put Derek Prince on there sometimes.
Hmm.
Sometimes I won't even have the TV on hardly, or I'll fall asleep with it on mute, and it'll blast and wake me up with Christian stuff. Like I know something's getting ready to try to. Well, have I told you about the scratch on my leg? The scratching on my
No.
leg.
Mm-mm.
I was sleeping on my couch here in the living room, and I felt something scratch my leg, like 3 different scratches. And I woke up. My leg was hanging off the couch, and I could still feel the scratching on my
The
leg,
burning.
the burning from the scratch. I
And
know that was
was it three? Was it three scratches?
it
You
was
said.
3 scratches. Yes, yeah, and yeah, he's coming at me hard. Like,
You went up. I went off for a minute. I don't know what happened. Something's messing with me.
oh,
It
I
took me
wonder
in the
what.
darkness for a minute, and I had to come back.
Yeah, it was 3 scratches on my
Yeah.
leg.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I've been scratched before too whenever I've done deliverance on somebody that
Uh-huh.
had generational Freemasonry curses. And what
Um,
came out was mad. And we were
right.
in there, me, her, and my daughter were the only 3 in there. And I had my hand out praying for her. And
Mhm.
it felt like, you know what those weeping willow things feel like if you get slapped with them?
Oh, yeah, I
Not
used to
weeping
get
willows, but you know
whoopings
what I'm
with
talking
them.
about, those fan things. They will snap back and hit you. You know what I'm talking about. And
Uh-huh.
they'll make a welt. Well, it felt like that sort of, but it was,
Wow, so cool.
it stung. And I looked down, and there was 3 perfect formation, 3 scratches perfectly, and they were a little bit raised.
Wow.
And I was like, "Oh, you think you smart?" Mm-mm. I opened that window. I was like, "You gotta go."
You gotta go. It's time to go. But
You
I
know how?
do believe that they do linger around Christian people
Yeah,
just so they can try to hurt them. I think they
yeah,
do try.
yeah. Well, they want to scare you. They feed off of fear for one thing. And if they can get us Christians scared, that's, their goal, of course, because it'll make you doubt your faith over time and all this other kind of stuff. So the main thing is, don't let them feel a bit of fear. Don't get no fear on you, because they can't hurt you really, because the Lord has you. So you belong to the Lord. And what is in you is greater
Well,
than
that dream
whatever that
last
thing
night,
is.
they about got me in that dream. I was
Well,
sinning.
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, though, because see, whatever's going on in your room, you need to go in there and open them windows, and you need to go ahead and start praying and rebuking.
I know, the door especially.
Because when you told me that, and then you told me about the other thing with the with with Bub, and then your scratch little situation, I I was feeling myself. I was like, she lives in an older house.
Oh,
I feel
mhm.
like there's something in that house.
Who, my house? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And I've never been there or anything, but I'm just saying, with
My
what you
daughter
were.
calls it the conquering house, but it's not that bad because it does kind of it where it's old. It looks old, but I don't really feel that. I don't feel evil here. Like, you know.
Well, you're combating it
Mm.
somewhat. If you were not a Christian and you were not coming against that, you probably would be having a heck of a time.
You think maybe?
Yeah, I do.
I don't know.
I think that some things can go on in the older houses that you don't know about from
Mhm.
long time ago. You don't have any idea the things that
Right.
have happened
This
in
is
that
a
house.
125-year-old house.
Right. That's what I'm saying. The houses I've lived in that have been like really active and charged have
Uh-huh.
always been like one that we lived in was from 1891. That was where I got scratched. What I was telling you about. That was that house. That house
It is a farmhouse, yes.
we ran those off. And also, the house I lived in that I told you where my mama felt that thing behind her and the coat thing and the Mickey says, that
Uh-huh.
house was also built in the late 1800s.
Wow.
So there's something about that. There really is. I mean, I do feel like that the more life and the more things that happen in a house, and there was two people that died in that house too. That we lived in, the first people, and people, they couldn't keep a renter in that house.
Mm.
It was vacant for so long, and me and my ex-husband went in there and fixed it up and borrowed money and fixed it up because they could not keep a renter in there.
Because of that.
And I was like, I'm not scared of no ghost. That's crazy. And then I got in there and I was like, there is a lot of activity here. I was
Yeah.
used to activity, but I'm like, this is a little bit on the extra. This is on another level.
Yeah, I mean there is some that is got a lot of, I mean it depends on the level of evil that was around it. Jay
hmm
Marie said mine was an old Victorian mansion.
Ooh.
That I lived in a house years ago that was haunted by some evil ish. We left as soon as the lease was up. Holy water made it worse.
Mm.
It was a farmhouse.
Yep. I'm telling you, them old houses. I mean, I think sometimes
Victorian
people
mansion.
practice witchcraft a lot of times,
Well,
back in
you
the
never
settler
know.
days. You don't know. That's a lot of years. Think
My
about how
aunt
many.
Loretta, she had a big 2-story home farmhouse like that in Michigan, and they've experienced all kinds of stuff. And they tore up the rug in their bigger room upstairs and found a big pentagram carved into the
See, that's what
floor.
I'm telling you. Yeah, my daughter's house that
Yeah.
she was living in, there was a pentagram in her room that was painted over
Hmm.
under the rug. Well, it wasn't painted over, but it was covered under a rug, and
Yeah.
like you
So
could
you don't
tell where
even
somebody
know.
tried to put some paint over it, but it was you still
Yeah.
shining through.
Well, she saw birds and everything like in her house, like eagles and everything in that house. They would just disappear. And I had to stay all night when I was a kid there after hearing all those freaking stories. And I just laid there with my eyes open, waiting for something to happen. Thank the
Oh
Lord
no,
nothing happened.
no doubt.
They would call me over to stay all night with my cousins. And I was like, oh, she, I'm not going to stay in this because they would all go to sleep. And then here I am up and left alone with all these stories. they told us about the room, and the room's upstairs, and we're in those rooms staying all night. And I'm like, oh, I remember not getting much sleep.
I bet not.
I didn't. I didn't. But
Well, I really do think if you weren't as strong spiritually as you are, I think you would
mhm.
be experiencing even way more than you are. I think you're keeping it somewhat at bay.
I think, yeah, the Lord is. I'm not strong, and I tell him every day,
But
Lord,
what's
I'm not
inside
strong.
of you is stronger
You
than
think
anything in this world. Yes.
God is, yeah, but
And he's
I'm
inside of
not.
you. The Holy Spirit is inside of you.
Yeah,
That's what's inside of you that's stronger, than those things. That's why the Bible
yeah,
says, that even the demons shriek at the sound of the name of Jesus or
Yeshua.
Yeshua. Yep. I
Yeah,
always like Yeshua. That's
that's
because
his Hebrew
that's
name.
his real name. I mean, the
Uh-huh.
Catholic Church changed it.
Yeah.
So I like to
It's
call him by his
crazy
real
living in
name.
a haunted house. I never lived in one again, but on the edge for a while. I bet.
Well, I don't know
But
what it was, but it followed me around after I lived in that house.
uh-huh.
Almost every house, almost not every, but it just seemed like I don't know if it was just like around me. I don't know because of my
Yeah.
dadgum generational stuff and didn't know it at that time.
I just think being a Christian, like I said,
Well, I wasn't a
because
Christian at this time when this was going on. And
yeah.
so I do think that there was something attached to me, like from that house,
Mm-hmm.
because like I could see things. Like I saw one of those shadow people you're talking about run straight across the dining room. Jay was there. He saw, I mean, he saw all kind of things. Jay has been a witness to all this stuff all the way
Yeah.
back.
See, my
Um,
husband ain't. He doesn't see or have a problem with anything.
No. See, and I'll tell Jay, like he would laugh it off at first, like he didn't believe it, you know.
Uh-huh.
But then things started happening in front of him. Like
Uh-huh.
he would be in the den, and the radio would just turn all the way up on volume 10, and like the old stack, like radio and record player and all that you used to have back in the 90s, like people
Mm-hmm.
paid thousands of dollars for their stereos and stuff with big
Mm-hmm.
speakers and stuff. And it had a dot, it had like a white button, and it was kind of a smooth, round, dial that turned the music up and down. And literally, I went and turned it all the way down. And I turned back around. Jay was facing it, and I turned around. As soon as I turned around, I heard it going right back up to number 10 again. And I turned around
Wow.
and watched the button go just like somebody was touching it, but nobody was touching it.
What
And
did you do?
and I was like, oh crap. Like, because that was before I was a Christian, like I said. And I told Jay, I was like, do you believe this? Do you believe me now? Like, do you believe that there
But
are things going on that are supernatural? Like, I have always seen supernatural things. That's why it wasn't so hard for
yeah.
me to believe in God,
Yeah, me too. Me too.
and I'm thankful for it, because
But
it really.
I've always been a close Christian. I've always loved God. Even as a child, I've been
Well, now I
close to
always
God.
loved Jesus, but
Mhm.
I didn't get taken to church, and I didn't like have a Bible, and I didn't know,
I
like I
can't say I
talked to
know.
him,
Mhm.
but I didn't know how to find him. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? I didn't know how, but he gave me
Yeah.
dreams that actually got me saved through the
Yeah.
book of Job and all that. But I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, um, he was watching me all that time, and I know it. I can look back now and see it. Like he
Yeah.
was covering me and my children that whole
Me
time that all
too.
that was going on until I got saved. And I
Mhm.
did go at a Billy Graham crusade at 16, and I did give my life to Jesus, which opened the door.
That's awesome.
But I did not have anybody to disciple me or to show me how to live correctly, if you know what I
Mhm.
mean. Like my
Yeah.
mom and my dad, and it just, I
Yeah.
didn't have anybody to like show me what to do or whatever. But I would like listen to the Christian radio station in my car, and stuff like that. And,
That's so
you know,
true.
like I tried so hard to like chase the Lord down. I just didn't know where he was or how to find him.
Yeah.
But I trusted him and I believed in him and I loved him,
Right.
but I just didn't know how to find him. But he found
Right.
me, so I didn't have to worry about
He
it.
didn't find you. He'd been with you all along. You just,
Yeah, well, you know what I mean? Like he let me know
yeah.
that he was there, you know,
Yes.
and I wasn't alone. And thank
Absolutely.
God for that. And, you know, I just think that God allows us to go through certain things sometimes, but he watches us and protects
Mm-hmm.
us, but he
He
allows
does.
certain things because it helps us with our calling later.
I think one of the worst things I ever went through that he helped me get out of was an abusive relationship as a teenager. Like, I
Mm.
met this guy when I was 17 and I moved in with him when I was 18. And I lived with him for a whole year. I mean, I dated him for a year and never had any problems. But
Till you
then,
moved in.
yeah, he showed his true colors when we moved in
That's when
together.
they always show their true colors.
Yeah, he never put a hand on me before that,
Yep.
but he
That's
was
like
an
my first
absolute
husband, the same thing.
monster.
I was 17 when we got married, and he never did anything weird or bad. He seemed like
Hmm.
a perfect guy until we got married, and then it was all hell broke loose.
Yeah, they change.
Yeah, he was a
And
narcissist, and I found out he was a Satanist, and
oh,
like I had
goodness.
no idea about that.
Wow. Well, this guy I was with was a monster, and he liked to take my life a few times.
Mm,
And yeah, and I wanted to get away from him, but I was scared. And I
hmm.
can remember just looking up at the sky, praying, God, help me get through this. Help me get away from him.
He will, and I bet he
He
did help
did.
you.
He did. The thing that did it is I've got about a 6 foot, about a 300 pound crazy brother. We
Hmm.
call him Big Daddy.
Well, that's good.
And one day we lived down by my brother's friend, and my brother was in his car. It was about break of dawn or nighttime, and he was fixing his fuses in his car. He didn't see that guy, didn't see my brother, and he had come back from like a 3 day drug drunk thing.
Binge.
Yeah, and I wasn't going to argue with him, so I snuck out the back door to try to get away from him. I was going to walk to my parents' house, and he found me, and I walked past my brother, and he started threatening me, and my brother jumped up on him and
Oh
told him.
yeah,
And my brother made me pack my bags, and he didn't say a damn word to my brother. And I went
I
to my
bet he
parents' house
didn't.
that night. Yeah, and then I knew that I was gonna be okay. That
Hmm.
because I was afraid he was gonna hurt my family and everything. And
You
I
could
had a
tell
job.
though he was scared of your brother, and he wasn't gonna
He
do
was scared
nothing.
of my brother,
Mm.
and I was afraid that he would come in and cause trouble, and I get far from my job. And when I left him, he did come in my job, but I threatened to call the police right away. My manager was there. He never said a word. He let me do it, and
Well,
he
thank
got out of
God.
there quickly.
Thank God.
But I like to never got away from him, and I know that the only reason why I got away from him was the Lord got me away from him,
Yeah,
or he
I
would have
believe.
killed me.
I definitely believe that the Lord got me away from my first husband too, because he was the same thing. He straight up told me, like one night, he and I'd already left him by this time. We were like separated, getting almost our divorces final. It was Christmas, though. It was the first Christmas he had been without the kids. And
That's so
he straight up told me that, and he pulled a huge kitchen knife out, and
oh
he pulled
Lord.
it up to me and he said, um, I'm gonna K, you know,
Uh
you.
huh.
He said, I'm gonna put you in the trunk of your car, and I'm gonna
Oh. My.
slit your throat. I'm going to put you in the trunk of your car and I'm going to roll you into the river and nobody will ever find you. And my daughter, Kirsten, my oldest child, she was up in her bedroom and I didn't know it. And she heard every word he said.
Oh
And
gosh.
that made her so much scarier of him than she already was. And then,
Was that
I,
her father?
yeah, her natural sperm
Wow.
donor, that's what you call him. But,
Wow.
because he did some bad things to her and my
Oh.
kids. He's a monster. He really is a monster. But And he was like 5 years older than me. And anyway, but at this point, you know how you just get to the point where you're just like, I would rather be dead than this, you know?
Yes.
And I
Yes.
literally, I told him, and I grabbed that knife with his hand on it. I said, go ahead, cut me. Go ahead and cut me. And you better make sure you finish it off, because if you don't, you're going to regret that. But I would rather be DE, you know what I'm saying, AD,
Yeah.
than to live like this. I'm just going to tell you,
Yeah.
I'm not living like this. I don't care anymore. I said,
Yeah.
my mom will take care of my kids, and you will be in jail, and then you will be in hell,
Yep.
and I will be out of this misery. And
Yeah.
I took the power from him, and I grabbed my phone, because that was back when you had wall phones in the kitchen. And I grabbed
Yeah.
my phone right there, and I started calling 911. He said, if you call 911, I will cut you. I said, I don't care. And I called 911, and he slapped the thing, but they could trace it. And they showed up there. And then he goes, runs and hides in the daggum shower. He goes, if you tell him I'm here, as soon as he leaves, I will come back, and I'll do da 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 da.
You tell
I
him?
did. Yeah, they came to the door. They go, where's he at? And I was like, follow me. And I took him right in there to the bathroom and jerked that shower curtain open. And he was like crouching in the shower.
Did he give him a hard time?
They said, you need to get out of here. This is not your home. She was nice enough to let you come in here and see your kids, and you're drinking. We smell it on you, and you need to leave, and blah, 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 blah. And if you come back here again, we're going to arrest you, which I think they should have arrested him
Yeah,
already
they
anyway,
should
for
have.
threatening my life, and
Yeah.
in front of my child especially. But
Yeah.
back then, you could barely get anything done
Oh,
unless
I
somebody already
know.
tried something to do to you. Like he would have had to already like attempt to
Do
unalive me for
something.
them to do anything. So,
Yeah.
but he did leave, and I called his mama because I was close to her, and I told her, I said, I'm sorry. I said, I wanted him to be able to see his children. I wanted him to sleep on the couch and be able to see him wake up, for Christmas morning. I said, but I'm just going to tell you right now, I told you I'm not putting up with no drunk, no drug addict, no nothing like that. And
Yep.
he is not allowed back at my house again. And the police almost took him away. So if you care about your son, you'll just get him to come back on up there where you live and let him stay with you. Because if he goes
Yeah.
back here, he's going to be dead or going to jail one.
Yeah. I
So,
don't blame you.
yeah, he left.
It's no wonder he didn't come back and try to hurt you.
He did come back, but I wouldn't open the door.
I don't blame you there. Mine, I think that was the biggest, like that made me the strongest to try to get to just have to get away from that right
Oh,
there.
yeah. That empowered me so much. I felt like I could do
Yeah.
anything after that. And I did.
Yeah, you could survive anything. Like I'd
Yeah.
be going to work because I was the only one working, and he would
Oh,
take
yeah. Mine didn't work either. How about that?
yeah, he would take hot coffee and throw it all over me.
Oh, my
Yes,
gosh.
and then
What
I
a
had a
moron.
boss that was horrible to me, and I remember he did that one time, and I went up to my mom and dad's hysterical crying because I thought I was going to lose my job, and thankfully my mom did have another clean blouse to wear to work for me, and I was just a hot mess, and like I went to work with bruises on me one time, or he bite my face and everything. And my boss threatened to fire me if I come back there with bruises. So I really had to cover my bruises and stuff up
Mm.
because she was mean too.
Golly. I mean, you know what? It's so hard when you're in a situation like that because you are scared because you love your
Yeah.
family more than you even love yourself, and you don't want nothing to happen to them. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because you do
Yeah.
get to the point where you're like, I don't even care what happens to me anymore. I just can't live like this.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, my mom tried to make me stay with him. And one night I had left him. And I wanted to go out with Evelyn and them just because I was only 21, and he was at my mom and dad's house, and my mom tried to get me to stay there with him and told Evelyn to lock the doors and leave me. And I jumped on top of her damn car and rode her car
I bet you did.
the road because I was not going to stay there with him.
No, well, I'm glad you went.
And she finally stopped and started laughing and let me in. But I was like, I am not staying here with him. You are not forcing me to stay with this monster.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you got away from him.
Yeah, it was hard, but I did. And
It
it,
does. They say what doesn't kill us makes us stronger.
right. But I don't know any more about it because I have a lot of post traumatic stress from it. And I had a lot of anger from it. Like I
Yeah.
took my anger. I mean, it caused me to have severe anger issues until I had deliverance. And one night I was listening to Derek Prince and he was doing a deliverance and I felt it go. I felt it go.
Yeah, you can feel when they leave.
Mhm. And my anger has not been as bad as it was.
I had a spirit of anger like that too. I would just straight black out. Like
Hmm.
I don't even remember what I would do a lot of times when I would get
Hmm.
like that.
I don't even know how I put that man out of the house that one time when my husband was wrestling the gun with him because he was chasing his wife.
Oh gosh.
That's a whole nother story. It was tragic. But, I don't remember putting him out the door, but I somehow, some way, I put that man out that door.
I think what happens when you're like that and then you black out like that, it's like adrenaline that comes in and you're
It
just like,
is.
you don't even, I mean, like I could have hurt somebody.
Mhm.
Yeah, I really could have.
It's like you snap,
Yeah,
right?
you
Yeah.
do. You do. And it's almost like something else takes over. It feels like,
It does.
honestly, because
It
I
does.
mean, I've,
Especially when it comes to your kids or something, you
oh,
just,
yeah, definitely. And I can tell you, like, even just like I've been at a club before, like, and this it was one of the people in our group that was always causing trouble. She was just an instigator. But I mean, I literally jumped across the table and jumped on top of her where I was straddling her on a concrete floor and I had my hands all wrapped around her hair and was beating her head in that concrete
Sayla.
floor. I know. But she kept on and on. I mean, it was like a year or two worth of her gaslighting me behind everybody's back. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And I would just
Mhm.
ignore it and try to be nice and try to get along. And so I finally just one night on New Year's Eve, and it was just like boom. And oh, Shaquana comes out. and
Shaquana.
that's what my daughter, my oldest daughter, she knows.
Shaquana.
She goes, when mama flips like that, it's Shaquana. She goes all out. But
Yeah.
um,
My girls
but
call me crazy mama when I get, but I just have like a lot of anxiety from it. Like
oh yeah, I have PTSD. I
I have a
mean,
lot of PTSD from that situation
well,
just
I have
by
from a
itself.
few situations, but yeah, from
Me
that a
too.
big time because he would always use
Mhm.
things like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill myself if you leave
Oh
me."
yeah.
And then he would go in there and act like he took like a whole bottle of Tylenol and make me all feel guilty. You
Yeah.
know, it was just a mind game
It
every
was.
day. I
I
mean, it
knew
was a
I
new.
was I knew I was over mine when I saw his brother beat the shit out of him and thought it was funny. I
Oh
loved every
yeah,
minute of it.
uh-huh.
I
Yep.
loved it.
I know. Well, he was out one night we were at a club one night, and somebody got in a fight, and this man, he flipped this girl over his back or something that jumped on his back,
Mhm.
and then the guy got involved, and he beat the snot out of him, and I was so giggly.
Happy.
Yeah, I was just like, you deserve that crap. That was in
Uh-huh.
between our first and last kid. I mean, our second and
Yeah.
last kid. But I'm telling you, when I really like got to the point where I was done with him,
Yeah.
it
Me
was
too.
like I had to make a plan though, and I had to like I put an ad in the penny saver to clean houses when he was at work,
Uh-huh.
and I took the kids and I did put them in daycare because I had to, but they
Mhm.
weren't really old enough to tell anything to him yet much. Except
Yeah.
for Kirsten, she could talk a little bit, but I told her just, say you're going to the park, and really he didn't talk to her much anyway. He was not a good father anyway. So I didn't have to worry about that much. So I would make sure I would get home in time before he would get home, or I would act
Mhm.
like I was at my mama's or something and
Mhm.
whatever. So it took me about 3 months to get enough money and I sold my wedding ring. The very last thing I did was sell my engagement ring at a pawn shop for $600 back then. And I took all that money and put my deposit down on my house. I had everything ready. So when he went out of town to go to work, whenever his daddy got him a job, and he couldn't keep a job for nothing. So I knew that wouldn't be lasting long. I had to hurry up. It was a
Yeah.
timeline going. So I was like, I waited until he pulled out of there, and I had that U-Haul truck ready, and we went and picked that U-Haul truck up and backed it
Oh,
up to that
man.
apartment. And I'm telling you, my mama's friend, Jay, I had my other friend there. We had so many people there, and everybody just literally just packed up that whole entire apartment except for I left the bed and his clothes, and I left him one pot to cook a
Wow.
meal in, and that was it.
Did he
And
go crazy when he come home and seen that you
I
weren't
have
there?
no idea, because I did everything in secret because I didn't want him to know where I was living, because he was crazy.
Yeah.
So I have no idea what he did. I
How did
bet
he
he
find
did.
you?
I wish to heck I could have had a camera in there and left it behind to see that.
Yeah.
But
How did he find you?
he knew where Jay worked, and he followed him from work to my house.
Oh. Wow.
And then he started, like coming up
Harassment.
there and bothering me. And he came up to my house one night with one of them billy sticks, beating on the door.
Oh gosh.
I mean, just crazy stuff. And I was like, bro, I'm gonna, like, literally, you don't understand. Like, you know how I am. And I told him before, I said, if you ever put your damn hand on me again, because he hit me in the back of the head when I was
Uh-huh.
pregnant, I said, Bo, if you ever put your hand on me again, you got to go to sleep. And I promise you, I will go from ear to ear, if you know what I mean. You
What
won't
he
wake
said?
up. And I
What he
called his
said?
mama, and I told her that. I said, he hit me in the back of the head, because she wanted to know why he had to walk back to her house. And when
Uh-huh.
I finally got home to my house with the kids, and I was pregnant too, and he was mad because he wanted to drive, but he was drunk. That wasn't happening. And
Uh-huh.
I was a clogger, so I had really strong legs. And I was an Oldsmobile with a bench seat, and I donkey kicked him until he fell out the car, and I took off. And the door shut from the momentum. And I just saw
God.
him trying to get up off the ground in the tail lights. That's
You
all I
left
saw.
his ass,
And he
honey.
had to walk about 3 miles in the dark. I mean, no street lights out in the country back to his parents' house. And I drove home, and his mama, the phone was ringing when I came in. And
Uh-huh.
I picked it up, and it was his mom, actually. And she was like, why did you put Rudy out why did you put him out in the road, and blah, blah, blah. I said, I'll tell you why, because he hit me in the back of my head. And if you value your son's life, you will tell him to never do that again, because if he ever does it again, I'm going to take a knife and go from ear to ear. And I am not kidding. I will do it.
What'd she say?
And she was like, well, I don't blame you for that. And she said, I'll have a talk with him.
Mhm. It probably didn't do no good though, did it?
No, well, he never did it again until right before I left him. And literally, that was it. I mean, that he's just slap handed me in the face.
Oh
And that I
gosh.
was just like, no, oh heck to the no. I'm already so beyond your league as it is. You are just a piece of trash beneath my feet.
Yeah.
That's how I felt at that point. But
Yeah.
he was such a narcissist and a
Yeah.
manipulator. Like, he had my head so screwed up.
Yeah. The guy I was with, he did too. Like at one time I did truly love him.
Well, at the
Like,
beginning, you
but the
do, because
monster came
it's
out.
the person that you think you're falling in love with.
Yeah, until the
And then
monster
the
came.
real person comes out. The real
Yeah.
monster, demon,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. And then it was like, no. I hate
Well,
you. I want you out of my life.
thank God
And
you didn't have no babies with him.
yeah, I thank God for that, because I really think he would have hurt them, because I had some hamsters one time and he come home drunk, and I loved those hamsters. I adored
I
them.
used to have hamsters too. I love them.
And
Those
he
teddy bear
picked
hamsters.
Yes, and he picked up that cage and slammed it on the ground and killed every one of them.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, And then I started crying hysterically, and he threw me in the shower with my clothes on and started spraying me with water. He was just a freaking devil.
Yeah, he
And
sounds like it.
then I got this dog named Bear, and he would get jealous of him and pick him up and throw him up against the walls and
Oh, I
stuff.
was fixing to say the same thing that my ex had killed my dog, a little
Yeah.
black lab I had.
Yeah, they're monsters.
Hmm.
He didn't kill Bear. I believe he took him off though, eventually. Because Bear just kind of disappeared.
Well, he
But
told me it was an accident, that he sat on the couch and the dog was under the couch, but the dog was too big to fit under the couch by himself. I mean, like he couldn't, you know what I'm saying? He couldn't get under there. It was too low to the ground.
yeah,
And that was just a plain out lie.
yeah.
And then
The
I had a big,
dangerous.
huge rabbit, like a French lop with those big ears that hang down. That rabbit was probably
Uh-huh.
20 pounds, huge rabbit. And I came home and that rabbit was gone, and he kept laughing, saying he made rabbit stew with it. And I never
What did
found
he
it.
do with the rabbit? Did he say?
I never found out. He never told me.
Oh my God. What a devil.
Yep. Anybody that can hurt animals like that, believe
It's
me, there's
bad.
nothing else they won't do.
I know. The last night that I lived with him, I got enough power or enough strength to leave. Was we were living in an apartment, and there was an old lady that lived underneath us, and he wanted my money, so, and I wouldn't give him. I just had $10 left. So he got me down on the ground, or on the bed, bit my face, and took my last bit of money to
Oh
go buy
my
marijuana
gosh.
with. I think it's what he bought with it. So I grabbed everything I could while he was gone and ran downstairs to the little lady's house, and she locked the door. And he came back, and you could hear him run up and down the stairs, and he was pounding on her door and running up and down the stairs, and she gave me something, and it knocked me out. I don't know what it was.
Bless her
But
heart.
yeah. And then I woke up the next morning to my mom knocking on the door, and she said, he's been at my house looking for you. And I took my stuff and put it in the back of my dad's truck and went to their house and never went back to him after that.
Well,
That
good.
was it. I was done. I was so done.
Yeah, you do have to get to your own end. Because for a
Yeah.
long time, I wouldn't even tell my mom what was all going on. Because I knew she would either say, I told you so, or, I just didn't want to
Take
hear
his
it
side
all.
like my mom did.
Yeah, or either, be like, she probably would have been trying to force me to leave before I was ready. And you
Yeah.
just can't force somebody to leave a situation until they're ready. I
No.
mean, you really can't. Um,
No.
and, I just couldn't. I mean, I stayed with him until I was like 20,
Hmm.
from 17 until 20.
Me
And
too.
honestly, I saw like 105 different personalities probably.
Yeah.
And I know because you've been with one.
Yeah.
But it's like literally, I mean, it was like living with the devil.
It was
Mhm.
absolutely the devil.
And just evil. And
It
honestly, I
was
think
really the
because I refused to show fear and I stood up to him, and
devil.
like I would not, like, because my temper, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I just would not let him, you know what I'm saying, treat me a certain way, and I wouldn't let him talk to me a certain way. Like he would say stuff
Mhm.
like, "Who's gonna want you? You've had 3 kids." And I'm like, "Look at you. Who wants you?"
Wow.
I was like, "You fat ass, who wants you? You look
What
like..."
did he say? Did he say anything to you?
And he was like, I have, my body hasn't changed. I said, "Well, you better look again, brother." Um, I'm like, "You can't
Yeah.
even see your pecker anymore for that daggone gut."
Lord.
Oh Lord. And I mean, he did have a micro. I was just like, "Look." And then uh I was just like, I mean, it came to the point I was just done with him, completely done.
Yeah. Yeah, you're done. You're so done.
And like
You
it was nothing
are
he could have
so
done at
done.
that time to get me to come back. I don't care what he did.
Uh-uh.
He could have offered me $1 million,
Oh,
and I
yep.
would have said, "Nope, buddy, you can keep that and buy yourself a place. I'm
Exactly.
gonna live in this little tiny house right here with my children."
Mm-hmm. Uh, I don't. I didn't think I was ever going to get out of it myself too, and
Well, that's because you
alive.
feel like you're in a battle zone almost when you're living in that.
Oh yeah, fear all the
Yeah,
time.
constantly.
Anything.
You're waiting for the shoe to drop. It's
Yeah,
always you're
and
always sitting on the edge of your seat waiting just for some crap to break out because it always does.
yeah, I would come home from work and there would be people in my house partying and shit. Yeah, all the time.
Mhm.
His cousins and his family, and it was just chaos and
Mm.
just evil. He was just evil, evil, evil. I was so glad to get away from him.
Well, I wonder what he's doing these days.
I don't know. I've not seen him in years.
Probably thank God for that.
Yeah, he's probably still smoking
Maybe
pot. And
who knows? He might not even be here anymore. You
he
never
might
know.
not. He might not
Acting like the
be.
way he was acting,
Yeah,
he might have got a hold to the wrong girl
wrong
with the wrong
person.
daddy,
Yeah,
or somebody that put him under.
yeah, yeah. That was a rough part of life. It was really rough, and then dealing with it on dealing from the post traumatic stress of it for years.
Yeah, it's post traumatic stress. I don't even think ever really goes away. I mean, I do think praying helps,
Yeah.
and I do think that trusting in the Lord and stuff like that helps. But when something comes up on you that you can't help, that's just like mechanical in your body,
Yeah.
and you have a panic attack or you have something sets it off, something
Uh-huh.
triggers you, that you can't help that,
Right.
and you can
Uh,
try to talk yourself down from it, but your body still does react sometimes to situations when you've been in a situation.
when I do that, I just pray, Jesus help me, Father
Yeah,
help me, Father
that's
help
all
me.
you can do.
And he does. He
Yeah,
calms me.
he does, and he
What
will,
I say.
because I know we're not the only women who have gone through that either, because so many women end up in bad relationships, because especially if you're young, I think
Yeah.
a lot of those men, I think, take advantage of younger girls that are not as they're more naive.
Sure. Yeah,
You know what I
naive.
mean? Yeah, naive. They're because
Yeah.
I was very naive,
Yeah, me too.
and got smart real fast, but I was
Yeah,
definitely naive before.
me too.
But I do think that will make somebody have anger issues, because when you live and you are really under, like, almost like not house arrest, but it's almost like, I mean, you just have no say over anything in your life. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And you just feel that somebody controls you constantly, or just doesn't care about your feelings and just does what they want to do, or they, are
Yeah.
constantly trying to scare you or do this or do that or run
I
out on
think
you
that's
or cheat. You honestly just,
yeah.
you get to the point that you're like, anything has got to be better than this.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I just pray for the women that are in that situation, that they
Mhm.
see their worth, because I think that's the first thing that men like that try to do is tear your worth down. They
Oh
try to
yeah.
make you feel like you're not worth anything,
They
and
don't
so that
want
you
you
won't
wearing
leave.
makeup.
Mm-mm.
They don't even want you looking at another man.
Right. And that shows how insecure they are. And that's their problem, because the truth
Mhm.
is, a real man doesn't have to worry about his wife doing that kind of stuff, because if he's taking care of his wife at home and he
Right?
is loving on her and not staying gone at the bars and not doing this and not doing that, there can't be no another man to come in and take your place.
Good night, Sarah.
Good night.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
I'm like, if you were any kind of man, you wouldn't have a problem holding on to a woman.
Right.
And my ex, I mean, honest to God, he's probably had 35 relationships since I've been with
Since
him
y'all
because
broke up.
he can't keep nobody because he's a
No.
crazy. He's crazy.
Ain't nobody gonna sit and be controlled and beat on and
No.
everything.
And he's getting too old. He looks like the daggum Lord of the Ring guy. He looks like he belongs on the back of a daggum Harley with a Hell's Angels patch.
Lord. Well, Sayla, I've been on here probably about 6 hours, and
Oh
it's 3
gosh.
o'clock in the morning. 6 hours and 30 minutes.
Oh gosh.
I
We've been...
enjoy talking to you, though. I really
Me
do.
too. We
I got
always go down the rabbit hole.
we go down the rabbit hole.
But we find our way back out.
We do find our way back.
Well, I love you, and I hope you have a good night. And
I love
everybody
you
out there,
too.
I love y'all, and y'all have a
Thank
good
you for
night.
coming up and hanging with me and talking with me.
Absolutely. I'm glad I caught you because it was just like a spoof. I catch you. Whenever I try to look for you, then I'm like, okay, it's usually just, it's God. I think it's God when I
It is.
catch you.
It definitely is, no doubt.
Yeah. All right. Well, I love you. You have a good night.
I love you too. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye, honey.
I'm trying to cut it off on them.
It's okay. I want to say thank you to everybody that joined me. I love you all. Y'all stay picked up. Y'all stay safe out here on these streets for gangsters. I may try to come back Monday night, you all. I don't know. I love you all. God bless you. Bye.